Now, look at this. Now, look at the similarity here between what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Khrushchev was mad as hell because the United States was putting missiles right up against his border. Putin is mad as hell because NATO is coming right up to his border. And NATO is not, in Putin's experience, a defensive organization. It's an offensive organization, and it takes offense, as it did, for example, in the Balkan Wars. And you see what NATO did in the bombing of Serbia, and you'll see that NATO is an interventionist. It is about trying to restructure the world in certain ways. Furthermore, NATO now controls all of Central Europe. And here we come to a crazy geopolitical argument. You know, there's a crazy, well, he wasn't crazy, unfortunately. He was a professor of geography at Oxford University. And there's a man called Halford Mackinder. And Halford Mackinder, back in the early 2000s, right up to about 1942, was writing things about geopolitical strategy on a global level. And his thesis was, whoever controls Central Europe controls the world island, i.e. the whole Eurasian sphere. And whoever controls the world island controls the world. In other words, control of the world depends upon who is controlling the heartland of the system, and the heartland is in Central Europe. Now, the Soviets controlled the heartland throughout the whole period. Now, it is the West that controls the heartland, and the US-backed NATO, which is controlling the heartland. And the heartland is threatening the whole control of the Eurasian mass. That is the way in which people think. That's the way in which, you know, Lloyd Austin and the military folk think. This sort of stuff. Now, I actually held a professorship in Oxford, which was called the Halford Mackinder Professorship of Geography. And I mean, on the one hand, I thought that Halford Mackinder would be turning in his grave, think that I held professorship in his name, but I was also extremely embarrassed to have a title of the Halford Mackinder Professor of Geography, because there's this guy who's giving this kind of geopolitical nonsense, and it's terribly important, because if people believe it and work on it, then that creates the problem. Actually, in the 1920s, the German geopoliticians, a man called Haushofer, really did believe in this. And much of the expansion of Germany into Eastern Europe and into the Central European area was precisely on Mackinder-type policies. And in the 1920s, General Haushofer was writing about Lebensraum, that is the living space of the German state. And it needed Lebensraum, and it needed to actually control all of Central Europe. And from that control of Central Europe, it could actually organize the world and its strategy of world domination. And Hitler seems to have believed some of this. So part of this was what was going on at that time. My point about all of this is this. We are on the edge of a conflict between NATO and Russia. In fact, a proxy war is being fought in Ukraine. And the United States believes and likes to present itself as somehow or other it is a good country which is simply responding to the desire of the Ukrainians to control their own space and have their own nation and have their own culture and all the rest of it. And that noble, worthy aim is what the United States is about. I demur. I think the United States is using the Ukraine, and is using the Ukraine for the nefarious reason of trying to degrade Russian military capacity to be able to actually, if you like, forward the kind of mission of Western domination of much of the rest of the world. Of course, now the situation is such that you're not only fooling with Russia and all of its missiles, but you're also fooling with China with its major military capacity. And you can see why China, and in China, they think geopolitically too, along the lines I've mentioned. China is actually moving geopolitically through its Belt and Road Initiative and all the rest of it to try to regain some sort of control of what Mackinder called the world island. This is where we are headed at. And the path dependency of this is making me very, very, very nervous. There is danger. And it's clear danger, and some compromise has to be come to, some sort of, point in which you fold rather than continue. At what point do you kind of say, well, this has gone too far, it's too dangerous? At what point are we going to actually recognize that Putin has actually a genuine, you may not like it, but he has a genuine reason to fear of what NATO has been doing and what NATO has been about. And that therefore, one of the answers, which I think should be on the calendar, is the complete demilitarization and denuclearization of the whole of Central Europe. That, it seems to me, is about the only thing that could actually bring Putin to the table. Offer something like that. Say, we will actually accept the denuclearization, the demilitarization of the whole of Central Europe, and we will turn it into a neutral zone so nobody can dominate the world island and do all those kinds of things. This is the kind of thinking which needs to be there. And this is the kind of thinking that got us through the missile crisis in Cuba. The missile crisis in Cuba was a very close thing, and a lot of people were making some very bad decisions around it. I think we are closer to that kind of thing in Ukraine, and a lot of people are making some very bad decisions about it, including the Secretary of Defense, who should have known better than to say that, although I'm glad he did say it because it gives us an insight into what the true motivation of the United States is.
It's become, you refer to the Russian criminal invasion of Ukraine, you call it the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. You have to add unprovoked. Just out of curiosity, I did a Google search. Look for the phrase unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. In 30 seconds, it gave 2.5 million hits. Again, out of curiosity, I looked for the phrase unprovoked invasion of Iraq. 11,000 hits, all of them from marginal anti-war publications. Well, that's interesting in itself. It's even more interesting when you look at the fact. The invasion of Iraq was totally unprovoked. There wasn't a particle of provocation. Cheney and Rumsfeld had to resort to torture to try to elicit some evidence that Saddam Hussein had something to do with Al-Qaeda. Even the vanishing weapons of mass destruction, if there'd been any reason to believe they existed, would have been no provocation. So it was totally unprovoked. But you can't say that. In contrast, the invasion of Ukraine was provoked. That in this crazy climate, you have to add the truism that doesn't justify it. But there was plenty of provocation that run through the record. It's recognized by the director of the CIA, former director of the CIA, American ambassadors who've been protesting the provocation for 30 years. Protested right to the last minute. Jens Stoltenberg, General Secretary of NATO, just announced that since 2014, announced with pride, Since 2014, NATO, meaning the United States, has been pouring weapons into Ukraine, training Ukrainian officers, running joint military exercises with them since 2014. Okay? That's provocation. Everyone recognizes that Russia has security concerns about Ukraine, obviously. Just think about Operation Barbarossa, if you can't remember anything else, right through Ukraine with Ukrainian participation. The United States government last September published a policy statement. The American press has kept it from the American people, but Russian intelligence can certainly read the White House webpage. It says that we must enhance our programs of moving towards military integration of Ukraine into NATO, joint military exercises, new weapons, an enhanced program for entry into NATO. Is that a provocation? Yes, it's a provocation. And it continued. The State Department has officially announced that prior to the invasion, the U.S. refused to consider any Russian security concerns. Okay? That's the State Department. So is there provocation? Obviously. But in a free society, every right-thinking person must say unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
Welcome. You've got mail.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor.
Welcome.
This is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Yes. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. It me. I, Dan Simpson from the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. Today, on the show, we will be doing the same thing we do every day. Try to take over the world. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Love your face. Love your face. Hello, chat. Hello, replay viewers. Hello, lurkers. What's up, Custom Stash? Chimera Ex Machina. Stuck in Phone 79. And a cat butt. The Hadega. What's up? We got Proletariat. Hold up. Proletariat. Something's going on here, right? Something's going on. You got the year badge. But I don't recognize your name. Is that Terry? The full stop Terry? Is someone else? Did you change your name? Full stop Terry. All right. Tear. That means this. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this for you. Hey, we gotta pick you a custom walk-on sound, homie. Let me know if you got something in mind. DM me. DM me with your ideas. Something short, sweet. Hopefully not music. I think you know the drill. All right. Tear Bear. I don't know if you like that. I probably won't say that. What are we smoking this morning? I never know the name of it. I always take it out of the thing and I stick it in my jar and I forget. You'd be like me and never decide on stuff. All right. Do you need some ideas? I don't know. Just listen to the stream. Maybe there's a specific sound you want to take. Or maybe there's something that pops up along the way. We do it because it's right. Maybe I'll work on my Obama impression today. You know? I think I was getting somewhere yesterday. Did y'all catch that? Dan. Being president. Really hard. Lots of people coming at me. Always asking me for my signature. I gotta figure the rhythm out and everything. There's a lot to it. Maybe we can have a channel, like like a, I don't know, like a biddy or a tip reward. Talking to Dan. What you don't know is Rob Rousseau is a streamer. He does it because it's right. Rob Rousseau. Rob Rousseau in the house. Being president is not easy. A lot of different things you got to juggle each day. In the White House, different muffins. You start the day, which muffin are you gonna have? Most days, it's blueberry muffin. Put on a tan suit. They got mad at me. I went to Chicago, met my wife, made some kids, wrote a book. Heard about a corn pop guy. Who says corn? Keeps talking about corn pop. Can't have that. Blew up that hospital over there. And a couple of weddings.
Can't have that.
I like weddings, but not on my watch. All right, I think I'm dialing this. I like weddings, but not on my watch. That's all improv. You love it. All right, so I'm gonna work on my Obama impression. I missed what? Was on a roll. We'll stop Terry. Change your name. She does it. She does it because it's right. Because it's right. Keep it simple. Try to tell you about. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. What else do we got going on? I put up my video for Libya Deep Dive number 2. That's up there. That's up there. Libya Deep Dive 2. What you can do, literally, is go there to my video and give it a like. Even a comment. You could say like, oh my god, it was so good, I'm gonna watch this later. Something like that. Paul Flowers with the tier 1 subby. Thank you so much. You don't have to watch the ads now. Hey. I tell you what. We're seeing lots of new subbies and you love to see that. Thank you for the sub, homies. Thank you for helping me keep this this content going, y'all. It's fun to make the content. And good. We learn every day. We're learning every day. Today, I want to do this vocal fry sneaking in there for me. I want to do a Libya. Hey guys. Deep dive recap. We're gonna recap the deep dive. Couple more videos I got to pull up to. You got wedding cake. Nice. November 3rd. Fucking ads. Stuck in phone, maybe. Wink. Maybe someone will gift you a sub. Hey, Dakadoon, what's up, homie? 3 weeks, no weed? Jesus. We get an F in chat for stuck and phoned? Jesus Christ. You gotta save to fix your car. Homie. Fucking hell. Engine went and done blown up, huh? Damn. Fucking sucks. It's gonna cost $2 grand? Homie. You use this for your job and shit, right? Let me know if you're like doing a thing where you're accepting money or something. We could do a little fundraiser. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, new engine plus labor. Alright. Well then, we need to do a thing. See what we can do here. Tip goal. Reset the tip goal. It's gonna do a 3D giveaway. I'll have to like remind myself of that, I guess. I don't know. Come back to that. Back to that later. Excuse me. All right. Let's see if we can get you some money. All right. All right, folks. I'm going to try to raise some funds here. Still says 3D giveaway. Well, fuck me, huh? I didn't click save. There. So any money we get through here today, I'm just going to pass along to Stuck and Phone. I'm Stuck and Phone. I'm sure there's a way to send you money through PayPal or something. I can't promise you we'll get you anything, but we'll try. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Alright, folks, so we're raising funds to fix Stuck and Phone's car, homies. So let's rally around. You know what to do. If you're in a place to do that. You don't have PayPal or anything like that? Hold on. All right. Fuck. How do you... Can you try to get a PayPal? Is that something you could try? Otherwise, like, how would we send you money? Maybe you could start a GoFundMe? Like, how do we send you money otherwise? Hey, Portsides. Pelosi's husband was violently attacked? Holy shit. No way. You're kind of a boomer when it comes to internet pay stuff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to laugh. Homie. You can't be helped. Alright, how do we help you? Can someone help us figure this out? Google Wallet is very easy to set up. Even my boomer mom did it. No, I deserve it. Sorry. This is funny. Alright, well, we're going to try to figure this out. Boomers can't be helped. We could figure this out. Let's just try to figure out one of these things. Stuck in Phone, if you could, like, try for me. Because otherwise, I don't know how we can help you mutual aid-wise. And, I don't know. It's just one of the things we should be doing over here. Is, helping people in our community when they need it. All right, so can we try Google Pay? You have a Google account? Cash App's easy too? All right. Well, I'm going to have the money in my PayPal. If y'all are going to send me tips. Of course, we can just, if Stuck in Phone gets theirs set up, we can give you just give you Stuck in Phone's info directly. Otherwise, any tips that I get today, you know, I'll find a way to send along the Stuck in Phone. You're gonna get something set up. All right. Circle back. Let us know when that happens. Here's what's on my radar today, chat. I want to watch The Oligarchy Now with Blamey Badman. Friday, so we'll watch the headlines. I do want to do a recap on Libya. It may be deep dive day number 3. It might turn into that, to be honest. There's still so much we don't know. But there were links that y'all had given me that I did not peek at yet, that I would like to peek at. And I'm still on the lookout. I'm still on the lookout for sort of answers to these questions here. Do we have people on the record at the time justifying it? Justifying the war? Who's on CNN? Who's on MSNBC? Who's on Fox at the time justifying the war? And what were their stated intentions? What were the stated motivations, rather? I think what I'm realizing, and again, chat, this is one of the questions, and you can help me answer this. I believe what they were saying was there was gonna be a big massacre because, you know, the rebels that the West armed and supported, they had taken Benghazi. I sort of, I'll have to, I need more, maybe I also need to learn more about the timeline there, but I believe they take a military airfield 3 days into their Arab Spring movement, their demonstrations. And I think it wasn't too long after that that they also take Benghazi. I don't know the mechanics of that, though, so we can learn more about that. But my understanding is that they're holding Benghazi for a while, and it appears as though Gaddafi's troops are going to retake Benghazi, and the West is like, no, you can't have a slaughter. They say he's going to do a genocide because he called them cockroaches, right? And that was their reasoning. That was pretty much what everyone said. That's what it seems like everyone's on the record having said that. What's with my bit rate? I'm at 2500 bit rate today? All right, something's fucked. I must have hit the wrong button last night. 2500? What is the deal with that? All right, it should be at 6K. All right, refresh or whatever. All right, sorry about that. So that's where I am in my understanding of things. At the same time, yeah, you should be a little bit crispier now. At the same time, I'm still looking for video of Obama, of the Department of Defense, of their spokespeople. I'm still looking for video of any talking heads, including Sam Cedar, at the time, talking about Libya and the UN intervention, and you know, they're probably going to say it was justified or whatever. And I want to hear them on the record. I want to hear them. All right, so that's where I am with that. We're going to finish up. I do believe that'll be a recap or like a day 3 of Libya deep dive. We've been doing this for 3 days, 2 days so far, 2 full days. Day 3 today. All right, what else do I want to talk about? Elon Musk, he's Twitter's CEO. I think he's taken over, right? It's gonna get weird over there. Elon Omar seems to think that she's anti-war. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about her voting record. Let me know if you have relevant links on her voting record. We'll pull that up at that time too. Christopher Hitchens. I got a nice little short video. Christopher Hitchens on socialism. I've got a video by Marxist Paul. Marxist Paul. Talking about campism. And it was back from, I believe, March. Which is sort of, you know, interesting timing. And he says, no, Russia is not anti-imperialist. And that made my ears perk up. I was like, huh? I'd like to understand what angle he's coming at this from. Marxist Paul. We'll listen to Marxist Paul. And then I was just like, there's something about the video that didn't sit right with me. And I don't always have the best words or analysis, you know, live. Sometimes I think of shit afterwards. You know, that's me. And I don't know, I caught this video by Midwest Marx reacting to the Marxist Paul video. And that one really, I really sympathize with this one, with this take. It sounds a lot like, well, you know, the way that we talk about things over here. Marxist Paul, oi stealing me lucky charms. All right, so we'll watch that too. And apparently, breaking news right now. Right now, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. House Speaker Pelosi's husband violently assaulted. Violently. Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, violently assaulted after a break-in at the couple's San Francisco home early Friday, her office said in a statement. The assailant is in custody, and the motivation for the attack is under investigation, the statement said. Mr. Pelosi was taken to the hospital, where he's receiving excellent medical care and is expected to make a full recovery. The Democratic Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, who's second in line to the presidency, was not home at the time of the early morning assault. Circumstances of the attack were unclear, including how the intruder got into the home. San Francisco Police Department spokesperson and spokesperson from Nancy Pelosi did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Two weeks before the midterms. 2 weeks before the midterms. Thanks, Hodega. 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 Thank you. Hodega. Hodega. Yeah. Yeah. I got your link. There's got to be a truck selfie. Yeah. Yeah. Elon, Omar, thank you, Zaya TV. Elon, Omar on Ukraine in May. Versus now. Y'all are coming up with bangers. This is going to be great. Yeah. Ye's Twitter is back up. No way. It's happening. Oh my God, it's happening. All right, hold on. There's so much to talk about here. Okay, hold up. Okay, I don't know what to do. I'm panicking. All right, what to cover? What do we cover? What do we cover? What do we do? Do we just do the headlines? Do we start? Okay. No, it's breaking. When news is breaking, it's broke. Can't unbreak it. What are you going to do? All right, so what's happening? Let's track this one live. Here we go. We got a live one. Holy shit, dudes. Something's happening in the world. Oh my God. Everyone hold on to your butt holes. What's going on? Is this real? What's real? What's not real? Paul Pelosi? That was a close one. He was almost not real anymore. I mean, not that he was fake, but he was almost made unreal. All right, but that's something else. Is Kanye back? What are you talking about? He's back! He's back! Wait, are we sure this is different? Are we sure that like he's back? I'm not like a big tracker of Kanye's Twitter account. Like, was there a time that this was gone? Is the question. Yeah. He's back. That's yay. Okay. What about Trump? Donald. Trump. This is archive of POTUS 45. Real Donald Trump. Still suspended. Oh my god. Okay, we're on watch. We are on the long night's watch. Winter is coming. We're gonna. Oh my gosh, let's get a pool going. No gamba, no gamba, no gamba. But if we did have a pool going, I would bet he's coming back. I bet he's coming back. It's just like we're waiting for this one. What about my account? What about Dan Simpson? I got murked. I got marked. Mark Zucked off Twitter. For what is this guy's name? It's this guy. I yelled at this guy on Twitter. The same guy who would eventually be the dude who broke into the fucking Capitol, J6. He's the guy who took a picture behind Pelosi's desk. Hey, Karem. What's up, homie? Not Benny Johnson, but a guy like Benny Johnson, to be honest, which is funny that you brought him up. All right, what's happening? Elon fired Vijaya Gaddy, head of legal policy, trust, and safety, who made the decision to fire Trump. This is so fun. The news is fun again. I hate how much I like this. It's because it's like, you know, no one's dying. Like, I'm covering something that's not war for a second, and I'm like, yay! Yeah! Unless, like, Elon's up in there, like, fucking mowing people down. Like the West told us happened at Tiananmen Square. What a weird joke. Why would I make that joke? Really anti-imperialist pilled. He really said make Twitter fun again. He did. I can't wait. I can't wait. Okay. I'm a sicko. I understand it. You're probably looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with Dan? I don't know. Jury's still out on that one. But the point is, this is going to give me a lot of content to cover here. This is going to give me a lot of content to cover here. I hate how much I'm going to like this. Yeah. Better than the bullshit on TV. Oh my god. TV is so boring so much. And we still watch so much TV, but it's just like, oh my god, y'all. You got writers writing this. And like, all I got to do is turn on the news, and it's just like, they got the goods. They got the goods on the news. It's hilarious stuff. Trump is so funny. Just Trump by himself, just walking around talking and saying stuff. He's so funny. I mean, I hate him. I love him. I love him. Sickos. Emote. Yeah. All right, everyone refresh. Refresh your chat. It's sicko, yes. Sicko, capital yes. Capital Y-S. Capital Y, yes. What? Where's my weed? It's in the other room. He's got to be coming back today. Refresh my chat? Oh, I thought I did. The fuck? What's with my touch portal? On, bro. I think they want to make a big deal of Trump returning. They're gonna bring back J6. Oh my god. I hate that. Dakadoon, that sucks. I hate that. No. Fucking won't work. I got a button that refreshes the... My buttons aren't working, homies. My button's broke. I just have one button, and it just does all the different things. My button's broke. I like to think of it like that. I don't have a stream deck. I just got a big button. It does all the buttons. All right, but I'm trying to refresh my fucking chat. Chat. Here, this is what I'm doing. All right, I'm in studio mode over here. All right, studio mode. I'm looking for the chat. Because I'm looking for dark chat so that I can refresh it. So that when I type sicko yes, it... There we go. All right, everyone's happy. All right. Haha. Fuck yeah. Sicko mode. Full sicko mode. Bunch of sickos. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're going to wait too long. I don't think they're going to wait till J6. It actually makes more sense to me that, it's going to be done so that Elon's like, see, I told you so, right? I don't know. That just makes sense to me. Hey, what do y'all think about the idea of call-ins? Can we do more call-ins? October surprise. Yeah, I think October still got something up its sleeve here. After trading today's your bet. I don't think he waits long. If he's going to do Trump, it's going to be soon. I could be wrong. Also looking forward to Elon's Twitter woes. Like a dog that caught a car. Someone tweeted something like, when they sold Tumblr, they lost $1 billion overnight or something like that. And they're like, we could do worse to Elon. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Here. I was on Tumblr when Yahoo bought it. We made them lose $1 billion. We can make Elon lose more. Let's go. I like that energy. I think we need more of that. That's weird. Twitter just ran over a pedestrian. Ken's gonna have a heyday with us. Ken, clip. Gonna have fun with us, I bet. You'll love to see it. That's funny. Twitter times Tesla. Let the Twitter times Tesla jokes begin. Funny. You had some sort of beef with Musk? Really? What happened? I guess I didn't realize that. I thought he was just... Yeah, I guess that makes sense now. I'm like, why does he go so hard on Musk, right? Of all the people. I mean, I guess he's the... people say he's the most wealthy person on Earth or whatever. Alright. You had beef? Fuck. Grind. You little fucker. What's gonna happen with Twitter? I haven't really thought through this at all. I'm like the anti-content creator. What does that mean? I don't know. I feel like every content creator don't know. They get up there and they're like, hey, listen to what I think about everything. I mean, it's not that I don't tell you what I think, but it's more like, hey, what do we think about this? I hate the feeling of like someone sitting down and like just monologuing at me. Right? It's weird going into those streams. I don't like sitting in those streams. I'd like to engage. I like this live energy. I like our live energy we have in chat. So many other streams are just... They're just you can tell they're reading their notes at you, and their notes are just off screen, right? It's weird to me. I'm like, you're just reading notes. We're not engaging. You like Second Thought? Yeah. I don't know. I just like this live energy we got here. You can't replicate that on a BreadTube video. Yeah. I think that's why my content looks the way it does. I do it live. I always have, you know, as a musician. I'm not like a studio musician, although studio's fun. I like to do it live. I'm going to be a singer. I should be able to sing the notes live on the stage into the microphone without you auto-tuning it or something. Maybe some reverb. You know? Do it live. People can't do it live. Sort of don't care if you...
We'll do it live.
You could do it...
We'll do it live! Fuck it!
With it all edited.
I'll write it and we'll do it live!
If I don't know, you can do it live.
Thing sucks!
Love your face. Huh. That goes for music and that goes for, you know, intellectual type people, right? Huh, that's interesting. You know what's also hard for me? There are exceptions, but like, I don't like it when people are anonymous. How about that? I don't like that. I prefer it. Again, there are exceptions. I prefer it when I know what the person looks like. When I know, you know, even what their name is. You know? Put your whole chest behind that thing. Own your content. But I don't know. It's not a rule. Just thinking out loud over here. There are exceptions. I know people, especially communists, they need their privacy. Oh my gosh, I'm starting to like pick up like my fake Obama speech patterns. What's going on over here? We do it because it's right. Yeah, it's like sneaking in there. All right, it's getting weird. Okay, what's happening here?
I'm a billionaire.
Oof! Hey guys, love your face, homie. Less than 2 you. Thanks for the 1312 biddies. Every biddy counts, folks. Boof is here, the leftist patron saint. Love your face. Let's go. The cadence, yeah, I think it's the cadence. Oh god. And this the vocal fry thing too. It's funny. Okay. I should have a channel point redemption. We should figure that out. Like, what would it be? 200. I don't know. I don't want to do channel points. Well, Dan, here's the thing. You got to think about what is this cadence? What is that cadence? It's like a cartoon thing that I'm doing. He doesn't even really do that, does he? What are you doing? You need to think a little bit harder about what you're doing. I think organize your community. Like I did. Do like I did in Chicago. Put on a suit. Organize the community. Not a tan suit. I don't like that. Not on my watch. Can I do Clinton or W? No, not really. I should just get one down and go from there. I think I could do Obama if I really practice. Rass! We tortured some folks. We did it for a good reason. Took them to Guantanamo. I don't like that place. I said shut it down. I convinced people I would shut it down. But when you become president, your priorities change. Priorities. It's right in there, isn't it? There it is, right? Before you're president, things you thought evil, actually, you can be convinced that they're good. Evil's good. Priorities. All right, I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna get much better. I think if I work on it every day, I'll get better. Maybe it could have like a channel point reward redemption where you give me a link. Channel point reward redemption where you give me a link of Obama and then I practice. And I do a little bit every day until I get better. I don't know. Help me workshop this idea. What am I going to do with this? All right. But we're still on Trump watch. Still on Trump watch. Yeah, it could be a cutout. I could do one of my my cutout scenes. 1,000 points where you have to do an Obama impression. We bombed some kids. Michelle and I, we like it. No king shaming. No king shaming in my White House. Of course, my White House, we call it the Black House. Not on my watch. Living a White House. No. Can't have that. No king shaming. None of that. Keep that Joe Brandon guy. Keep him away from me. You're taking up my time. Talk to me. Corn pop. I'm gonna work on this voice. Give me an Obama video. I want to get going on this. I just love this new thing. I gotta get good at this. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I want to call in to like different channels and stuff as Obama. I think I found my way that I'm willing to be on people's panels. I'm going to be the new panel guest, Obama. I'm not going to go on as me. Because I don't want to. I never have wanted to. I don't like being on people's stupid fucking panels. Or debate shows. I should debate everyone as Obama. I'm really going to have to level up my geopolitics here. And my Obama impression. Because I'm not quite there yet. What? Pussy to vid? What? Obama doing Anakin Skywalker quotes. Alright, give me some Anakin Skywalker quotes. Yeah, here we go. I'm not sure this is a good bit. Why are we doing this? Pussy 2 is a classic.
Yeah, another guy said, but I tell you what, you won't see me moving to no African jungle anytime soon. Or some goddamn desert somewhere sitting on a carpet with a bunch of Arabs. No, sir. And you won't see me stop eating no ribs either. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. Don't Malcolm talk about no pussy? Now you know that ain't gonna work.
Yo, that's Obama doing an impression of a black guy. Like, what was going on there? Here's the thing. I can do an Obama impression and it would not be racist. But if I did that voice... No! Pump the brakes! Right? So funny. I want more Obama reading books. Like, yeah, Obama narrates, I don't know, Dr. Seuss. You could do some xenophobia. Oh my God, over here. Not that I want to do that voice. I'm just saying. I'm just illustrating. I'm not like desperate to do the voice he's doing. But I'm just illustrating. Oh my God, over here. That video is incredible. And pussy too.
On a carpet with a bunch of Arabs? No, sir. And you won't see me stop eating no ribs either. Gotta have them ribs.
Hold on.
And pussy too. Don't Malcolm talk about no pussy? Now
I need that sound effect.
Well, the struggle continues. The struggle continues.
have them ribs. And pussy. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. Don't Malcolm talk about no pussy?
I got it.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
What? You can't believe he does this. You can't believe it. Pussy too. I love him. Dan, what you don't know, I had to say that. Especially pussy too. It was my favorite part. Pussy too. I have them ribs. Oh my God. So what? No, this is just gonna be a button for me. You all have too many buttons. You got too many buttons. Main channel. Main. No, I want soundboard. Go to soundboard. Soundboard. I gotta make another row. I gotta make another row. He goes, and pussy too. He goes, gotta have them ribs. And pussy
We'll see who
too.
cancels who.
I need to make a thumbnail. He's so funny. He's so funny. He's nowhere near as funny as Trump, okay? It's just different ballpark. Trump is otherworldly funny. Gotta have them ribs and pussy too. Oh, this makes me so happy. Where did it go? I didn't save it. I just did the screen cap. I didn't save it. That's the problem here. Screen cap. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. It makes me so happy. This, like, I just love... One thing that I love, folks, is this thing that we get to do here on the channel that is hard to explain. Because, I don't know, I don't know. It's this thing where when we do a thing and when we learn about something, like when you learn about something, when we learn about something and I stick it in the Encyclopedia Danica, when I put it into my notes, like we've learned it. Like we can't unlearn that, right? We've leveled up, all right? Same with these buttons and sound effects and shit. We're leveling up. And after a while, homies, we're gonna have just like all of the sound effects on all of like the relevant and interesting and silly sound effects.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
With the cocks touching.
Go fuck yourself, you cunt.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created
It's quiet.
Not this time. No.
Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I put a stake through her heart and garlic round her neck to make sure she never come back.
Hang on a minute. It's not your country, Joe. You doddering old fool.
Now get the fuck out of here.
Of the Islamic Union of Mujahideen of Afghanistan and other members of his distinguished delegation.
I'm gonna have the best politics soundboard on the planet.
The Holodomor was not real.
No collusion. No obstruction. He's a leaker.
The leaker.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
I'm gonna have the best politics soundboard on the fucking planet. And I'm gonna do amazing Obama impressions. And I'm gonna be a geopolitics understander. And I'm gonna have a 10-inch penis. Sorry. Unstoppable. Is he back yet? Not yet. Not yet. All right. We're having a good time, huh? So what's going to happen with Twitter? We are tracking this one live. It's a live one, folks. A live one. Let me know if anything happens, because we're going to track that one, I guess, throughout the day. You showed your partner some VJ Prashad vids. I swear they single-handedly pushed him more to being a revolutionary than anything else I've showed him. I don't know how, I don't know what hit, but now he goes mediocre, too. Right. Pierce, that's like a nice little pierce. Right in that imperial veil. Like, these are our leaders? What in the fuck? I hope people just reply to that apartheid billionaire guy with a pic of him and Ghislaine. Oh my god. Speaking of sentences that I wish never made sense. What the fuck? What the fuck, right? What a disgusting place we've got for ourselves here. What a world where these words make sense. Ugh. VJ Prashad is so awesome. I forgot to email him. I gotta email him. VJ's sick. Oh, no, it's fine. We never make fun of people's misspellings. Unless we do. Because it's funny. You're allowed to mistype in my chat. Who's VJ? VJ Prashad. VJ Prashad. He says mediocre.
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 He's got this great video which I need to take and turn into Rev Lo-Fi video, and I think they've got it on Breakthrough News. Don't miss that opportunity. I know, Ross, yeah.
Nice.
I know, homie. Breakfast Club Power? What the fuck am I looking at? Breakthrough News. I'll probably look VJ Prashad. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna turn this into a Rev Lo-Fi talk. It's an 18-minute talk, so I'm not gonna pull it up right now. But
so great to listen to our comrades Claudia and Kristen. And you know what? Let me tell you something.
tell me.
When I say that they have this habit of wagging their fingers, I also want to say they're deeply mediocre people. You know, Joe Biden is...
They're gonna wag their fingers at us, homies. Hell no.
He's a deeply mediocre man. There's something deeply unsettling about how mediocre the leaders of the United States are. I mean, look at Ted Cruz.
Hey, guys.
What is this? Who are these people? And in a way, it's the people of the United States that's failing themselves.
All right, I'm gonna put the brakes on there. You got a new puppy? Oh. Good. All right.
P.S.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Go fuck
She's
yourself.
amazing and very lovely. Oh. Homie. And I just want to tell you how proud I am. I've been seeing your journey. You've been sharing your journey over there. Way to go, homie. Way to go. You've achieved a lot. Good for you. Yeah, definitely share pictures of the pup in the Discord. Let's get into the headlines. Oligarchy Now. This is Oligarchy Now. I'm Blamey Badman. Where's my fucking... I've got a kazoo around here somewhere.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
Let's see what we learned from Amy Goodman today. How many imperialisms she does. How many times she carries water for Empire. She's Empire's stenographer. Empire's dutiful stenographer. That's good. Empire's dutiful stenographer. I'm Amy Goodman. What is this?
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Thursday,
Goes right
the
for it.
world faces the most dangerous and unpredictable decade since the end of World War II. Even as he insisted the war in Ukraine was going according to plan.
Out of tune, sorry.
Over the course of a 4-hour appearance at a foreign policy conference in Moscow, Putin said Russia stands ready for a negotiated end to the conflict in Ukraine.
Amy, speak up. You got that leftist audio. We can't hear you.
But insisted Ukraine and its allies are not willing to engage in diplomacy.
What's your take on Breakthrough News? I don't know. They talk about a lot of things, and they're better than Amy Goodman.
He also railed against Western powers, comparing them to Nazi Germany.
Just generally speaking, good.
The disintegration of the Soviet Union destroyed the balance of geopolitical powers.
But hey, at one point I thought Democracy Now! Was good. Like, well, what the fuck do I know, right? I'm just a dumb guy with a lot of hair.
The West felt it was the victor and declared a unipolar world order in which only its will, its culture, its interest had the right to exist. Now, this historic period of Western dominance in world affairs is coming to an end.
In Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warned in a televised address Thursday much of Ukraine will face extended blackouts after Russia launched a series of attacks on energy infrastructure. Zelensky spoke from a darkened street next to the wreckage of what he said was an Iranian-made drone used in recent assaults. He said Ukraine had shot down 300 of the drones and that Russia has launched more than 8,000 airstrikes and 4,500 missiles since it invaded in February.
I don't know what to believe about any of this. What's going on over there? Like, what was that drone? Do I have to, like, dismantle Empire's narrative again? Like, what the fuck is going on with the drones? This drone narrative, right? She's Empire's... I've never seen the pictures of them before either. I hear them make like sound like a moped.
Of what he said was an Iranian-made drone used in recent assaults. He said Ukraine had shot down 300 of the drones.
Come on. I bet they shot some down. But like at the same time, they want us to believe they got all those 300? I bet if anything, like if there are a bunch of these things flying around, probably a fraction of that, they're trying to build this narrative that they're winning. What's going on over there? Who the fuck can tell me what's going on? Hey, Nate.
Buongiorno.
This is the best walk on. It's the best walk on. 10 out of 10. I just love it so much every day. All right. Where am I? Good morning, Stellar. Where are we? So what is the deal with these Iran things? Am I wrong to have any amount of skepticism about this narrative? They say they shot down 300 of them. Do you trust Zelensky? They shot down 300. I don't know. I just something about that. I'm like, no. So what is going on? Are these really Iranian drones? Iranian drones? We understand Iran and Russia have got they've got a relationship here. We'll watch a video later to describe why, I would say I support such a relationship. I don't support war. Nice shot. But I do support the relationship that Iran and Russia has more than I support the relationship that the United States and Ukraine has. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so I don't know what's happening. I don't know if Iran's actually sending drones over. I literally just don't know what to think. I've not begun to to try to interrogate this narrative by Empire, but it's clearly important to them. I gotta figure this out, don't I? Iran's been sanctioned for years. They're gonna have economic relationships with whoever they can. They don't have a lot of options. What am I getting today? Oh, I think I'm getting my weed book today. Folks, if you're interested in watching my weed journey, oh, I'm getting seeds today. I gotta wait to do the seeds until my tent's built, right? I gotta wait for my tent. Because once you do the seeds, you got a couple days, and then you gotta stick them in under the lights, right? All right, so I don't think I'm ready. I gotta wait for my tent. Is that the logic? Does that check out? Weed people, does that check out? All right, I'm excited. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I can start germinating now. Well, I don't have my tent or lights. So I guess the question is, once I start germinating, you know, all right, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. You germinate in the dark. I get that. But then it's going to be like, what, 2 days? And then I got to stick them under lights, right? 3 to 7 days to germinate. All right. All right. I'm just going to wait. I just want to be sure. But good to know. 3 to 7 days. All right. Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue Autos. Let's go. I'm gonna grow weed. All right. Where am I? We're here. Zelensky, Iranian drones. This seems to be an important narrative for the West. It does a couple different things. It goes, see, Iran's bad. See, we told you so, everybody, right? That's what it sort of says. It checks that box for empire. And same with Russia. See? They're bad. And see, the bad people are friends. See? Right? It says that, right? That's what it's implying. Like, I think it's helpful to think of media and the way that media frames things in the West in terms of, hey, does this framing help the West? Who does this help? And you can start seeing through a lot of different things if you sort of keep that in mind. Okay, Iranian drones. I'd like to, if you know someone who knows more about the Iranian drones, please let me know. Maybe we could talk to someone about it, because otherwise I'm not sure where to start digging.
And that Russia has launched more than 8,000 airstrikes and 4,500 missiles since it invaded in February.
I'm skeptical of this narrative. I don't know why. You know, what I mean to say is, like, I don't have like a good reason yet. A specific, like, good reason. But my reason is that you should always be skeptical of Western narratives, not just because of a vibe, but because they give us reason after reason after reason after reason to be skeptical of their narratives. I'm not making it up, this thing that we should be skeptical. There's a reason for it. And they give us all the reasons in the world. All right.
The Biden administration has released its nuclear power posture review for 2022, with anti-nuclear groups warning the document will do little to prevent the threat of a catastrophic war. The document proposes cutting some programs like a submarine-launched nuclear cruise missile system begun under former President Trump. However, the White House is pressing ahead with a so-called modernization plan aimed at upgrading the U.S. arsenal, currently estimated about 5,400 nuclear warheads. Last year, the Congressional Budget Office estimated those programs will cost more than $630 billion this decade alone. The Union of Concerned Scientists said in a statement, quote, President...
A lot going on there. If you don't mind, I'm doing it again.
Nuclear groups warning the document will do little to prevent the threat of a catastrophic war. The document proposes cutting some programs like a submarine-launched nuclear cruise missile system begun under former President Trump. However, the White House is pressing ahead with a so-called modernization plan aimed at upgrading the U.S. arsenal, currently estimated about 5,400 nuclear warheads. Last year, the Congressional Budget Office estimated those programs will cost more than $630 billion this decade alone. The Union of Concerned Scientists said in a statement, quote, President Biden could have used the nuclear posture review to dramatically decrease the risk of nuclear war by declaring that the United States will never start a nuclear war and
we need to go the opposite direction here.
Ending the president's sole authority to launch a nuclear strike. These changes would immediately reduce the risk of a misunderstanding, miscalculation, or flat-out mistake leading to a world-changing nuclear war, they said.
Yeah. That's the deal. You said the new Rathbone? What's something about this?
How far the searchlights can you see nature climb up the back of Highway 90? All the poets say in a town of superstition, in a world of make-believers, and the silence has turned evil. The silence has turned evil. Every mile, every marker, the dark is getting darker. By the bank of the river, only this far but no further. Put a face to your conviction. This silence gives permission. The silence has turned evil. And the silence has turned evil. And the silence has turned evil. Private banks and private interest, it is made into their image. Those who profit praise the system, it is made into their image. In the cages they listen, this silence gives permission, and the silence has turned evil. The silence has turned evil.
All right. Good. Great. We're back to it.
Voters in Brazil head to the polls Sunday for a runoff election.
Brazil runoff election Sunday. All right. I'll be here. I think.
That pits far-right President.
I am, chat. I'm up to more than 210 hours streamed in the last 30 days. Pretty good, huh?
President Jair Bolsonaro against former leader Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Polls have shown Lula with a slender but consistent lead. Ahead of the vote, Bolsonaro's son, Rio State Senator Flavio Bolsonaro, claimed his
So, prediction. I'm saying it. Prediction. Lula wins. You can mark it. Mark my words. All right. But is there going to be some fuckery?
His father was the victim of, quote, the greatest electoral fraud ever seen, unquote.
I also predict fuckery incoming. Mark my words.
By the Bolsonaro family and their allies to sow doubt over the election have added to fears that Bolsonaro will attempt to stage a coup.
What kind of fuckery? Do you think a Trump-style fuckery? A big steal? The big lie?
If he loses. Those concerns grew this week after
That looked like fucking the guy from Fox
authorities
and
in
Friends.
Rio de Janeiro charged a former Congress member and Bolsonaro ally with attempted murder after he attacked federal police officers with a rifle and grenade as they sought to arrest him Sunday. Bolsonaro has since tried to distance himself from the former Congress member, Roberto Jefferson, even though several photographs taken in 2020 show the pair laughing and smiling together.
Off the count, yeah.
Meanwhile, environmentalists fear what a Bolsonaro...
At this point, there's like been so many of these types of like things that it's just they could just... It seems like they could just pick their flavor, mix and match their toppings, you know?
Victory could mean...
It's like going to Cold Stone and making a fucking ice cream.
For the climate crisis.
What Brazilians do now at the polls is much more than a change of president. These are fundamental choices.
Gonna do them like Boric now that the soft coup has failed? What does that mean? How you doing, Zoot? Hold my hand through that. Rug pull foreign investment from specific labor sectors early in the term, cause as much early turmoil as possible. Yeah, exactly. Okay. They're gonna be like, see? Told you you wanted the fascists that play along with the United States. Biden would definitely try to discredit elections in Brazil. I could see it. All right. And Bolsonaro's party still holds the legislature? That's interesting. I got a Yoshimi here. You gonna sit on my lap? Do you want to hang out with me in here? Or do you want to go back outside? Everyone help me pay Yoshimi and... pay Yoshimi. Everyone help me feed Yoshimi. Help us feed Yoshimi. Subscribe to the channel now. When the new month begins, I'm gonna start my ad schedule again. It's gonna be a pretty oppressive ad schedule, I'll be honest. So make sure you get your subscriptions in. Get your subbies in. You're going to give me a huge bonus for doing 190 hours of streaming with the ads. A big chunk of money. It's hard to say no to. At this point, I can't. Cannot say no. I'm not in a position to say no to money. Southpaw, welcome in, homie. Okay, so back to the video. Sorry.
For our country, choices for the future. We will choose whether we stay with democracy or not. We will have to choose if we keep the Amazon alive or if we keep Bolsonaro. It's a choice between the two. It's not going to be possible to have both at the same time.
Wow.
Canada has sent a delegation to Haiti to assess security and humanitarian concerns as Haiti faces worsening political instability and gang activity. Canada's Foreign Minister and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau met with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Ottawa Thursday as the two countries push for an international armed intervention in Haiti.
Not even mad.
Haitians have taken to the streets in recent weeks denounced.
Fuck. We need to go back to Haiti, don't we? What's going on in Haiti? We need to do a deep dive on Haiti. I don't know if that's happening today, but that's like something we need to like really spell out, just like we did with Libya. Should we do that soon? Alphabet boys incoming. Oh, CIA. What do you think? Should that be an? We should that should be our. Oh, okay. Hold on. Listen to me here. Listen. Feel me out here. Help me think through this. What do you think about like deep dives? We do like one, you know, more like of deep dive of like something that's more of a current events kind of a thing, right? And then after that, the next one we do maybe something related, but you know, we go back in history a little bit more. You know, do a little bit of historical materialism, and then bounce to try to apply that to something that's something breaking out in real time or near real time. So that's the thing. I want to be able to be good at like calling shit out in near real time. I want to be good at that. And that's not just going to happen. That's going to require I have a space where I just do that every day. And then I'm like, wait, we have that space right here. We have that. We have a really interesting opportunity to do something very unique right here. And I feel like it would be irresponsible of me to not do this thing after I've realized this. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Like, we could do some real damage over here. I was thinking about this the other day. I was on Twitter, and I was thinking about how, like, it was sort of easy for me to, like, ruin Chase Bank's tweets. And they obviously have a social media strategy. They're paying people to do things online because they have goals. And I'm like, well, I'm just a regular guy. And I can undermine their goals just by like doing direct action shit, just tweeting at them. I guess that's direct action. In this case, it's direct action because I'm undermining their ability to like get new customers by warning them that I'm like, hey, these motherfuckers stole my money, right? Stuff like that. You can undermine people's goals in real time, but you can't do that if you don't understand what their goals are and how they're trying to achieve it. They are trying to achieve it via social media, via media, via, you know, sort of like what appears to be more crowd-funded media, Majority Report. And they're just feeding us empire apologia, homies. And there's like very few people pushing back on that. There are very few people pushing back on that, like in real time. We have a really interesting opportunity here. Like, I feel like my mission has been revealed to me over the last 8-9 months, whatever, since the fucking Russian tanks rolled in February. Like, I'm like, wow, these people are not on our side here. They have goals. People are paying them to achieve their goals. We can undermine their goals in real time or near real time by forcing the contradictions. By forcing their contradictions. Like, let's fucking go over here. And this is like, it's like crystallizing in front of me, like what my mission is. And like how I can do that. I can do that. I can undermine their rhetoric. I can undermine narrative's empire in real time. But I can't do that if I don't know what's happening. So that's where my notes come in. That's where you come in. That's where our dialectic process comes in. I love the dialectic. All right. So I hope you're tracking that, what I just said, okay? probably makes me a target for the CIA. Hi. You know? But, good. That means I'm doing something right. So, yeah. Investigative anti-imperialist journalism. Yeah, sure. I don't know if that's what it is. Did Ukraine blow that dam yet? I don't know. We haven't heard anything. If I call in a majority report, it's gonna be as Obama. It's gonna be as anti-imperialist Obama. Obama. What did I just say? Listen, Sam. Here's the thing. What you seem to be missing. What you seem to be missing. Your audience. They're missing something. Here's the thing. NATO never had a good intervention. You seem to think that they do. For instance, take Libya. I let Deep State go crazy. Then I had to take the fallout. And that's when I was president. My priorities changed. Here's the thing. I'm lucky. I missed blowback. Here's the thing, Sam. Don't forget, being president, complicated, very, very complicated. Lots of nuance. You got neoliberals over here. Got neoconservatives. You got Supreme Court. Abortions. Tea Party. Here's the thing, Sam. The bombing of Libya. Justified, you might say. Legitimate exercise. Have you seen Punish, Bernie? Yeah. Sam. The bombing of Libya. We spent about $225 million on Patriot missiles. And the blowback. Poor Sam Cedar. Poor Ariana Grande. Her concert was ruined by one of the freedom fighters sent by MI5. Blowback. Sam, have you heard of blowback? It's something I just simply can't live with. Bush. GW. You know. He tried telling me to paint. I can't paint. I play basketball. That's how I handle my pain. Go on the court. Shooting threes. Shooting from the free throw line. It's free. Like the market. Sam, what you don't realize is if you want to serve empire, you have to stay up late at night. You got to wonder about the market. The free market. Is the market free? Is the market in chains? How can I free the market from the chains of the Soviet Union? Gaddafi. I know the vocal fry is way too much, but it does this weird thing where it helps me dial it in. So I got to figure out how to do it without. Gaddafi. Evil guy. You might say, beloved by his people. Can't get around that. They loved him. They loved him so much. We had to arm people. We had to arm people to try to kill him. They love him. Can't deny it. It's a fact. But we had to bomb him. We saw him. Our intelligence driving in a convoy. We had to bomb him. We had a chance. He was going to do a genocide. Our intelligence said genocide incoming. Hope. We were hopeful for change in Libya. We bring the mandate from voters. Hope and change. Change. I hope. Hope. Change. Yeah. Okay. What am I doing here? Okay, that was a good sesh. That was a good Obama sesh. Next.
Foreign aid and occupation, saying the U.S. and other foreign powers have contributed to the destabilization of Haiti. Protesters are also demanding the resignation of the U.S.-backed Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry.
Yo, they do a coup. Henry's like, well, I'm president now. The West is like, yep, he's president. He's president. Yep, we like this guy. 9 months later or so, the West is like, oh, see, their president is asking for our help. We're going to send in our guns. So what's happening over there? What is an update? I feel like we left where we last left off. It was like Canadian. Looked like Canadian troops arriving and U.S. troops arriving. What happened?
Meanwhile, a group of Democratic senators, led by Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey, are urging the Biden administration to expand and extend temporary protected status, that's TPS, for Haitians as thousands continue to flee to the United States. Haiti's current TPS designation expires in February. The Biden administration...
God. Oh, imagine a Markey presidency. I'd be working on that voice right now.
Administration has continued to mass deport Haitian asylum seekers, including children, despite widespread shortages of food, water.
All right, what's this? The Iranian interview went live today?
The death of a young Iranian.
What are you talking about? All right, we got an Iran update, is what you're saying? All right. All right, well, there's a lot to go over today, chat. This is going to be like a real serious day, I think. Hold on to your buttholes. All right, so Iran so far away. All right, that's later, though. Thank you.
And other vital resources. In related news, hundreds of...
An interview with Professor Marandi from Iran and the DW German media company. All right, you watched it?
Of thousands of immigrants from El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and
Nepal
who have TPS are at risk of deportation after negotiations with the Biden administration to expand the relief collapsed earlier this week. Talks have been ongoing for over a year as part of litigation demanding the U.S. government redesignate TPS for more than 260,000 people. In 2020, a federal appeals court...
Sorry, I wasn't listening. Is this immigration stuff, TPS?
Reversed an injunction from 2018 that had blocked termination of their relief. That decision is not yet final as plaintiffs await another hearing, but people could lose their protections as early as the end of the year if the Biden administration continues to defend the Trump-era decision.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas, families of victims of the massacre in Uvalde packed a Public Safety Commission meeting Thursday to demand the resignation of Texas's top law enforcement official over the botched police response during the mass shooting and the mishandling of the investigation that followed. Newly released body cam footage shows Texas law enforcement officers at Robb Elementary School on May 24th acknowledging they should confront the gunman, but saying they were afraid of getting shot. 19 students and 2 of their teachers.
Yo, they do this thing where they murder unarmed people, and they say that they're afraid that they're being shot, and the courts are like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, yeah. And then they do this thing where they do have a gun, and they're like, well, we didn't shoot him because we were afraid to get shot. And the courts are like, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, we got it. Yep. We'll take it from here, guys. What the fuck is going on here?
Were killed that day as over 70 minutes passed before police finally entered the fourth grade classroom and killed the gunman. Democratic State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who represents Uvalde, spoke at Thursday's meeting.
No help arrived. We'll never know how many children could have been saved. 2, 3, 4. A few died on the way to the hospital. Eva Mireles died on the way to the hospital. The actions by DPS in the aftermath of the shooting are nearly as egregious as their inaction on May 24th.
My God.
To see our interview with Texas State Senator Gutierrez, go to democracynow.org. Elon Musk has reportedly closed his $44 billion purchase of Twitter and has fired the company's top executive.
I don't get this sync thing. I don't want to know. Fuck it. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Including its CEO and CFO. Musk changed his Twitter bio to read Chief Twit and tweeted, quote, "The bird is free."
What? The right cannot meme.
Late Thursday. Twitter employees have expressed fears Musk would slash its existing workforce by 75%. Meanwhile, many are expecting Elon Musk to reinstate Donald Trump's account, which was permanently suspended after the January 6th insurrection. In New Jersey, a federal...
And, again... Still suspended.
Federal prosecutors issued dozens of subpoenas in a wide-ranging criminal investigation involving several people, including U.S. Senator Robert Menendez. That's according to NBC News, which reports the investigation also involves a company that's authorized by the government of Egypt to certify exports of halal food worldwide. Menendez is a Democrat and chair of the Senate Foreign Relations.
That guy's sussy.
Committee. In 2017, prosecutors dropped corruption charges against him after a jury couldn't agree on a verdict. In that case, Senator Menendez was accused of influence peddling on behalf of a New Jersey ophthalmologist in exchange for flights on a private jet, luxury hotel stays, and six-figure campaign contribution.
What? This seems sussy, right? Ah, fuck, I fucked it up. Fuck it. Just imagine the sound and it's funny. Okay, I fucked it up. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Is this like another rabbit hole I gotta go down today? This is like Friday dump. I feel like this is the Friday dump, homies. They're giving us homework for the weekend, you know? And I want to relax and get day drunk. Wow. There's like a lot going on here. What is this Menendez story? What did they just say? Let me just hear them say it again. Do it again.
U.S. Senator Robert Menendez. That's according to NBC News, which reports the investigation includes insurrection. In New Jersey, federal prosecutors issued dozens of subpoenas in a wide-ranging criminal investigation involving several people, including U.S. Senator Robert Menendez. That's according to NBC News, which reports the investigation also involves a company that's authorized by the government of Egypt to certify exports of halal food worldwide. Menendez is a Democrat and chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In 2017, prosecutors dropped corruption charges against him after a jury couldn't agree on a verdict. In that case, Senator Menendez was accused of influence peddling on behalf of a New Jersey ophthalmologist in exchange for flights on a private jet, luxury hotel stays, and six-figure campaign contributions.
A lot going on there. There's a lot going on there.
U.S. Centers for Disease Control is warning communities of color are far less likely to benefit from.
Fuck, homies. I've done a couple of these gigs for this like bipartisan immigration group. And Robert Menendez seems to show up to a lot of these different events. They got me like running fucking AV pretty much for their Zoom presentations. They just want it to look nice. And they're willing to pay me decent money to do it. By the way, this is the thing for which I got paid, and then I tried to deposit it at Chase, and then they held on to it for a really long time. By the way, that same money was finally just released to me like about a week back. That's the money that I used to buy all the weed stuff. So that's the whole big connection there. Anyways. Yeah. Also, the same group asked me to do an event with fucking Karl Rove. And I'm like, y'all have got to be kidding me. Get the fuck out of here. No.
From potentially life-saving treatments for COVID-19. A CDC study released Thursday found African-American and Latinx patients received the antiviral drug Paxlovid more than 30% less often than white patients, even though people of color in the U.S. are about twice as likely to be hospitalized with COVID. This comes as U.S. coronavirus hospitalizations have begun to increase for the first time since July.
By the way, they stopped asking me to do gigs. The one that I did most recently, again, that I got paid for, that is sort of like an offshoot group. And they hire me, and they actually watch my channel. But the main group that I was making the content for, is called, what is it, ABIC? Something, I don't know what the fuck they're called. But, they were the one that wanted me to do the Karl Rove gig. They don't ask me to do gigs anymore. I think it's since I turned down the Karl Rove thing.
In Uganda, more than a dozen people, including 6 school children, have tested positive for the Ebola virus in the capital, Kampala. It's part of a new outbreak.
Sucks, man. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Yeah, I'm like thinking about that. Shot myself in the foot. Financially. But like, I just can't do it. Can't make Karl Rove content. I can't work with people that would like have me do that. Fuck. Makes me wonder how much money I've lost. Fuck.
Of the disease, which has seen over 100 confirmed infections and 30 deaths in Uganda since the first case emerged in September. It's the 5th outbreak of Ebola in Uganda since 2000. In Pakistan, tens of thousands of people attended the funeral of prominent journalist Arshad Sharif in Islamabad Thursday. Sharif was killed by police in Kenya Sunday in what authorities claim was a case of a mistaken identity. Sharif had fled Pakistan just 2 months before his death to avoid arrest following a series of criminal charges over his criticism of the Pakistani military and the government of Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, who rose to power after the ouster of Imran Khan. Arshad Sharif had been living in hiding in Kenya. Supporters are demanding justice for Sharif and a thorough and independent investigation into his killing. Pakistan has a history of media suppression and violence against journalists and critics often blamed.
And did you hear the one about the rich leftist? Where's this going? Sounds like a dad joke. Here we go. No. Doesn't exist.
the military. In the Philippines, landslides and flooding have killed at least 31 people, while others remain missing as rains from tropical storm Nalgi lash the central and southern Visayas and Mindanao regions. Authorities warn more flooding could be on its way as the storm makes landfall this weekend in northern Philippines. And in Mexico. Same-sex marriage is now legal across the whole country after the states of Guerrero and Tamaulipas legalized marriage equality this week. Same-sex couples can now get married in all 32 Mexican states. This is LGBTQ activist Denise Mercado celebrating the news Wednesday.
Tamaulipas said yes to marriage.
You love to see it.
Yes to love and yes to our families, and also that we have the same rights.
You know, that's what's interesting. In the United States, it looks like gay marriage is literally not literally, but figuratively on a precarious foothold over there. You know what I mean? Pretty precarious. And yet, Mexico, Cuba, places that like Americans love to hate on, they're showing us what fucking freedom is. But like all these dumb fucking chuds are like, oh, we got so much freedom and democracy here. Like, oh my gosh. They're so propagandized. We're sliding backwards. Of course, some people are so fucking sick that they're like, yeah, this is an example of our freedom. That's how fucking sick some people are, right? Others are just too fucking dumb to see it. They don't realize we are a
fascist police state. Just other families. We are not, quote, unnatural. On the contrary, we have existed throughout history.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
All right. Americans are so hopelessly propagandized. Some people cannot begin to think about how propagandized they are. It's just off the charts. We brought the propagandists from Nazi Germany and set loose the American public, and now we're paying for it. But you can boo the president. You can't do that in Russia. Oh, we have so much more democracy because you can tweet at the president that you don't like him. You could write blogs about how... In the United States... You guys, seriously, listen. In Russia, they don't have any freedom, okay? They don't have any democracy in Russia. In the United States, you can write a blog post. You could write a blog post about how much you hate America. You could make a YouTube video. You can't do this in Russia. You can make a YouTube video and spend hours and hours and hours on it. Okay, you can't do this in Russia. They won't let you. You can spend hours on it. No one will watch it. But you can make it. Because of the freedom and the democracy. No one will watch it. I can't even get my friends and family to watch my videos. I hear they don't have internet, and Elon Musk is gonna try to give them internet from space because our oligarchs are better than theirs. Rachel Maddow told me. Oh. Why don't you see that? Where were we? Can't wait till I get that Putin check. 'Cause I'm fucking dying over here. It's my Putin check. When's the Mexican government gonna pay? When's AMLO gonna pay me? Alright. 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 Wow. There was a lot going on there. Nukes. Well, I'm a nuclear expert. Remember we became nuclear experts the other day? I was channeling the teethy head giver. Nukes, huh? Different nukes. What is this? Meanwhile, Russians are snorting. What is this? What? 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 Hold on. What? I'm trying to figure out how that has anything to do. But I get weird vibes over here. I'm getting weird vibes. What? Getting weird vibes. All right. So let's consider checking Iran. This video here. Is this for later? Iran protests. What questions do we have? One question I had is like, what the fuck's going on in Haiti? Questions. What's going on? Haiti update. What's the Haiti update? It's got to be a question. I'm sorry, what's the Haiti update? All right, that's one thing that popped up. Iranian drones? Whoa. What do we really know? What do we really know about this? I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. I'm honestly skeptical. I don't know exactly why or what, but we'll talk about it. What other questions came up as you were watching? Chat, what other questions came up as you were watching Oligarchy Now with Amy Badman? Play me. I stream so much, and I put OBS on the same monitor every day, over and over and over again, that it's starting to get screen burn over here, where it says news, politics, and memes. Isn't that wild? Well, I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna move it. Where it goes. Okay. You missed most of it because it's super busy at work. Oh no. Well, Empire's dutiful stenographer Amy Goodman clocked in today. to talk about Empire's narrative about Iranian drones, despite I don't know how much of that's fucking confirmed. It feels like none of it is. Right? She mentioned the military-industrial complex, upgrading the nuclear arsenal, spending a shit ton of money, $630 billion just in this decade to update 5,400 nuclear warheads. Brazil's going to have a runoff Sunday. I'm predicting Lula's going to win. I'll probably be streaming here, so come hang out with me. I'm expecting fuckery. Libya will probably... oh, that's later. Yes, Twitter is back up because Elon took over Twitter. All right. Robert Menendez. I don't know why my notes got fucked up here. Robert Menendez, the guy on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has been given tons. Has been given. I believe he's been given a subpoena in terms of some real corruption shit here in the United States. The corrupt regime of the United States. We'll see what happens with there. With that, an Ebola outbreak in Uganda. What happened with this guy in Pakistan? Like, this one was interesting. What was that? What was that? What was that? Can I go back to that? Okay, so, okay, well, the Pakistan thing. Pakistan. Okay, so Pakistan, they were saying someone was murdered. Someone was murdered. Were they sort of like a pro Imran Khan guy? Is that what I'm to assume? Or at the very least, the pro U.S. government decided that he was? They just banned Khan from holding office. That's they cooed the fuck out of him, man. At the time, I knew very little about it, but I got the impression it was a Western coup. I do believe that's like the conclusion we reached over here. Gonna be a global Ebola outbreak? Oh no. Oh man. We're less able to handle outbreaks than we were before COVID, homies. We're so fucked. Oh my god. Did he die? No, we'll call it a soft coup. It's a really hard soft coup. They soft couped him really hard. They can't, apparently he can't even run for office again. LD stuff. Drones. What was I looking for? Nukes. Lula. No. The guy murdered. The guy that they murdered. Am I missing it?
His death to avoid arrest. In Pakistan, tens of thousands of people attended the funeral of prominent journalist Arshad Sharif in Islamabad Thursday. Sharif was killed by police in Kenya Sunday in what authorities claim was a case of a mistaken identity. Sharif had fled Pakistan just 2 months before his death to avoid arrest following a series of criminal charges over his criticism of the Pakistani military and the government of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who rose to power after the ouster of Imran Khan. Arshad Sharif had been living in hiding in Kenya. Supporters are demanding justice for Sharif and a thorough and independent investigation into his killing.
Sounds like Khashoggi. Octams in chat. Alright, let's just... I'm not banning anybody, but like, just don't do sockdam shit in my chat. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Alright. Yeah, it definitely seems like he got assassinated. So... definitely assassinated. Khashoggi vibes. Not that Saudi Arabia did it. Just saying they offed a... Right. They killed a journalist. Way different. It's not the same. All right. What's this guy's name?
Shabazz Sharif. Criticism of before his death to awaken identity.
Arshad Sharif. Pakistan is pretty much like a U.S. What do we say? Like ally? Is that unfair to say? And they did a coup. They got rid of God damn it, I already forgot. Do a coup, they get rid of Imran Khan. It appeared as though at the time it was a US backed coup. You never really know. But there were definitely all of the the alarm bells going off at the time. And US supported the new regime. And this journalist talked shit about him. And they off him. The United States will continue to support Pakistan and this this regime. Aren't they? Pakistan's close to China as well. Our relationship's less well-defined in terms of camps until recently. Let's talk about this today, Ross. That ties into what I want to get at. We're gonna lead with the video by Marxist Paul. Dialectical materialism. I'm Marxist Paul. And then a response by Midwest Marx. Yeah. Pulls them firmly into our realm. Right? Not to make it Marvel shit. Not to make this a Marvel level understanding. But to add to our understanding of what's happening here. That's what's going on. Yeah. They're literally silencing the opposition to a US-backed regime. Post what appears to be a US coup. All right. Chat, let me know if you seem to have if you have a different understanding of this. It appears the West is pushing one narrative. This murder, this assassination, is going to make it harder for them to do that. They don't give a fuck though. Not interrupt U.S. hegemony in the middle of its evil shit. It will always refuse to take to have accountability, to take any meaningful amount of accountability for what they do. Simultaneously, they project on their enemies all of the evil shit that is not even tangentially related to the support that their enemies give. It's just wild, dude. They're projecting so fucking hard. All right. Where am I? I was a bit skeptical of Khan's assertions that the U.S. was involved in ousting him. PM, after Khan had been meeting with China, but killing this journalist seems to be the smoking gun. Either you're with us or you're terrorists. The pink Himalayan pink salt comes from an underground mine in the desert of Pakistan. Wow. Wow. Okay. Folks, if you learn anything else about this story, please forward it to me through the Discord. As always, you're invited to add links, resources to add to our understanding of these stories that we cover. So, for instance, we're talking about Arshad Sharif, journalist who's murdered. Maybe you find something else more about it. Drop that link, please, in my Discord. That helps me a lot. That helps us a lot as a community to continue to be able to push back against Empire's narratives. We can't do that if we're not aware of what they are. We can't do that if we're not aware of the contradictions. Smoking guns. You know what I mean? Okay, great. I thank you for your support on that. Good example of someone pushing back against propaganda on Iran protests. So yeah. The Iran protests have been used by the West to add more sanctions, to sanction Iran harder. The opposite of what many of the people protesting have been saying. That they don't want. They don't want more sanctions. They want fewer sanctions. And yet, the West is still going to use these protests as consent for more. It's just backwards. Empire is evil. Pretty wild. Iran protests coincided with the use of the Iranian drones in Ukraine. I'm not gonna... That joke is bait. I'm moving on. The Iran protests coincided with the use of Iranian drones. What do you mean, like, hold my hand through that. Like, it gives Empire a reason to talk shit about Iran? Yeah. Okay. Putin owns Iran. I feel like that's not a material analysis. Doesn't sound accurate. Good opportunity to ratchet up things in. Just don't say things that aren't true in my chat. Just don't make shit up. Like don't make me waste my time on like having to push back on someone in chat that's just clearly making things up. Don't just make things up. What are you saying? We're in serious mode over here. We're in very serious mode. Everything's serious right now. No joking around. Are you joking around? Are you pulling my chain? I'm saying Putin has a lots of influence in Iran. Why didn't you just say that? You should have just said that to begin with. Okay. So what? What are you getting at? Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. What are you getting at, homie? All right. Sorry. If I'm reading too much into your comments, let me know too. And let me know. Okay, guys, I got this. Iran protests. When will Tehran listen? From the conflict zone from DW. This looks peculiar. Karem gave me this link, and I often trust Karem. Russia is one of the few trading partners Iran has due to sanctions. Yeah. Yeah. We're on Donald Trump watch over here. Not back. Same link. Nancy Pelosi's husband, I think they said he's gonna make it. Oh, no crab dances today. Check out my content on YouTube. I'm gonna be posting shorts and longs. Yesterday I posted Libya Deep Dive number 2 to complement number 1. And also my chat with Rad Left Dad. Talking about the Taylor Swift fans. And the toothy blowjobs. Hey, Dread. What's up, homie? Dread Pirate Mexico. Pelosi's husband was assaulted. They drew first blood. Here we go. Wondering if that break-in story is real. Could be pro-cop propaganda for midterms? Oh, I don't know. I guess I didn't even think to be skeptical of it. Alright. Also, I'm going to be trying to improve my Obama impression. I think that'll give me good content to post. People seem to get a kick out of it. I'm not going to lie. I like it too. It's funny. I got a lot of room to grow. It can get a lot better for sure, but maybe we can come up with a reward. I'm thinking a tip reward. What do you think? A tip reward? Certain tip gets you an Obama impression? You can like we gotta figure it out. Either you give me a script to read. I don't do Alex Jones. Either you give me a script to read, or you give me like a video and I like practice it. I want to nail my Obama impression, because I'm thinking about calling into different people's channels as Obama. I think it'd be really funny. I think it'd be a really funny bit. My transformation into Michael Brooks. That's like a very nice thing to say, honestly, but well, let's be honest. If I'm gonna have someone to look up to, it's gonna be someone like Michael Brooks. It's gonna be someone whose voice I think is desperately missed right now. I'll never be his voice, but maybe there's some things we could pick up on. In terms of him being a geopolitical understander, homie, my work is cut out for me. Them some big shoes to fill. Big brain over there. I'll never be on that level. But we can pick up on some things. Charisma for days. Funny as fuck. Hilarious impressions. I'll never be like that. But homie, let's pick up on some good things. Be ruthless to systems kind of people. Yeah. For sure. This is that thing that people do to fucking MLK's legacy. They boil it down to this feel-good thing. At the end of the day, though, that's a pretty darn good quote. I don't know. Pretty good. Sorry. I have the Obama impression down, at least. It's a start. It's a start. Sorry, I take that thing back. I did not think about what I said before I said it. All right, Iran. Gotta talk about the drones. We gotta talk about the protests. That's definitely something I want to catch up on. Here's the video. Here we go.
The death of a young Iranian woman in police...
Your TOS? I don't think so. Alright, this is an interview, I guess.
The death of a young Iranian woman in police custody has sparked weeks of violent protest in Iran and around the world. The UN and independent human rights groups have accused Iranian security forces of brutal suppression. Where does that leave attempts to restart the 2015 nuclear deal, which the US says is no longer...
Let's just be absolutely clear, folks. Brutal suppression and Western media saying, hey, there's brutal suppression, authoritarianism, is not evidence of that thing. Okay? That just means you have evidence of Western media telling you that thing. That's all. That's what that evidence. That's what that is. Okay. You've got every reason to be skeptical of anything that you are not, like, absolutely convinced of. You don't have to believe them. You don't have to. You simply don't.
Longer their focus.
I give you every reason not to.
Randy, professor at Tehran University and political analyst.
We all know that the whole process is politicized, but the Iranians are more than willing to solve the issue if the Americans are determined to have a deal.
Dr. Morandi blames the West and NATO for aggravating the protests and a whole catalogue of aggression against Iran and other countries in the region. And as Tehran denies supplying...
I think having a strong anti-cop bias is actually really effective. Because you see how in the United States, local news are the stenographers for the police, and they'll just say anything. And then you like zoom out, and then you do the geopolitics, and then you're like, well, who's acting like the cop in this situation, and who's acting like the local journalists? And it's just the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just that the narratives are way more complicated. But you see, like, the machinations a lot easier. Wild.
Flying drones to Moscow. Whose side does he take in the Ukraine-Russia war?
Of course, the stakes are much higher.
Mohammed Marandi, welcome to Conflict Zone. A couple of weeks ago, you tried to minimize the importance of the whole protest movement in Iran. You said it had died down after 3 or 4 days.
And, like, let's get these people on the record. They're going to be like, oh, let's sanction Iran. Okay, why? Oh, well, there's a brutal crackdown on some protests. What about 2020 here, right here in the United States? Should we have been sanctioned then?
talk about fake news, all these young children being killed all over the place. That's nonsense. Show me the footage of these children being killed.
Why is it nonsense?
Instead of these organizations that are funded by the United States.
Why is it nonsense? Here's an organization that won't be funded by the United States.
Why is it nonsense? We have every reason to believe Western media would lie to us. What, we're just being told students were shot? Is that right? What's going on here?
United States. This last weekend, the Coordinating Council of Teachers in Iran called for a nationwide strike to protest the crackdown on children. That
this guy
same
expects them to be able to like defend the whole thing, right?
Plainclothes police attacked the Shahed school in the northwest Adabil province. 10 pupils were injured badly enough to be hospitalized. Parents of the children were also attacked. You really think that your government going after children and killing unknown numbers of demonstrators is going to stop this unrest?
You're just going to swallow it whole, idiot?
So you're withdrawing the fake claim
I'm
that
not withdrawing
a young
any
girl
claim.
was killed at that school, right?
I'm not withdrawing any claim because I didn't make any claim.
The claim in the Western media, the claim in the Western media, the filthy claim in the Western media, and the filthy claim in the Persian language media funded by your governments, was that a girl was murdered at that school. And then it turned out that that girl didn't even go to that school. And she died because of a family tragedy. But
because of a family tragedy,
your governments and those Iranian or so-called Iranian organizations funded by your governments in the West make such.
I don't know, but the thing is, just like we do here on the channel, you apply any amount of scrutiny to Empire's narratives, and they just wither. Sometimes it takes less time, sometimes it takes more. But, like, it appears as though that's what's happening here.
Fake claims so that the global public opinion would turn against Iran, and they make those claims in Iran because you have more Persian language media.
You know, without going into every single claim myself,
directed towards Iranians than the Iranian government has. So when your MEK terrorist organization that's based in Europe and has a huge camp in Albania with thousands of people acting as trolls there, these people, they fought alongside Saddam Hussein against their own country. They killed 17,000 Iranians during the 1980s through assassination attacks, through bomb attacks. These are the people who are spreading fake news alongside the monarchists and other organizations that are funded by your governments.
I notice you don't want to address the violence and the violence and the brutality of some of your security forces. Amnesty International.
I'm fine with addressing the
Amnesty International has reported widespread torture, severe beatings of protesters and onlookers, even sexual violence against women by your security forces. You think the people will forgive their leaders for this shocking brutality?
No, people will not forgive your leaders for interfering in our internal affairs and for spreading misinformation.
It's always someone else's fault, isn't it?
As a fucking turd.
It's always someone else's fault.
Persian language media. I'm speaking, Tim. I'm speaking. Don't try to run out the clock. So it's your Persian language media and your troll farms and your governments that are spreading misinformation both in Persian and in English across the globe. The police officers that were killed in Iran, 28 or 29 police officers, as far as I know, during that period, were killed, people who were policing the streets.
What?
If both in Persian and in English across the globe. The police officers that were killed in Iran, 28 or 29 police officers, as far as I know, during that period, were killed, people who were policing the streets.
What period?
If such numbers were killed in your country, what would be the response of your government? But what your Persian language media was doing during this period was encouraging people, rioters, to attack the police, to get revenge, as they called it, on police. They were telling people to make Molotov cocktails. If Ofcom, if any of this was in English, and if it was directed to an English audience, Ofcom would shut down those TV stations within minutes. But in your case, you can use it against Iran because your governments are waging war against the Iranian people. Your governments don't give a damn about human rights. Your governments are the ones who impose maximum pressure on women and children in this country and try to starve them to death, and then use media warfare against the country to create divisions.
Dr. Morandi, talk of running out the clock. I've given you a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes. Isn't it time to face facts that Iranians, and a lot of Iranians are angry at your government? The head of Iran's semi-official ISPA polling center, Mehdi Bahabadi, says a considerable majority of Iranians harbor anger towards the Islamic Republic, a factor, he says, which is at a dangerous level. Every time there have been widespread protests, they subside only superficially while the anger piles up. None of this is going away, is it? None of this is going away. And you say it's all the West's fault.
Come on, Tim. We have many polling institutions in Iran and Western polling institutions. And the popular legitimacy of the Islamic Republic of Iran is second to none in this region. Your despotic allies in this region tell more than enough about your governments. In Iran, just 3 years ago, less than 3 years ago, after your leader, the leader of the so-called free world, murdered General Soleimani, we saw how many millions of people went to the streets in Tehran. So let's not pretend that the truth is anything that it is. Let's speak facts. Of course there's dissatisfaction in Iran. There's always dissatisfaction in Iran. You can go in a taxi now, 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
Oh, shit. What is the West motherfucker? What is the West going to use this dissatisfaction for? They're using it for acting like that it's giving them consent for more sanctions. All right, I lost the spot. Where were we? What was he just saying? What words? Because I can search the transcript. What was he just saying? Give me a couple words and I could search it. Despotic. All right, thank you.
Institutions, and the popular legitimacy of the Islamic Republic of Iran is second to none in this region. Your despotic allies in this region tell more than enough about your governments. In Iran, just 3 years ago, less than 3 years ago, after your leader, the leader of the so-called free world, murdered General Soleimani, we saw how many millions of people went to the streets in Tehran. So let's not pretend that the truth is anything that it is. Let's speak facts. Of course there's dissatisfaction in Iran. There's always dissatisfaction in Iran. You can go in a taxi now, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You can spend your time in Tehran. That's exactly the fact. That it shows the fact that in Iran, people can speak their minds. But can they do that in Saudi Arabia? Can they do that in many other parts of the world? Can people like me to easily do that and get a job in your government, in your country?
Why do you keep putting it out? Why do you play the what about game?
Why do you keep putting it on me?
About in Britain? What about Saudi Arabia? Why don't we just stay with Iran? Is that so difficult?
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, and I'm talking about you. We're not here to discuss me or the West.
You work for a government that use chemical weapons. No,
I don't work for a government. I don't work for a government.
We are, because you have no credibility. You do. You work for the German government funds your channel.
You think,
and the German government gassed Iranians.
You think Iran
the German government gassed me twice.
All right. This guy's got credibility? Not.
The German government gassed Iranians.
You think Iran
the German government gassed me twice.
Iran has credibility on the international stage? Really? These protests that you said died down have now spread to the cultural elite. They've spread to actors.
Bro, you just asked him a question. You got to let him answer.
broadcasters, singers,
you're not in our
sporting
league.
stars, people who are admired, followed, and have nothing to do with politics.
Tim,
where all these
you're
people
not in our league.
brought up and incited
Tim,
by the
you're
West.
not in our league. You're not in our league. Don't run out.
This is
the clock, Tim. You're not in our league. Your government, the government that funds you, that gives you the opportunities to speak to me, your government gassed me twice. Where were you? You were working at the BBC back then. You were in your 30s when I was gassed twice. Where were you when they were gassing you? Don't talk about credibility. You don't have credibility. Your television station doesn't have credibility. Your government doesn't have credibility, and the European Union doesn't have credibility. So don't talk down to Iran. You, like Joseph Borrell, you take care of your garden.
I was getting fitted for my brown shirt.
And we'll live in our jungle.
You're entitled to your views, Dr. Marandi, but even among your own politicians, we're seeing the first signs of open dissent over the government's methods with these demonstrations. Former Speaker of Parliament, Ari Larijani, questioning the use of force, saying the police should not be used to encourage the wearing of the hijab. He's calling for a cultural solution. Iranian society, he said, needs more tolerance. Don't you agree with that?
So you're admitting that in Iran we have open debate. So you're admitting that we have all sorts of voices in Iran. So you're admitting that we have different people who argue with Iran and fight with each other in parliament, outside of parliament, in government, at universities. Yes, that is a part of Iran, and that has always been a part of Iran post-revolution. Not pre-revolution when your guys were in charge, but post-revolution. In fact, and this is something that will continue, but you can continue as you have been, as your colleagues have been, as Western media has been saying for the last 4 years, that the Islamic Republic of Iran...
They just like the rest of the world, Iran's got to be left to resolve their internal contradictions on their own, free of Western intervention. But it's not about resolving those internal contradictions. It's not about letting women wear their hijab or not. It's about the money. That's why the West does what it does.
It is about to implode. It is corrupt. It is unpopular. People hate it. It's collapsing. Of course, Iran, and paradoxically, it's also a growing menace. I don't know how you can have both at the same time, where it's on the one hand, it's unpopular, it's hated, and it's collapsing, but on the other hand, it's a growing menace and a growing threat to the world. But for 4 decades now, Iran has been about to collapse. And I think for the next 4 decades, we're going to be hearing the same wishful thinking in the Western media and Western think tanks again.
But let me try putting the question again. Don't you think Iranian society needs more tolerance? It's that simple. Can I have an answer?
This guy
Iranian
sucks.
society always needs more tolerance.
Iranian society should be less tolerant of Western judgment, like from this fucking empire cuck. Not this guy, the other guy.
Iranian society needs better government management. Iranian society always deserves better.
Got this
and that's what
colonist
we have to
attitude.
strive to do. And so does your society. And your society needs more tolerance. And your society should show, and your government should show a bit of humility and apologize for the crimes that it has committed to my people. And people like yourself should show more tolerance and have a more open mind about those of us who live in the jungle.
Oh, please.
As Borrell says.
Oh, please. Don't take the moral high ground when your government is supporting
This guy sucks, dude.
Bashar al-Assad in Syria.
Oh, I have the moral
Oh my God, it always goes right there. This guy's such a shit stain, dude. I've never seen this guy in my life. I hate him so much. Oh, please. Moralize. You support a guy that we lie about all the time. What the fuck, man? Hey, Judas. Oh, please. Say it again. This guy's so... He's got this Assad card up his sleeve the entire time. This guy is such a shit stain.
Oh, please.
As Borrell says.
Oh, please, don't take the moral high ground when your government is supporting Bashar al-Assad in Syria.
Oh.
This is the thing they do every time.
Oh, I have the moral high ground.
One of the biggest killers and torturers in the Middle East. Please don't, please don't take the moral high.
What? It's like he's reading from a different set of books. You know what I mean? These guys got their own set of their own encyclopedia. And half of the encyclopedia is just, oh, please.
Ground, Dr. Morandi. I think you'll find that's difficult. Your revolutionary guard.
Oh, I will. Oh,
your revolutionary guard.
When you
dismisses,
don't run out the clock.
Could I put a question to you? Could I put a question to you?
If you're going to debate him, you got to let him respond.
Your revolutionary guard dismisses
you already did.
all the protests as sedition. Major General Hossein Salami, the sedition will be a stillborn baby and will go down in history as a disgrace for America. How helpful do you think that is in trying to address legitimate grievances of people?
Don't make a point and then change the topic so you can get away with it. Your government, NATO supported Al-Qaeda. In 2011 and 12, when I went to the Western media and said that
the guy works for DW. DW, they got Ramstein Air Base. Allows the United States to bomb the shit out of Africa whenever the fuck it wants. It's just it's like these guys have no legs to stand on. It's like, homie, you work for DW. You work for German public broadcast. The guy's such a shit stain. Fucking cuck for empire. Debate bro for empire. This is what Dylan Burns wants to be when he grows up.
Al-Qaeda is fighting in Syria. They said these are conspiracy theories. This is nonsense. Well, later on, we saw WikiLeaks, whose head is now in jail, the most famous political prisoner in the world in London.
This guy's a professor.
WikiLeaks said that according to Jake Sullivan, the current U.S. National Security Advisor, he sent an email to Hillary Clinton, the head of the State Department at that time, that in Syria, Al-Qaeda is on our side. No, it's your government, and your government said they're the worst murderers in human history and in contemporary history.
You can't drag this other guy because he has no idea what's going on.
Then we have the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012, which said a Salafist entity, regional countries allied to the United States, are trying to create a Salafist entity between Syria and Iraq. Well, what is that? What was that entity? It was ISIS. And then General Flynn at that time said that they were determined, and the United States allowed for that entity to be created.
Okay, you're clearly not interested in answering. You're clearly not interested in answering any questions.
No.
You're not interested in answering any questions.
Let me finish.
This is not a lecture, Dr. Marandi.
No, let me finish.
I asked you some questions. You don't want to answer them.
John Kerry said in a private conversation, "You're afraid. You're afraid.
You don't want to answer questions.
Go on. Ask your question.
My question is...
No, you're afraid.
My question...
Kerry said we let ISIS advance on Damascus.
There could have been a different approach by the government to this unrest, couldn't there? Like the one suggested by 5 leading Iranian economists earlier this month.
This guy's coping so hard.
Who say the authorities should listen to the demonstrators and prepare for fundamental change. Is there anybody inside...
Look how desperate he is to push this narrative. This is what it's all about right now. It hinges on this false narrative. And you know it's false because you know they always lie. But they're so desperate to keep coming back to... Okay.
The government who is preparing for fundamental change, in your view?
First of all, going back to the previous question, the guards and whoever and anyone else who spoke about sedition, they were not talking about protesters. So don't try to twist their words. They were talking about those groups that are funded by the United States in Iraqi Kurdistan, that they have military camps there, and they carry out operations in Iran. They're talking about those organizations alongside the no man's land in Pakistan, Baluchistan, that are funded by your government or the United States and its allies and carry out operations in Iran. They're talking about those MEK terrorists that your governments allow to function across Europe that have killed many thousands of Iranians and acted as foot soldiers for Saddam Hussein, who are active in Iran by their own admission. So they're talking about that sedition. So don't
all right.
twist what he had to say.
You've had your say. You've had your lecture.
And others,
you've flung around all the accusations. You haven't provided any evidence at all. Let's talk, if we may, about the nuclear issue, because you've been an advisor to the government on the nuclear issue. In your view, is this the end of the road for negotiations? We have the US saying that they simply don't believe that Iran is prepared to do what's necessary to make the deal happen. In your view, is that the end of the road for the negotiations?
Well, Tim, who left the deal? Who violated the deal? Obama violated the deal when Iran was carrying out all of its commitments. Then Trump tore up the deal when Iran was carrying out all its commitments. Then Biden continued to pursue Trump's policies. So it wasn't Iran's fault. Iran began negotiating to make sure the loopholes that existed in the past after 2015 were removed so the United States could not cheat Iran again. They negotiated hard, gained many concessions. Finally, on the last day of negotiations in Vienna, the EU gave a text that met a lot of Iran's key demands. And the Iranians took it home. They gave their ideas about some of the problems that need to be resolved. And Joseph Borrell admitted, the US ally, Joseph Borrell admitted that the Iranian demands were reasonable. We thought at that time we had a deal. But the United States delayed and then gave a response that was obviously intended to push things back, probably, we thought back then, because of the November elections. So the problem is not the United States. And by the way, the Europeans and the Americans were constantly saying that it's almost too late. The Iranian nuclear program is crossing a threshold. Beyond this particular date, we can no longer continue negotiations. But they're all gone now. What happened? It was obvious. They were lying. They knew that Iran's nuclear program was peaceful. They knew that Iran was not developing a bomb. But it was all psychological warfare.
The UN says you've still not provided credible explanations for the presence of uranium at 3 locations that were never declared, and you just say it's time to close the false file. Do you enjoy playing these kind of games with the international community?
Well, Tim, first of all, it's not the international community, it's Western countries. You are not the international community. Your garden is only a small part of the international community. The Iranians have said that we're prepared to respond to all of the questions. But the problem is
such a rat,
that the IAEA has a board of governors that is dominated by Western countries. And the head of the IAEA is someone that's always in the Western camp. The previous head of the IAEA, when he wanted to get elected, and let's go back to WikiLeaks, according to WikiLeaks documents, he told the Americans, if you put me in power, I will be in your camp on all major issues. So the Iranians are saying, take away the politics and bring in the technical experts, and the issues can easily be resolved. These issues that you're claiming were given by the Israeli regime to the IAEA. And these issues go back 20-some years ago when the Iranian nuclear program was taking baby steps. It was nothing compared to what it is today. So we all know that the whole process is politicized. But the Iranians are more than willing to solve the issue if the Americans are determined to have a deal.
You said, you were asked why Iran is enriching uranium at 60% levels. What the IAEA said, levels that are reached only by countries that are making nuclear bombs. And you say Iran does that in order to get leverage in the talks.
Hey, Amber?
Let's call that what it really is.
Homie?
It's not leverage, it's a threat.
Yes, of
Pure
course.
and simple. It's a threat, isn't it? Pure and simple. If you don't get what you want, you'll build a bomb, despite all the assurances that you've given that you don't intend to do that.
Oh my God.
No, Tim. Do you know what a threat is? A threat is when your government say all options are on the table. A threat is when your government threaten to kill our people. That's a threat.
With the nukes that they have.
Enriching at 60% is leverage. What your governments do are threats, and they carry it out in different countries. They destroyed Iraq, they destroyed Libya, they sanction Venezuela. Your government steals money from the Venezuelan people and starves them, and then says the government in Venezuela, they mismanage. So you strangle people, and then you ask, why can't they breathe? No, your government threatens other countries, and your governments carry out those threats. So we take those seriously.
Dickhead.
But no, on the other hand, when the Iranians
it's the other governments that are
they're only saying it to tell the Europeans.
No, if the other governments didn't play a role, why do they do what they do?
And the Americans to sit down and get serious.
Dr. Marandi, much
yes, it is your government. It is your government that's
always everybody
been
else
harassing our people for over.
Homie, why is it never the people who he says it is? When it's clear that that's what they're doing. Why are you such a fucking cuck for empire?
For 100 years.
Always. Much controversy.
No, it's not everyone else. It's Western governments.
It's always somebody else.
It's not Asian. It is not Asia. It is not Latin America. It is not Africa. It's your government. It is NATO government. Don't pretend that you're the international community.
Yes.
Much controversy, briefly, over the last few days about
you can call it what you like.
About the reports of Iranian drones being used by Russia in its war with Ukraine.
Here we go.
Strenuous denials from Iranian officials, but the Ukrainians themselves have identified the devices as Shahed 136 drones. How ignorant does Iran think the rest of the world really is to try and claim that they didn't give them to Russia?
Don't call yourself the rest of the world. I'm first of all, I'm not in the foreign ministry, but a number of things, Tim.
Every single one of his questions has one of these imperial brainworms baked in. Every single one of his questions that he's got written down is intentional. And that's what, to me, makes it especially dangerous.
For myself, your governments lied. You advanced westwards. You advanced NATO eastwards to the Russian border. Your governments carried out a coup in Ukraine. Your government supported right-wing fascists like the Azov Battalion, which in the Western media, it was discussed. They were saying before the events this year that this is a big problem in Ukraine. And they killed 15 or 16,000 ethnic Russians in the Donbass region and in other parts of eastern Ukraine. Your governments provoked Russia. Your government allowed this to happen.
You've gone through the list and you've swallowed Russian propaganda.
Oh my God.
Dr. Marandi, it's been good to have you on Conflict Zone.
Thank
you very much.
I'm a Russian propagandist. I'm a Russian propagandist. I've been gassed twice by your government. The government that pays you. So I think, and your government's done that in the 20th century before, apparently, right?
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
God, you are a piece of shit, dude. Look at you. He looks like a little troll. Go hide under your little bridge, you piece of shit. This guy's one foot in the grave. The other foot... I don't know. Trying to get a foot job from imperialism or something. They do the same move every time. Oh, you Russian propaganda. Oh, every time.
Damn these electric sex bands.
This guy's gonna act like DW's got the moral high ground. This guy's insane. He can't even shave himself. Dear God, dude. Folks, this is like... If I were a debate bro, I would have this in front of me for the rest of my life. I would have to like prepare for this shit, and it's just not worth it. And I'm glad that one guy did it. Push back against this propaganda. You could see the patterns arise in their arguments. Everything is about the international world order. Oh, law-abiding countries. We have to protect the garden from the jungle. This guy's such a shit stain. Yeah. Deflect, project, repeat. Dude, this guy is such a cock. All right. That was a really interesting interview, though. I was not expecting that. That was an explosion. That was an Iranian analyst? What do they call him? Iranian political analyst. Very interesting. Glad we watched it. All right. All right. What's the name of the video? Iran protests. When will Tehran listen? You're looking for a link. There you go. Okay. Okay. Donald Trump update. Still suspended. Well, still suspended. He's a professor too. Dimitri, thank you. Professor of English Literature and Orientalism, University of Tehran. Okay. I gotta click this link, but I can't show you. Pretty sure this is gonna be a TOS. Not sure what I'm watching. There's two Western Saudi-backed quote-unquote peaceful protesters assassinating two young men last night. Where's that supposed to be? Nancy got a visit from Hammer Guy? Minecraft? Are you talking about the attack on her husband? All right. France 24 host saying we have evidence. The fake claim about the schoolgirl in Ardebil being killed by police is actually true. But he doesn't know that Massamini is a different person. That's how Western media lies. They make false claims, keep repeating them as facts.
Okay, so how many police officers have been killed?
They're not protesters. They're rioters. In fact, the women that you've been saying in your media that have been killed, such as The Guardian, the New York Times, they're fake. Like the young girl who extensively was discussed in the Western media that she was killed in a school in Ardebil by the police, and there was a lot of media reports about it. It turned out that the girl who was supposedly killed at that school didn't even go to that school. She was in a different school, and she died because of a family tragedy that was totally unrelated
So
to that.
you're telling us that Mahsa Amini died of natural causes, which is what the Iraqi state investigation
Like he's not
claimed,
even
and the
listening, or he
protesters
doesn't get
dispute
it.
that. You're telling us no protesters have been killed, but we have evidence to the contrary that they have been killed. What about the situation about change in Iran? Because there are people calling for change in Iran. You can't deny that, can you?
Excuse me, what is the evidence that you have? Because I'd like you to share it with me here.
Is there anybody calling for change in Iran, sir?
Share it with me. Share the evidence.
Is there anybody calling for change in Iran, or is that something you're denying too?
Anybody? He's asked, is anyone calling for change? Like they think it's a slam dunk. Oh gosh, he's so smarmy about it. What's wrong with these sickos? Just desperate to manufacture consent for empire.
The girl who in your media was allegedly killed in that city.
He's smiling, but he doesn't realize he's making a fool of himself. Look at him.
Was allegedly killed in that city. Do you know where it is on the map?
Oh me.
So is anybody calling for change in Iran? That's the issue here we're looking at on the back of what happened.
Is anyone calling for change in Iran? That's the issue that we're looking at. What? Why? What do you mean? I mean, they're like calling for change from the West. Like they're asking the West to change. They're asking the West to stop sanctioning them. That is one of the things that they're saying. Every accusation is an admission. Find a way to turn it back on them.
Amini, which you say was natural causes.
Yes, and not what I say. What the physician said, what the autopsy said. Yes, and many people in France.
Do you understand why people are skeptical about your discourse and your?
The guy with the what was that? Was that a Kiwi? Was that an Australian accent? I'm sorry, I mixed them up. On France 24, trying to put this guy's credibility into question. Dan, is there anyone calling for change in the U.S.? What do you mean? Yeah. Yes, there is. So I hope China coos us, right? Is that that's the thing, right? The purpose of that question. The purpose of that guy's question, he thinks he's such a big brain about it. That maybe he does or doesn't realize the purpose of the question, which is to manufacture consent for U.S. intervention. If he cares about the people of Iran, he would not be doing the thing that he's doing. Framing it the way that he's doing is just downright criminal. If I were fucking Iran, I would sanction France 24. I swear to God. Sorry. Your news outlet does not get to come to Iran anymore. These people make the case for no free speech for Western NGOs. No free speech for them. President Xi, if you see this, please save us. I hope she sees this. Oh, Lord, she coming. Are you denying that there are many people in Iran asking for change? Are you denying that people are asking for change everywhere? Are you denying that you're not really making a point by saying this? Because people are asking for change everywhere? What the fuck is wrong with your brain? They have brain worms. This is the equivalent of them not really having anything to say, but like the fact that they just have words to type out in the moment feels like they have an argument, but they don't. That's not an argument. Try harder. The fact that this question is being posed is because you're an imperial cuck parroting. Either you're doing this for free, which is embarrassing. You're being paid to ask a dumb fucking question. Who asks that? Who asks that? What kind of baby brain does this? Hey guys. Popping off from Elon firing the person who banned Trump, yeah. Makes me wonder what's going to happen. Welcome in, James. We're waiting to see whether or not Trump gets unbanned. Still no. This is a story we're tracking live. We're on the Trump tracker. Are you denying that people are asking for change? Are you denying that people are asking for the United States to stop intervening? Are you denying that this kind of rhetoric is being used by the West to manufacture consent for more interventions in Iran, which the people are asking for fewer of? Are you denying that you're a dumb fuck? Are you denying that you don't deserve free speech? The N-word was trending for a little while? What the fuck? Propaganda. Look how hard they're pushing this narrative. Now they're just grasping at straws. Oh, well, they're asking for change, aren't they? We're going to come bring them change. So when we go bring them change, you can't say that they didn't ask for it. Because we talked about it for a whole week. You know what I mean? Iran. Now, this guy's incredible. Pushing back super hard on these narratives. You should do a Soleimani deep dive someday, though. Do that. Iran, check. Next. At some point, we're going to do the Libya deep dive recap, aka Libya Day 3. Deep dive Day 3. Let me know if you've got any more information about Elon. We could talk Ilhan. We'll talk Elon later, but we'll talk Elon right now. So I guess she got the LaRouche guys talking shit at her here. I didn't watch the video.
You
what
are
happened?
supposed to be a progressive Democrat.
They're doing the same thing they did to AOC. Is this right? These are the LaRouchites.
Anti-war.
And they're like, what about? They're like, Tulsi Gabbard called you out. I think I like Tulsi.
Anti-war.
Right.
80 billion to Ukraine is not anti-war.
All right. So like. He's right. They're right.
Are helping Ukraine.
And I'm not even opposed to this kind of action.
Defend themselves.
But they're part of a cult.
Ukraine is killing its own citizens.
Yeah, that's true. Like, that's true.
In the Donbass.
And I'm not even mad at the kind of action. This is the thing, folks. These people, these politicians, the owning and ruling classes, they have goals. They go out into the world, into public, to try to achieve those goals. Regular people like you and me can undermine those goals. It's called direct action. Right? We can get the goods. Is that direct action or not, or am I using that term wrong? Folks, we can undermine these goals. But you got to have good politics. Otherwise, you know, you're utilizing a tool and you don't know what to do with it. What I'm trying to say. Which is what's going on here. These people have the right tactics. They have some of the right accurate talking points. But the politics that undergirds it is suspicious as fuck. And you gotta keep these people at arm's length. And also, fuck the squad. Fuck the squad for arming the military-industrial complex. Let's talk about her. Let's talk about Ilhan Omar. You take the good with the bad. You know, she's not the worst. She's not as bad as a Republican. But you got to talk about the bad. Let's talk about it. Non-compete did a good video on these guys. We may have time to do that one today. But let's watch the rest of this and then her response.
That have been held. So unless listen, unless you have not been paying attention to what is happening, there are millions of Ukrainians that have been displaced.
Okay, and she's gonna blame that all on Russia, on Putin.
There are piles of bodies that are being found in mass graves.
They're gonna do the mass graves thing. Homie, he's an imperialist. You have to see through this.
There are little children.
If you want to care about the little children and the civilians, you have to ask yourself, what got those people in that position to begin with? And if you're gonna discount the West and NATO while voting to arm those people, then you're part of that, homie. And of course, that's why she's arguing the way she's doing right now. This is pretty shameless stuff. With that said, fuck the LaRouche cult. At the same time, they're forcing the contradiction. So it's sort of one of those things where you hate to agree with these people.
Children whose lives are being lost.
By Zelensky!
Here.
Yeah, by Zelensky in the Donbass.
But unless you are someone like me that has been that child, you do not get to tell me what my votes mean and how I get to vote in supporting people who desperately need support.
Oh my god, dude. She thought that was like her fuck, what's that guy's name? What's that moment when the guy goes the crocodile tears guy? She just thought she had her big moment. She played her card. I cannot believe it. Yeah, and the libs are like, yeah, good job. She thought she had her Norman Finkelstein moment, yeah. Dude, what? You're kidding me. So she says, and again, this is the guy tweeting the video. He's in a cult. Bro, you're in a cult. Oh, you're dead. You're in a cult. She replies, I'm sorry, you all aren't anti-war protesters. You're dangerous propagandists who literally are making a mockery of the anti-war movement. Does she think she's part of the anti-war movement? Like, what is this fucking take? You've got to be kidding me. She goes, I'm amazed at the nerve that some people have to not be upset with the country literally waging war. It's a proxy war, and the United States is waging it with Ukraine against Russia. Are you kidding me here? So she's right, but she's wrong. Yes, I am upset with the country literally waging war. What about the last 8 years? What about the last 8 years where Ukraine is waging war in the Donbass on its own people? What in the fuck? This is just imperialist NATO apologia, folks. She might as well have a fucking NAFO fella in her PFP. Dylan Burns, you can have her. Dude. This is imperial brain stuff. imperial brain stuff. I'm assuming this is related link. This lady has no principles, none. Here she's tweeting March 8th, saying the consequences of flooding Ukraine with billions of dollars in American weapons, likely not limited to just military-specific equipment, but also including small arms and ammo, are unpredictable and likely disastrous.
There were other unintended consequences, as we know.
Specifically when they're given to paramilitary groups without accountability. And now she's saying this. You gotta be kidding me. So she was a Russian dupe back in March. And if I say the same thing now, I'm the Russian dupe. She's accusing all her critics of being Russian dupes and right-wing trolls, while sounding like Nancy Pelosi. No principles indeed. When the tiniest amount of scrutiny is put on these people and their votes, it's revealed that the squad they're just all imperialists. It's full of imperialists. The squad are imperialists. The squad is a force for imperialism. But Dan, what Russia's doing in Ukraine is in imperialism too. They're doing imperialisms. It's all the same. So when one person's doing an imperialism and the other person's doing an imperialism, you just got to feel it out and just, you go with whoever's your favorite, whoever's wearing your favorite colors. Even if they have Nazis, Dan. All right. Let's talk about her voting record, right? She's always voting for the DoD budget. All right, DC memo. Omar breaks with squad on police funding. What? He voted for a bill that would provide new funding for police departments with certain restrictions. He's a bootlicker. He's a bootlicker. Elon Omar on Ukraine in May. I see now why you gave me that link from before. Versus now. Yes, highlighted perfectly, yeah. Saying, I'm amazed at the nerve that some people have to not be upset with the country literally waging war, but at the country defending itself and those helping them do that. Holy shit, dude. Like, she's the victim of this war. She's like, this war's been really hard on me, you guys. She goes, I was even told by one of these people tonight, it's America that started the Russia war. Seriously, what the fuck? Well, yo, it's just like you can't engage with this. If you're not willing to engage with, like, sort of a nuanced argument, it's not like they just started it outright. But, yo, this goes back at least 8 years. Seriously, what the fuck? I'm not going to listen to it. Don't tell me about it because I'm not listening. La, 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 la. You're an idiot, not me. I won't listen to you. Come on. Dimitri, thanks for the gift sub. Anonymously got a gift sub, homie. Dude, she's awful. She's awful. Elon, NATO, Omar. Get it. Progressives, am I right? Progressives. AKA liberal hecklers.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
What's this?
Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here and thank you for your testimonies. Mr. Adams, in 1991, you pleaded guilty to 2 counts of withholding information.
Oh, shit. Subby's dipped below 420. That means I can't smoke weed until it gets to 420 again.
From
I don't make up the rules. I'm sorry.
Regarding your involvement in the Iran-Contra affair. for which you were later pardoned by President George H.W. Bush. I failed to understand.
You see what they're doing? What she's doing? She doesn't care. She doesn't care about this stuff. She's just bringing it up. She's bringing it up. She's simply bringing it up. Hey guys, just so she's got something to say to make her look better. We covered Pelosi's husband. He's not dead, right? Is there a development on that? What's up, Mildred? He doesn't believe in being a force against U.S. imperialism. She doesn't believe in that. That's why she's got no power here. He's like, whatever. He knows that she's voting for fucking sending arms to Ukraine. He knows that I think she supports the DOD budget. And what did she vote on for the Iron Dome? That's another question I have. He knows. She has no power here. But she's going to try to browbeat him. Oh, how dare you do imperialisms? Well, what about you, Elon? What about you? Why are these leaders so mediocre?
Mediocre. Mediocre.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Sorry. That was the wrong button. Such mediocre leaders, folks. So she's going to try to grill him, but she's also a force for imperialism.
Understand.
See what she says.
Why members of this committee or the American people should find any testimony that you give today to be truthful.
If I can respond to that.
It wasn't a question. That was not a question. I reserve the right to my time.
It is not right.
That was not a question.
Committee can attack
on February 8th,
who is not permitted to reply.
That was not a question. Thank you for your participation. On February 8th, 1982, you testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee about U.S. policy in El Salvador. In that hearing, you dismissed as communist propaganda report about the massacre of El Mozote, in which more than 800 civilians, including children as young as 2 years old,
do the Donbass next,
were brutally murdered by U.S. trained troops. During that massacre, some of those troops bragged about raping a 12-year-old girl before
how is she going to learn about all this stuff and then not come down on the side that, hey, yeah, USA's bad all the fucking time. We should stop doing shit. Like, how does she still come down on the wrong side of this?
Killed them. Girls before they killed them. You later said that the U.S. policy in El Salvador was a fabulous achievement.
You're just so willing to put on the clown makeup.
Yes or no? Do you still think so?
Well, maybe they're not lying to us about Ukraine, even though they've lied to us about literally everything else. It sounds like that guy that grows weed on YouTube. Yeah.
The day that President Duarte was elected in a free election, to this day, El Salvador has been a democracy. That's a fabulous achievement.
Yes or no? Do you think that massacre was a fabulous achievement that happened under our watch?
That is a ridiculous question, and I
yes or no?
No.
I will take that as a yes.
I am not going to respond to that kind of personal attack, which is not a question.
Yes or no? Would you support an armed faction within Venezuela that engages in war crimes, crimes against humanity, or genocide, if you believe they were serving U.S. interests?
Yo, bring that same fucking energy to Ukraine, homie. Where is that, right? Think about that, homie. She's not willing to ask the same question about Ukraine right now. Because she's on the record supporting it. So what she's doing right now, she doesn't really believe in the argument she's making. She's just trying to own this guy. You see think the Squad are even more nefarious than the Dems. Their goal is to indoctrinate younger folks, BIPOC, queer, etc. into empire. Like, even with selectively choosing the LaRouchites, they definitely know that this shit's imperialist.
Bruh.
Their shit's imperialist. But I think what they do this thing where they convince themselves, they're like, well, it's imperialist, but so's Russia. And you got to pick a side. You know what I mean? And that sort of brings me to the next video. It brings me to the next video, which is Marxist Paul. Marxist Paul. Dialectical materialism. Marxist Paul talking about campism. Now, I watched this video last night, and I didn't like it. No, it was this morning. I watched it this morning. And I was like, I don't know, there's something rubbing me the wrong way about the video, and I don't know, I'm not the smartest guy. I don't have the biggest brain in the world. But it didn't... Something about it was rubbing me the wrong way. And I couldn't put my finger on it. Sometimes I just don't, I can't, you know, the arguments don't come to my mind or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a smart guy all the time. And I caught a video by Midwest Marx replying to it, and we'll watch that too. So, this is a video from back in May. Sort of responding to this war. Back in May saying, campism, no, Russia is not anti-imperialist. And so that, like, I think that the title of this video struck my eye, and I had to watch it, and this is what's going on here. I think people do this thing, folks, where they, in their mind, convince themselves that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is imperialism. They're like, well, I looked up the Google definition, Dan, and I'm like, okay, but is this really helping us understand what Russia is doing? And even if it is imperialist, is it like the kind of imperialism that even the United States is doing in Ukraine right now? And or has been doing the last 8 years, you know? So I think we just got to like go, okay, even if Russia is imperialist, is it a 1-to-1 ratio? And when has the United States never not done it? Isn't it true that the United States is always doing it? Right? So, like, these things need to factor into it. We need to have, if we want to be Marxists, if we want to have a dialectical understanding of what's happening in Ukraine right now, I don't think we can get it in a 13.5-minute video. I don't think you could do that. And I think Marxist Paul shits the bed here. We're going to watch his video all the way through, and then we'll come back and watch the reply. Karem's back. Let's go. Okay,
if you've been in any socialist spaces online over the past couple of months, you've more than likely encountered self-proclaimed communists who vocally support...
So I don't know about Marxist Paul. I'll be honest. I can't... I don't know if this guy's a comrade.
...Russia in the recent conflict with Ukraine. According to these people, Russia is engaged in anti-imperialist activity by attacking Ukraine, who were puppets of NATO and its leading Western imperialist powers. And if you're lucky enough to not live in a terminally online pseudo-communist echo chamber, this probably sounds batshit insane to you, and that's because it is, at least mostly. Communists adhere to insane to you, and that's because it is, at least mostly. Communists adhere to historical materialism, which sees class struggle as the driving force of history. But these people are abandoning the fight of class against class and putting in its place the fight of country against country. And most bizarrely of all, Russia, by its own admission, is not a socialist country led by and for the working class. It's an openly capitalist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So it can't even be said that supporting this country's actions is supporting the struggle of some stronghold of the working class, which some might have tried to argue while the Soviet Union existed. Instead, what we're seeing here is blatantly just cheerleading for one capitalist power against another. The suffering working classes of each country dying in this war be damned. So what's going on here? Why have these supposed communists completely abandoned
Hey, Matt, welcome in, homie. Everyone follow Matt from Unelectable Airwaves. I was loving the stream last night. I got tired, though. I had to pass out. We were talking on 9/11. We were talking Sybil Edmonds. We were talking Cenk Uygur. I'm so sorry. We were talking Dennis Hastert getting got for being a pedo. Deep State let him go because he was caught taking what was the deal? He was caught taking bribes to tank the Armenian resolution on what was it, like the Armenian genocide? And then Cenk Uygur is way out front doing like blog posts attacking Sybil Edmonds and stuff. We're so close to cracking the case. We've almost figured out who did 9/11. Anyways, it was fun.
And class struggle in favor of picking teams to support in capitalist wars. Well, simply put, this is the result of Campism.
Here we
What
go.
the holy feck is Campism, you may ask? Well, today, my friends, we're going to take a look at this and why it's so...
$500,000 to take the resolution condemning the Armenian genocide, and then the Young Turks getting 18 million bucks from NED, NGOs, and George Soros, and like related capital, financial capitalists.
So unbelievably
Here we go.
Let's say misguided. But first, if you're new here, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below for Marxist educational content and analysis. Speaking of the conflict in Ukraine, prices of just about everything here in Ireland are currently skyrocketing as a result. And, well, to be honest with you, times are rough at the moment. So if you're...
Again, we're going to watch the Midwest Marx reply to this video afterwards. I just want to give him a fair shot here. So I'm going to try not to interrupt him
please
anymore.
consider tossing €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep my head above water. If you're not in a position to support financially, you can also help out by sharing this video around on social media. Now, according to Campism, the world is divided up into two camps. On the one hand, you've got the imperialist United States and its allies like Germany, France, Japan, etc. And on the other hand, you've got the anti-imperialist camp of those who challenge US imperialism in some way, including Russia, China, Iran, Syria, etc. According to this view, we live in essentially a unipolar world wherein the United States is the sole hegemon, which leads an imperialist bloc of other lesser imperialist powers and comprador states which exist alongside one another in a relatively unified, peaceful coexistence. All countries within this camp loosely sharing a common neoliberal imperialist economic agenda. In contrast to this, according to the campist worldview, is an anti-imperialist bloc of countries who oppose the current order. This is headed by Russia and China, but also includes countries like Cuba, the DPRK, Vietnam, Laos, Syria, Iran, Belarus, and others. Now, the origins of this worldview go back to the aftermath of the Second World War when the Soviet Union defeated the Nazis and...
Check it out, though. He frames it that way, and like parts of your brain are like, yeah, that's good. But he's setting up a straw man. Hang on.
A new Eastern Bloc of socialist-oriented countries was established. In the coming years and decades, numerous countries across Asia, Africa and Latin America declared themselves to be socialists. This created the concept of a capitalist camp and a socialist camp, the West and the East, as well as a further non-aligned camp, though this often tended to lean towards the socialist camp. The declaration of these proletarian states meant that class struggle itself could now in some cases be viewed at the level of proletarian states against capitalist states. This was argued to be an expression of class struggle on the international stage, fighting for the defeat of the capitalist imperialist system at the global scale, which would open up the pathway for all of these socialist-oriented countries to progress towards actual communism. But unfortunately, this socialist camp was defeated, not from without, but from within, by revisionists who mounted successful counter-revolutions for the restoration of capitalism. This is generally exemplified by the collapse of the Eastern Bloc in 1989 and the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, though in truth, the process of capitalist restoration had begun long before that. These moments were simply the final nails in the coffin.
That is baby
and yet,
stuff,
despite
homies.
capitalist restoration occurring across the former socialist bloc, some still mechanically view the world in terms of these two opposing camps, as though we're all still living in the 1960s and nothing's fundamentally changed. Let's turn now to look at why this is
so few material arguments that he makes.
Such a deeply misguided view of the world for socialists today. While there certainly is truth in the argument that the world is currently headed by US imperialism, this is also a massive oversimplification that ignores inter-imperialist contradictions within this camp itself. For example, France's opposition to the 2003 US-led invasion of Iraq shows that this definitely isn't some perfectly unified Western imperialist bloc. But the campists' naive oversimplification of politics at the global scale conflates opposition to certain activities of Western imperialists with anti-imperialism itself, as though no other countries in the world are also engaged in similar capitalist imperialist mechanisms, even if on a significantly smaller scale. It shouldn't even need to be said, but anti-imperialism is not simply opposition to whatever the US and its loose allies are engaged in. Anti-imperialism is opposition to capitalism itself and its highest stage wherever it may rear its head, whether in the West or in the East. And following on from that, modern Russia absolutely is a capitalist imperialist power in accordance with Lenin's criteria outlined in Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. So let's briefly go through these 5 characteristics one by one and how they apply to modern Russia. 1. State capitalist monopolies play a decisive role in Russia's economic life, to the point where Russia's own Federal Anti-Monopoly Service stated in 2018 that the state's share in the Russian economy via monopolistic state-owned enterprises was between 60 and 70%. 2. Russia's native industrial and banking capital have each monopolised and merged together, and indeed with the state itself, to form Russian finance capital and a financial oligarchy who wields this finance capital. For example, the 4th largest firm in all of Russia is the state-owned banking and financial services provider known as Sberbank. At the head of this firm is a man named Herman Gref, a politician, businessman, and the CEO and chairman of the executive board of Sberbank, who's held various positions in the Russian government over the course of his lifetime. Herman Gref is the quintessential example of what Lenin described as a financial oligarch who demonstrates how industrial capital, banking capital, and the Russian government and state themselves have all merged into one force for the growth and expansion of finance capital. And there are numerous others like him too. 3. The export of capital, rather than just the export of commodities, has grown to the level of exceptional importance in Russia as, and this is crucial, Russia is a net exporter of capital rather than a net importer, with a net international investment position, or IIP, of over $487 billion as of 2019.
Who do they export
4.
to?
Russia participates in various international monopolist capitalist associations, including being a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. More importantly, however, is the development of the more independent International Capitalist Association of BRICS, comprised of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Though within this developing association, it should be stated that only Russia and China, themselves being net capital exporters, so far have achieved the status of being imperialist powers in their own right. And lastly, 5. Russia participates in the territorial division of the world, as we can explicitly see in Ukraine at the moment. Now, critics might point to independence referendums in the Donbass region in Crimea, but this doesn't negate the reality of Russian state forces moving into these territories to secure this redivision of the world by military force. Whether you consider this positive or negative morally is beside the point. It's still Russia concretely participating in the territorial division and redivision of the world. We also need to consider hidden territorial division through neo-colonialism and the carving up of spheres of influence in the world, which is much more popular today among the imperialist powers than the open brute force approach. For example, Russia maintaining
He's like so close, but somehow so far.
Syria within its sphere of influence so as to secure access to not only key natural resources like oil, natural gas and phosphate, but also Russia's naval facility in the Syrian city of Tartus, which gives Russia a military foothold in the region from which it can conduct activities further afield.
Okay.
So as we can see, Russia meets all 5 of Lenin's criteria for a capitalist imperialist country.
Yo, by his logic, is he going to say China is too? What is he doing? Wait, he said China is imperialist in its own right? Did I miss that? Did he say that? Shut the fuck up. You're fucking kidding me.
Participating in the territorial division and redivision of the world. We also need to consider hidden territorial division through neo-colonialism and the carving up of spheres of influence in the world, which is much more popular today among the imperialist powers than the open brute force approach. For example, Russia maintaining Syria within its sphere of influence.
Fucking shit.
Referendums so far have.
You're kidding me. Oh, there's no transcript.
Achieved the status of being imperialist powers in their own right. And lastly, 5.
There.
Of the more participates in various international monopolist capitalist associations, including being a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. More importantly, however, is the development of the more independent International Capitalist Association of BRICS, comprised of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Though within this developing association, it should be stated that only Russia and China, themselves being net capital exporters, so far have achieved the status of being imperialist powers in their own right.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
And lastly, 5. Russia participates in the territorial division of the world, as we can explicitly see in Ukraine at the moment. Now, critics might point to independence referendums in the Donbass region in Crimea, but this doesn't negate the reality of Russian state forces moving into these territories to secure this redivision of the world by military force. Whether you consider this positive or negative morally is beside the point. It's still Russia concretely participating in the territorial division and redivision of the world. We also need to consider hidden territorial division through neo-colonialism and the carving up of spheres of influence in the world, which is much more popular today among the imperialist powers than the open brute force approach. For example, Russia maintaining Syria within its sphere of influence so as to secure access to not only key natural resources like oil, natural gas and phosphate, but also Russia's naval facility in the Syrian city of Tartus, which gives Russia a military foothold in the region from which it can
What makes you think it is, homie?
Conduct activities further afield. So as we can see, Russia meets all 5 of Lenin's criteria for a capitalist imperialist country. But with that being said, it can't be understated that the Western imperialist powers, and yes, particularly the USA, are engaged in each of these 5 criteria to a far, far greater degree. It's not much of an exaggeration to claim that Russian imperialism is a mere molehill next to the colossal Everest that is US imperialism. But all the same, both are qualitatively capitalist imperialist powers, and supporting a lesser imperialist power against a greater imperialist power is simply lesser evilism. Despite what the campists would have you believe, this lesser evilism is not anti-imperialism, but simply a crude and overly simplistic anti-Western imperialism.
Overly simplistic. Homie, bringing nuance is not overly simplistic. Identifying forms of imperialism, if you can even define certain things as such, and then identifying the power that they represent on the world scale in order to have a better material analysis of the world is not more simplistic, it's less. I don't get it. I don't get it.
For some reason, Eastern imperialism, such as that of the Russian Federation, is A-OK according.
Homie, Cycrum, what makes you think they are imperialist? How is China not imperialist? It's like red flag shit that you keep giving me over here. Homie, what makes you think that it is? Lead your argument with that. Tibet. You're gonna go with Tibet? No, you are so sus. I'm relatively informed, so I'd like to learn. You're doing this thing where it's just like, I'm just asking questions. Yo, baked into so many of your questions is clearly layers of propaganda that I have to break through. That's why you're so sus to me. What are you doing? Your confusion is not evidence, okay? You led with confusion. How is it not? That's... What? You being confused is like your biggest impediment right now. So try to realize that, like, you're propagandized, homie. This is not my job to undo your propagandism. You being propagandized. It's not my job. Like, you need to lead with, instead of confusion and assumptions, you need to lead with your realization that you're propagandized. Hopefully that makes it so that you ask better questions. Otherwise, I'm just getting too many red flags, homie.
To these campists.
Not working
now,
out
it should
for me.
be acknowledged that the principal contradiction or main conflict in the world today is that between imperialism and the oppressed nations. And with this in mind, it's reasonable to critically support oppressed nations like Cuba, Vietnam, the DPRK, etc. on this basis against imperialism. But Russia, as demonstrated earlier, isn't an oppressed nation, but a capitalist imperialist power in its own right. Therefore, there's no basis for communists to support it along these lines, even critically. There's nothing anti-imperialist about supporting an imperialist power. And this leads us to another common misconception that's espoused by these campists. The myth that there are countries that are capitalist.
Campus, he just wants to say tanky, but he's trying to find a different way to say it, isn't he?
And are planning on remaining capitalist, but also somehow anti-imperialist. When we understand imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, as Marxists do, it's clear that only an anti-capitalist country can be an anti-imperialist country. This would preferably be historically progressive, moving forward with the dictatorship of the proletariat and transitioning from the capitalist mode of production.
This guy's such a baby, right? He's like, well, if you're not doing full communism, you can't, technically you're not doing anti-imperialism. It's just how it is. It's just like, well, I've done the math. And it's just how it is.
Towards the industrial communist mode of production, or it could be historic.
He's not leading with a material argument. He's leading with like a like a tautological argument. What am I trying to say?
Be regressive, seeking to revert to the feudal mode of production. A country that's not seeking to move forward to socialism, nor backwards to feudalism, but instead simply seeking to carve out a better position for itself within the global capitalist order, getting a bigger slice of that yummy capitalist pie, is not an anti-imperialist country in any way whatsoever. Even the primarily oppressed nations that aren't imperialist themselves but are remaining on the capitalist road can't be accurately described as anti-imperialist by anyone who adheres to the Marxist understanding of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism. This is important because there are some who would describe Syria, Iran, Belarus, etc. as being supposedly anti-imperial.
I think this guy's an op, dude. He calls himself a Marxist. He's trying to like pull Marxist material understanding, peel us away from a good understanding of the world over here.
Countries, despite the fact that each of these countries is simply seeking a better position for itself within the global capitalist system, rather than actually opposing imperialism by progressing towards socialism or indeed regressing to feudalism. As socialists, we don't stand with imperialist powers and their comprador lackeys. We stand with the working class and oppressed masses of the world, including those in both Russia and Ukraine. Our war is not that of one capitalist country against another, in which the international working class has nothing to gain and everything to lose, including life itself. Our war is the class war against the capitalists, the imperialists, and their comprador lackeys, whether from the West or from the East, towards the establishment of socialism internationally. Not country against country, but class against class. Right, thanks very much for watching this.
So I just got so many weird vibes from watching that video. And nice. just hated it. I thought it was not good. I couldn't really put my finger on it though. I was just waking up. Maybe I didn't have enough coffee or whatever. But I caught this reaction video by Marxist. I'm sorry, Midwest Marx. Midwest Marx. And Eddie's got shitty audio and video, but great analysis on this video at least. I don't know. I cannot speak to the entirety of Eddie's breadth of content, but I sympathized very much with this response. So we're going to dig in here. Eddie reacts to the Marxist Paul video on Campism and Russian supporters. And there was something about watching this video that made me go, oh yeah. Eddie, I would love to have Eddie on over here to talk about, you know, stuff like this, because we seem to be on the same page. At this, yeah, way too close, Ross, exactly. At the same time, this video he made back in May. So I think he's maybe a couple months ahead of me on this whole, on some of these arguments and the whole campism thing, which to me, again, I said it, I'll say it again. I do believe Marxist Paul just wants to say tankies, but instead he's going to say campists. What do you think about that? Is that inaccurate? Is that inaccurate? And he's extremely well read. He helped to radicalize me back when I was still on TikTok. Hey, cool. I think he simplifies the whole thing way too much. He goes, well,
technically, if you look at the dictionary, if you look at the Lenin 5-step checklist over here, it meets the criteria.
But, you know, there's another interpretation of Leninism, which is different. I'd actually like to touch on that one before we get to this video. Before we get to the reply. Hold on to your butts.
Imperial March, Episode 1. The definition. Google gives...
It just sounds strawmanny to begin with. Yeah, it's just like not a... It's like, let's talk about facts here.
The definition of imperialism as a policy of extending a country's power and influence through diplomacy or military force. Now, This is not merely a bad definition insofar as it is broad, but arguably it is unethical. It justifies and neutralizes all actions of aggression as equal, thereby equating extensions of power for defensive purpose as the same as those for purposes of capital extraction. This is similar to discourse on the definition of racism. We note that as a child, it was likely that you defined racism merely as a discrimination based on skin tone. While this may be adequate in some cases, and in fact may be the most popular definition, the better definition includes a fundamental, systemic, and historical element in play in the lived experiences of people of color.
You need to understand power.
The first definition of racism, as popularly used, allows one to define discrimination felt by white people as a form of racism, which, strictly speaking, is absolutely hilarious. While the second definition recognizes the nuance of how colonialism, the Atlantic slave trade, economics, laws have affected indigenous, black, and other POC. This definition, more essence, catches the tensions and oppressions felt while also allowing one to navigate the world with better grace. In the same way, the Google definition of imperialism allows you to suggest that merely any invasion of one country to another is imperialism. This is specifically true when we observe the case of Russia and China, where multiple allegations by well-meaning people posit them as both imperial. Now, regardless of your specific thoughts on their actions, the difference between the actions of America, British, French, and Canadian forces are huge compared to those of Russia and China. You can see this even at a cursory glance. For example, why were all eyes on Russia during the 2022 crisis while little to no attention was paid to the fact that Americans bombed Somalia during the same time? You can see it in the amount of bases in external countries, namely that the US has 800 bases outside America, while China has 1 outside China. Let's come back to these differences in a second. First, let's get a proper definition of imperialism. The shortest and most succinct definition given by Lenin is the monopoly stage of capitalism. Lenin goes on to outline these specific points that are more explicitly characterize imperialism. First, the concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation on the basis of finance capital of a financial oligarchy. Third, the export of capital as distinguished from the export of commodities acquires exceptional importance. 4. The formation of international monopolist capitalist associations which share the world among themselves. And 5. The territorial division of the world amongst the biggest capitalist powers is completed. Imperialism is capital at the stage of development at which the dominance of monopolies and finance capital is established, in which the export of capital has acquired pronounced importance, in which the division of the world among the international trusts has begun, in which the division of all territories of the globe among the biggest capitalist powers has been completed. In history, imperialism begins only after the totality of colonialism is complete. How do you extract resources from a country that has no wealth? If a country cannot pay its people to do labor, then how do you get them to extract resources you need? The answer is quite clever. Finance capital, or in other words, world banks. You take the resources gained from colonialism and put it into a bank, loan it back to the country with unpayable interest loans. Perhaps you even throw in some policy decisions you have to abide by in order to keep them under the whip long term. In Lenin's imperialism, Lenin outlines how this was done by German banks, when they would give loans to other countries with rules outlining exclusivity deals with German extraction companies. In order to get these loans, you probably offered some land as collateral, and once you default on your payment, you lose the land back to the colonial oppressor, albeit in a roundabout way. In the modern day, the vanguard of finance capital, loan, debt structure, is headed by the IMF and World Bank. In order to gain access to these loans, you have to liberalize your economy, which is cutely named structural adjustment policies. Which in this case means that you have to agree to a policy of general non-intervention around business practices, and have to become a capitalist state. The structural readjustment plans almost always benefits the foreign capital, often making it untenable for homegrown businesses to make any headway. These businesses are, for the most part, controlled and run by the US and colonial regimes. Now, what happens if you refuse to pay or relapse on structural readjustment, or don't even play exactly how you want them to? Historically, it has led to the US invading your country and coupping your leader and instituting a sympathetic face. And there is the crux of it all. All this careful planning and careful nudging comes at the end of a gun barrel. The threat of violence is an open secret. This is why imperialism is different from Russia and China. Namely because imperialism is a compulsion of a state towards violence and domination due to their economic structure. In the case of Russia and China, there is no compulsion. For China, all the loans that have been given out has never come with the threat of a gun. While in the case of Russia, the invasions of Ukraine and Afghanistan have come as a political and historical decision based on the threat, perceived or otherwise, to national security. In this way, for Russia and China, It is not a compulsive requirement for violence as it is for the US and other imperialist countries.
Eddie reacts to Marxist Paul's video on Campism and Russia's supporters. Eddie reacts to
So now, without further ado, let's watch Marxist Paul Campism. No, Russia is not anti-imperialist, with working audio.
If you've been in any socialist spaces online over the past couple of months, you've more than likely encountered self-proclaimed communists who vocally support Russia in the recent conflict with Ukraine. According to these people, Russia is engaged in anti-imperialist activity by attacking Ukraine, who were puppets of NATO, its leading Western imperialist powers. And if you're lucky enough to not live in a terminally online pseudo-communist echo chamber, this probably sounds batshit insane to you, and that's because it is, at least mostly. Communists adhere to historical materialism, which sees class struggle as the driving force of history. But these people are abandoning the fight of class against class and putting in its place the fight of country against country. And most bizarrely of all, Russia, by its own admission, is not a socialist country led by and for the working class. It's an openly capitalist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So it can't even be said that supporting this country's actions is supporting the struggle of some stronghold of the working class, which some might have tried to argue while the Soviet Union existed.
Interesting. You got timed out here, but you're saying Marxist Paul rescinded his first video on whether China is imperialist following this critique. Interesting. Let me keep that in my back pocket. We'll do things chronologically here. I appreciate the link very much. Thank you.
Instead, what we're seeing here is blatantly just cheerleading.
Maybe someone is thinking about gifting Matron's Militia a subby. Of course, I always appreciate viewers who are able to contribute in non-monetary ways. That helps the stream very much. Thank you.
For one capitalist power against another.
So I haven't been, one of these you-rah-rah communists he's talking about, the people you-rah-rah Russia. Because Russia is a, capitalist state.
One really analyzes
but there's
them to build
literally
their
nobody who's saying that Russia is a socialist state, right? Nobody's saying Ukraine is a capitalist state and Russia is a socialist state.
Here we go.
And therefore we should support Russia, right? People are saying that Russia is allying with socialist states like Venezuela and China, who the U.S. empire has been targeting, trying to destabilize, trying to enforce economic sanctions on, economic warfare against, in order to do regime change. And Russia has allied with those countries, which has increasingly angered the U.S. Putin has increasingly nationalized sections of the Russian economy, which were sold off to U.S. multinationals during the dissolution of the USSR. That has angered the U.S. That has caused the U.S. to put sanctions on Russia. And NATO's destruction of Yugoslavia, as well as NATO's 2014 coup in Ukraine, their decision to arm and train troops right on Russia's borders in Ukraine, their decision to funnel money and weapons into far-right extremists, ethno-nationalists.
Just feel like all of this analysis, and I know that Eddie's video is 43 minutes, Marxist Paul's is only 13, but fuck, man, if you're going to make YouTube content, prepared content, like, be comprehensive with it so that it's not so easy to pick apart your video and then your only defense at that point is, oh well, I kept it short or whatever. Like, I don't get it. Like, what are they doing?
That's something Russia has done something about, right? That has been the U.S.'s strategy to destabilize Russia, to try and stop Russia from doing these anti-imperialist actions, these actions that are aiding socialist countries and non-socialist countries who the U.S. has been targeting. Because, the world isn't a comic book movie between socialists and capitalists, right? Iran is not a socialist country either. But Iran goes against
failing your audience.
U.S.'s interests a lot. Iran sends oil to Venezuela, which does call itself a socialist nation. You know, Iran trades with all these countries who the U.S. is trying to destroy. So the U.S. now wants to destroy Iran, even though Iran's not socialist. And we need to defend countries from imperialist aggression, whether or not they call themselves socialist. I mean, that has nothing to do with it, right? I support people's sovereignty, their right to elect their nation's leaders and their system of governance, regardless of whether the country calls themselves socialist or not, right? I still don't support them getting bombed and sanctioned and invaded and overthrown by the U.S. And nobody is saying Russia is socialist, right? What we're saying is the U.S., especially with the coup in Ukraine and the funding of these pro-U.S. militias in Ukraine and all their actions.
The thing that bothers me about the Marxist Paul videos, he doesn't like give any examples. He doesn't say, "Oh, well, these people are doing it," and then point to tweet examples or something. It is such a huge fucking straw man, but here we are.
Ukraine.
It's an op, dude. Like, we're talking about it, wasting our time.
Have been an attack on Russia, an imperialist attack on Russia, because Russia has been acting as a more anti-imperialist power.
Huh?
And then the other argument people make is about the Russian speakers in Donetsk and Luhansk, who are largely communist, who largely wish the Soviet Union never fell, because the Soviet Union protected them from the far-right groups in Ukraine who have been killing people in the Donbass. You know, which is why the justification that Russia gave for the invasion. They said, we're going to denazify this Donbass area where they've been shelling Russian speakers. And there are a ton of communists, tons of working class people in that area. And, you know, to be honest with you, a lot of them just flat out support the invasion, right? A lot of them just flat out are like, yes, this is a good thing. You know, Ukrainian militias armed to the teeth with NATO weapons have been shelling our homes since 2014 when the U.S. did a coup. You know, we want help. However that may come. So, you know, it's far more complicated. And what I think it's far more complicated than Paul is making it seem here. And what I think he's doing is setting up a straw man of these crazy tanky Russia supporters. So then he can argue against that straw man and knock it down, which is the exact same tactics that liberals use. See what people in the chat are saying. I've seen a few liberals call Russia communist. Interesting. You can't say the 2014 Ukraine coup wasn't popularly backed. It wasn't. It wasn't. Look how many Ukrainians are fighting Russia today. Yeah, according to MSNBC. MSNBC has increasingly told us that, or has told us every day that Ukraine's winning the war. But the 2014 Ukraine coup has been so covered up in the Oliver Stone documentary, Ukraine on Fire. There is a video of Victoria Nuland, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine in 2013, saying we are funneling $3 million into Ukraine to create support for this coup. And you can't find that video anywhere on the internet anymore unless you watch the whole movie. You know, it's been scrubbed from the freaking web. Basically, the U.S. admitting that they were going to control Ukrainian politics by funneling money into preferred groups. So you could say, you know, eventually it was popularly supported. Like, it was popularly supported after what? After Ukraine banned opposition parties and the U.S. gave $10 million to their favorite parties? Like, that's not really being popularly supported then. That's an imperialist takeover of a country, that's what it was.
Cheerleading for one capitalist power against another. The suffering working classes of each country dying in this war be damned. So what's going on here? Why have these supposed communists completely abandoned class struggle in favour of picking teams to support in capitalist wars? Well, simply put, this is the result of Campism. What the holy feck is Campism, you may ask? Well, today, my friends, we're going to take a look at this and why it's so unbelievably let's say, misguided.
I'm gonna grow weed.
Argument, right? He hasn't said anything about these people who support Russia or who are critical of the U.S. support of Ukraine. he hasn't said anything about them besides a straw man argument, besides saying these people think Russia is socialist, which I've never seen a communist or Marxist say that in my life. As somebody in the chat said, I've only seen liberals call Russia communist.
Yeah, they're confused.
So I cannot stand that. I can't stand that framing. And debaters and YouTubers are really good at it, right? And watch out for that. Watch out anytime they try and portray a certain group of people as just being ridiculous and not even worth listening to. Usually people will argue like that when they know that they're wrong, when they know that they don't know what they're talking about, and when they just don't want you to listen to the other side.
But first, if you're new here, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below for Marxist educational content and analysis. Speaking of the conflict in Ukraine, prices of just about everything here in Ireland are currently skyrocketing as a result. And, well, to be honest with you, times are rough at the moment. So if you're in a position to do so, then please consider tossing €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep my head above water. If you're not in a position to support financially, you can also help out by sharing this video around on social media. Now, according to Campism, the world is divided up into two camps. On the one hand, you've got the imperialist United States and its allies like Germany, France, Japan, etc. And on the other hand, you've got the anti-imperialist camp of those who challenge US imperialism in some way, including Russia, China, Iran, Syria, etc. According to this view, we live in essentially a unipolar world wherein the United States is the sole hegemon, which leads an imperialist bloc of other lesser imperialist powers and comprador states which exist alongside one another in a relatively unified, peaceful coexistence. All countries within this camp loosely sharing a common neoliberal imperialist economic agenda. In contrast to this,
So that's a bit of, I mean, I agree with parts of what he's saying. There are people who see, the U.S. as the hegemonic unipolar world power. And it would be really, really hard to argue that the U.S. hasn't been the hegemonic world superpower since the end of World War II, and especially since the dissolving of the Soviet Union. Since 1990, when the Soviet Union dissolved, no country has challenged the U.S. on the global stage economically, politically, militarily until China today. It's taken them years to build that up. And the reason, though, that people say this about the U.S., which Paul doesn't actually go into the reasons that people say this, is because the U.S. helped create the UN, right? And these institutions like the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, which were created after World War II, these giant institutions which control the global financial system and which are used for imperialist action so frequently and have been used for such things historically over and over and over again, are largely dominated by the U.S. and capitalists in the U.S. And there are and NATO as well. And we see whatever it is that the U.S. wants is generally what these organizations end up doing. So by example, there were a lot of European countries or countries who didn't want to go along with NATO's funding of Ukraine, arming of Ukraine, funneling money into Ukraine, and they didn't want to go along with NATO's sanctions and the US's sanctions on Russia because a lot of countries get gas from Russia, right? A lot of countries get their energy from Russia. So they were saying if we go along with the US's sanctions, this is going to hurt our people. Right? We don't want to do this just because the U.S. has beef with Russia. But you've seen time and time again, these countries have fallen in line with the U.S., these comprador states like France, the U.K., Germany. And it's not to say these countries don't conflict. They have tons of conflicting interests all the time, as I was just saying with the economic sanctions. But ultimately, they serve as a hegemonic force which is led by the U.S., and that is the unipolar force in the political world, these Western democracies that have dominated the global economic, political, and military stage for a very long time. So that's why people say it's a hegemonic power. And the formation of these groups, and this is something Vijay Prashad and Parenti talk a lot about, but the creation of these groups like NATO, the IMF, the World Bank, they create a hegemon, organs of capitalist power, financial capitalist power in the West that are not attached to any country, right? NATO is able to bomb countries. It's able to invade countries. It destroyed Libya. It's funneled billions of dollars in armed troops in Ukraine. and destroyed Yugoslavia with carpet bombing, including their infrastructure. And we know that the U.S. is leading it, right? We know that they're the leaders of NATO, but ultimately you can't pin it on a single country because NATO's not an organization that's tied to a single country. So it merges together these Western imperialist influences, these organizations like the IMF, World Bank, and NATO, and it allows them to enforce this unipolar, hegemonic sort of world dominance. So that's a much more in-depth explanation of what Marxist Paul just skimmed over there, because he's trying to strawman these people's arguments, in my opinion.
According to the campist worldview, is an anti-imperialist bloc of countries who oppose the current order. This is headed by Russia and China, but also includes countries like Cuba, the DPRK, Vietnam, Laos, Syria, Iran, Belarus, and others. Now, the origins of this worldview go back to the aftermath of the Second World War, when the Soviet Union defeated the Nazis and the new Eastern Bloc of socialist-oriented countries was established. In the coming years and decades, numerous countries across Asia, Africa, and Latin America declared themselves to be socialists. This created the concept of a capitalist camp and a socialist camp, the West and the East, as well as a further non-aligned camp, though this often tended to lean towards the socialist camp. The declaration of these proletarian states meant that class struggle itself could now in some cases be viewed at the level of proletarian states against capitalist states. This was argued to be an expression of class struggle on the international stage, fighting for the defeat of the capitalist imperialist system at the global scale, which would open up the pathway for all of these socialist-oriented countries to progress towards actual communism. But unfortunately, this socialist camp was defeated, not from without, but from within, by revisionists who mounted successful counter-revolutions for the restoration.
That's a decent explanation of, you know, the camps, and then you had the non-aligned camp, which was mostly countries in the global south who were saying, you know, we want our own voice in these global issues. We don't just want to follow the USSR or the US. But when he says that all of these countries were destroyed by revisionism from the inside, I mean, that's just absurd. I mean, that is just absolutely absurd. I mean, it's true. You know, there were revisionists on the inside, but to act like imperialism didn't play a role in the destruction of socialist countries over the past 90 years, especially US-led imperialism, is absolute insanity that you would only ever hear from a Western Marxist. You know,
It's just making it up. Just making up history at that point. Historical revisionism. That is like a reactionary talking point. That is one of the things that I think is makes me most suspicious of Marxist Paul here. That and him calling China imperialist. Imperialist. I can't say imperialist with his accent. Damn it.
There have been revisionists. You know, there have been people corrupt people on the inside, and the U.S. and the imperialists have collaborated with those people whenever it's been helpful. You know, but to act like NATO, the IMF, and the World Bank didn't play a role in destroying Yugoslavia, you know, or to act like Operation Condor or all of the U.S. coups, CIA coups in Latin America during the Cold War didn't have an effect on stifling socialism's growth, or AFRICOM, the U.S. military and drone system that stretches all across Africa and allows them to perpetrate a shadow drone war. Like, you don't think that suppresses socialist voices at all? You know, to not acknowledge imperialism as this global force for capital, which keeps socialist movements down, is ridiculous.
Why do they
and
do
that is where this, you know, what Paul calls campism.
It's just, yeah. Oh, no. I clicked in the wrong spot because I was trying to agree with him. Oh. What Paul calls campism. I found it. I did it.
Keep socialist movements down is ridiculous. And that is where this, you know, what Paul calls campism, or what I would call people who advocate for multipolarity, moving towards a multipolar world rather than a unipolar world. That's what they're saying, right? They're basing it off of Lenin's analysis of imperialism. Like, once the capitalists have conquered their own country, they're going to go abroad. They're going to look for markets, resources, and cheap labor abroad. And if countries try and do socialism, you know, try and kick the capitalists out,
work cut out
these capitalist countries are going to do military interventionism. You know, and that's what every single, or not even just military interventionism, but we have financial imperialism.
That's missing from Paul's analysis, yet he applies that analysis to Russia. Right? He seemed to make it, he seemed to imply that, like, Russia is doing a bunch of invading places all over the world in a way that somehow compares with what the United States is doing.
You know, the economic sanctions that countries get put under. And imperialism has been one of the main things stopping workers from rising up globally over the past however many years, especially since the end of World War II.
I will pray to
if we're
God.
talking this unipolar U.S.-dominated imperialism. So to act like it's just been revisionist, it's just been communists who, on the inside, who didn't have the right ideas, who didn't have the correct Maoist ideas of Marxist Paul, and that's what caused socialism to fail, that's absurd. Imperialism is the number one force which has caused socialism to...
That's what he's implying. He's like, all the revisionists made it go wrong. I gotta take this call.
quote-unquote fail thus far in history.
Duration of capitalism. This is generally exemplified by the collapse of the Eastern Bloc in 1989 and the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, though in truth the process of capitalist restoration had begun long before that. These moments were simply the final nails in the coffin. And yet, despite capitalist restoration occurring across the former socialist bloc,
I'm getting a little annoyed with how much I have to pause this video, but it was not, the capitalist restoration was not the final nail in the coffin. Like, yes, there was capitalist restoration going on in the USSR, Yugoslavia, all these countries prior to their collapse, you know, or their dissolution. Largely because of the IMF and World Bank infiltration, right? Because of infiltration from the Western-dominated financial system, which was growing. But the shock therapy that was implemented on these countries after they were overthrown was not just the final nail in the coffin. It was a human rights disaster, right? When the USSR sold off all of their state-run industry, all of their state-run companies to Western transnational corporations for a penny, you know, unemployment skyrocketed. And when they slashed all the social welfare programs, you had unemployment in the USSR went up to like 20%, from close to 0%. Homelessness skyrocketed. Drugs flowed over the border. Prostitution flowed over the border. All of this was stuff that happened after the dissolution of the USSR, which allowed the U.S. to implement what they call, or what's called shock therapy, or neoliberal shock therapy, where basically Western transnationals come in and they pillage a country. They pillage the country of all their valuable resources, abolish these labor unions, abolish these social welfare programs for the people, and just allow transnational corporations to exploit the shit out of these countries. And in pretty much every place, especially if you look at the former Soviet nations where socialism failed and ended, there was a human rights disaster which followed. As transnational corporations basically pillaged the country. So to act like, you know, that was
what does that mean? The other half of the
happening
channel?
anyways, and this was just some sort of, you know, final nail in the coffin when the Soviet Union was dissolved is absurd. Also, the U.S. Started the Gulf War and started attacking Saddam Hussein, like, before the Soviet Union even fully dissolved, but as they were dissolving. And Saddam Hussein was like, why is the Soviet Union not coming to protect me? You know, why is the Soviet Union allowing the United States to do this? The Soviet Union's in the UN Security Council, and they have so far protected us, not allowed the U.S. to do this. But because the Soviet Union was dissolved, they were no longer protecting Iraq. That allowed the U.S. to bomb their infrastructure to a pre-industrial state and put them under sanctions, which starved hundreds of children, hundreds of thousands of children, which U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright said was worth it. So to act like it didn't matter at all, that when these countries dissolved, when they were actually broken up, to act like, you know, they were already breaking up, it was just the final nail in the coffin. That is beyond ahistorical.
He's knocking it out of the park over here.
Some still mechanically view the world in terms of these two opposing camps, as though we're all still living in the 1960s and nothing's fundamentally changed. Let's turn now to look at why this is such a deeply misguided view.
Do we think Paul's line... What do you mean Paul's line? Paul's line is that the most effective way to resist imperialism, as it was defined by Lenin, is to apply a anti-revisionist political theory? I'm not sure what you're getting at there. Maybe you could phrase it again for me.
View of the world for socialists today. While there certainly is truth in the argument that the world is currently headed by US imperialism, this is also a massive oversimplification that ignores inter-imperialist contradictions within this camp itself.
It's an oversimplification, Paul. Oops. Just like it's an oversimplification to say that none of these people talk about the inter-imperialist rivalries that exist. They all just think everyone follows the US blindly. You mean the inter-imperialist rivalries between the US and other Western European nations that I talked about like 2 minutes ago in this video? There's nobody who thinks that France, the UK, and Germany are just blindly following the US and the US is leading them like a dictator. All of these countries have their own interests. You know, all of these countries have their own political systems, and there are absolutely inter-imperialist rivalries. And you're saying, you know, these so-called Russia supporters are oversimplifying things, when you just said these people, these advocates of a multipolar world rather than a unipolar world, they just think we still live in the 1960s, right? They think Russia's the Soviet Union. You know, this is the invasion of Ukraine's the return of the Soviet Union. We're back to the 60s, baby. No. Absolutely not. You're not mentioning any of the material reasons for why Russia can be considered an anti-imperialist country. You're not talking about the nationalization of energy that happened under Putin. You're not talking about Russia forging ties with China, which prompted the U.S. to put economic sanctions on them. You're not talking about Russia trading with Venezuela, Syria, Iran, all of these countries the U.S. is targeting. All of the countries that the empire is targeting. And when Russia is trading and giving oil and engaging in economic activity with countries who the U.S. is bombing and sanctioning and trying to destroy, what do you call what Russia's doing other than anti-imperialism? The U.S. is doing imperialism, trying to destroy countries' economic activity. Russia is trying to trade with countries and bolster their economic activity, which causes the U.S. to sanction Russia. The imperialists don't like that. What do you call it other than anti-imperialism? And it's not because Russia's socialist. It's not because they're turning into the USSR again. It's not because I think we still live in the 1960s. It's because I pay attention to what's going on. It's because I pay attention to global politics and I see the way in which Russia is defying the interests of the Western empires. Right? And for you to say that we're just oversimplifying this and saying, you rah rah, go Russia, go. I mean, what an incredible straw man. Which is something that is surprising to see from a Marxist who supposedly adheres to dialectical and historical materialism.
For example, France's opposition to the 2003 US-led invasion of Iraq shows that this definitely isn't some perfectly unified Western imperialist bloc. But the campists' naive oversimplification of politics at the global scale conflates opposition to certain activities of Western imperialists with anti-imperialism itself, as though no other countries in the world are also engaged in similar capitalist imperialist mechanisms, even if on a significantly smaller scale. Imperialists with anti-imperialism itself, as though no other countries in the world are also engaged in similar capitalist imperialist mechanisms, even if on a significantly smaller scale. It shouldn't even need to be said, but anti-imperialism is not simply opposition to whatever the US and its loose allies are engaged in. Anti-imperialism is opposition to capitalism itself and its highest stage, wherever it may rear its head, whether in the West or in the East.
Anti-imperialism isn't just broad ideological support for or against the U.S., right? That would be idealist, right? To think that anti-imperialism, as Paul just said, is to just be anti-capitalist, right? Is to just say, I'm against capitalism and capitalist imperialism, wherever it may be. And that's what anti-imperialism means. Real anti-imperialism, or what helps the people who are suffering under the boot of imperialism the most, is material actions, right? Not me and Marxist Paul saying, we hate capitalist imperialism wherever it is. We hate every country who's ever done anything that could be even slightly considered capitalist imperialism. You know, what does a lot more to help the people, like the people in Venezuela who are under the sanction regime of the United States, what does a lot more to help them is actually helping those people, doing things.
Yeah. What he says about revisionism. Well, what he says about revisionism, doesn't he sort of like imply that those states would not have, you know, folded if it weren't for the revisionism? Therefore, they would be more able to resist imperialism?
Materially to help those people, feeding those people, trading those people, or with those people, sending oil to those people. And you know who has been doing that? Do you know who has been bolstering the Venezuelan economy despite the wishes of the United States and despite the sanctions of the U.S.? Russia. Russia has been forging ties with these socialist countries and trading with them more and more. No, that doesn't mean I love Russia.
The Maoist. It's just like he's not willing to let that go. He's not willing to see that China is confronting U.S. imperialism. Russia is confronting U.S. imperialism. Not willing to let that go because they're like, well, it can't be anti. I think he spelled it out. He's like, well, it can't be anti-imperialist if they're capitalist. Right? That's what he said, right? And then he goes, well, China, they're doing a bunch of capitalism over there too. He's like, they're imperialist in their own right, which apparently he went back on. But it's clear his logic's all over the place. It's clear it's not a dialectical understanding of the world. I think he really shit the bed on that video. How do you leave that video up? I would delete it. You know? I'd simply delete it.
No, that doesn't mean I think Russia's socialist. No, that doesn't mean I think Russia's incapable of doing military actions that I disagree with. That doesn't mean Russia's incapable of committing war crimes in Ukraine since the invasion has begun. But yes, Russia is working against the interests of the dominant imperialist hegemonic power right now. And as evidenced by that is how much effort NATO is putting into funneling arms and weapons into U.S.-backed groups in Ukraine.
That's just true.
And the fact that NATO's doing it also shows that it's not just the U.S., right? It's not just led up by the U.S. The U.S. Has the most control of NATO out of any country. But, yeah, so I guess what I'm saying, my main beef with this is how bad Marxist Paul is strawmanning this argument, right? He's not talking about any of the real material reasons people give for why Russia is acting as an anti-imperialist power, for why Russia has angered NATO, the US, and all the apparatuses of imperialism. It's because they're materially supporting countries like Venezuela. And yes, that does make them anti-imperialist, at least in that case, Paul. That doesn't mean that Russia's always anti-imperialist and we can just be like, Russia good, because the world doesn't look or work like a comic book movie. But when Russia sends resources to Venezuela against...
No, Paul originally put out a video saying China was not imperialist. Someone countered it citing Lenin, and then Paul pinned a link to the video saying China is imperialist under his video and added, outdated, to the title.
No way.
The wishes of the U.S., yeah, that's anti-imperialism. And it's a lot more effective anti-imperialism than you and me getting on Twitch and being like, I hate capitalist imperialism wherever it is. You know?
And following on from that, modern Russia absolutely is a capitalist imperialist power in accordance with Lenin's criteria outlined in Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. So let's briefly go through these 5 characteristics one by one and how they apply to modern Russia. 1. State capitalist monopolies play the
what fucking Marxist Paul, huh?
decisive role in Russia's economic life, to the point where Russia's own federal anti-monopoly service...
He could stay mad about China. That motherfucker can stay mad about China raising 900 million people out of extreme poverty. What is this deal?
Stated in 2018.
He thinks China would be in a better position now to be a force against U.S. imperialism than if they didn't take the path they did? Is that what he's saying? He's like, they should just listen to Mao. Are you serious? He's arguing they shouldn't have taken the reforms they did? And is that seriously what's happening? Is that what's baked into his argument? How is that? Come on. How is that a serious argument? And then he does this thing. He puts out a video saying China was not imperialist. Someone else made a video citing some Lenin. And then Paul updated the video saying it's outdated. It is imperialist. You're kidding me. What the fuck?
That the state's share in the Russian economy via monopolistic state-owned enterprises was between 60 and 70.
And this is what everybody...
He's a Marxist criticizing them for having state-owned enterprises.
He was doing with China like a year ago. Like breaking out their copy of Lenin's imperialism, being like, well, China seems to have monopolies, and they seem to export capital as well. It's like, okay, maybe if you pinpoint certain sectors of the Russian economy or certain things that they've done globally, you know, you can put them under this definition of imperialist, or you can put certain actions that they've done on. You can define certain actions as imperialist. But how many military bases does Russia have globally? Russia, total number of military bases globally. They have 21. And that seems like a lot, right? You could look at those military bases specifically and say maybe these are for imperialist reasons. You know, China has like under 10, I believe. The U.S. has over 1,000. The United States has over 1,000 of these military bases. Or let's look at the IMF and the World Bank, which are financial institutions which did not exist under Lenin, which Lenin would have never been able to see. Those are absolutely dominated by financial capitalists in the U.S. You know, if you deny that the IMF and the World Bank does the interests of the U.S. or Western...
That's what Politistrum did too?
...capitalists, people would call you crazy.
Wait, who's that?
Our current global system, the current global financial system, which has evolved very much since Vladimir Lenin 100 years ago, even though I love his book Imperialism, looks much different. Right? It looks much different than the system that Lenin had. So to act like the U.S. is not this hegemonic, grossly overpowered capitalist empire compared to other countries is insane. And to act like we already have a multipolar world, you know, we have a world where there are just two two capitalist empires, Russia and the US, and they're just battling it out. That's not the reality. Yeah. Russia has no control of the IMF. Russia has no control of the World Bank. Russia has been put under crippling economic sanctions by the US. Russia has increasingly forged ties with socialist China, socialist Venezuela, and these countries who the U.S. has been trying to sanction. Right? Russia has thus far not been acting like the U.S. And putting economic sanctions on countries who go against their interests. Or the
Marxist Paul got wrecked.
The interests of capitalists in Russia, right? They haven't invaded a bunch of countries who have gone against the interests of capitalists in Russia. They've invaded Ukraine, a country on their border where NATO has been training troops and lining their border with troops and has done a coup. And you can disagree with the invasion of Ukraine if you want. You can say, you know, Russia also wants to build a land bridge between...
All right, you're saying more developed version of Paul's argument, still not very good.
...have passed since the violent escalation of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis.
That's the video. That's the audio guy. That's the voiceover guy from... that one guy's videos. What's the guy's videos? Like Jonathan Tran or something like that?
This event sparked another in the long-running discussions on...
All right. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. I want to finish Eddie Reacts.
Between Ukraine and Crimea, so maybe there's some sort of more imperial...
You want to go Black Land Bridge?
Forged ties with socialist China, socialist Venezuela, and these countries who the U.S. has been trying to sanction. Right? Russia has thus far not been acting like the U.S. And putting economic sanctions on countries who go against their interests. Or the interests of capitalists in Russia, right? They haven't invaded a bunch of countries who have gone against the interests of capitalists in Russia. They've invaded Ukraine, a country on their border where NATO has been training troops and lining their border with troops and has done a coup. And you can disagree with the invasion of Ukraine if you want. You can say, you know, Russia also wants to build a land bridge between Ukraine and Crimea. So maybe there's some sort of more imperialistic incentive for Russia to do this, you know, you could say that, but to act like the U.S. imperialistic power, Russia imperialistic power, and there's no hegemony here. You know, there's no hegemony, even though Russia has 21 military bases and the U.S. has over 1,000. It's all the same thing. Like, that's just not true, right? That's just...
They do this 1 = 1. Well, Russia does one imperialism, and U.S. does one imperialism in Ukraine. I'm just going to pick the side with the Nazis that I like more.
It's not true, and you have not brought up the sanctions that the U.S. has put on Russia. He hasn't brought up the ties that Russia has been forming with U.S. enemies, and he hasn't brought up the institutions of imperialism, which have developed since Lenin's book, Imperialism, that have allowed the U.S. to be this dominant hegemonic power. So this is a straw man. It's a straw man using Lenin, which makes me sad.
70%. 2. Russia's native industrial and banking capital have each monopolized and merged together, and indeed with the state itself, to form Russian finance capital and a financial oligarchy who wields this finance capital. For example, the 4th largest firm in all of Russia is the state-owned banking and financial services provider known as Sberbank. At the head of this firm is a man named Herman Gref, a politician, businessman, and the CEO and chairman of the executive board of Sberbank, who's held various positions in the Russian government over the course of his lifetime. Herman Gref is the quintessential example of what Lenin described as a financial oligarch who demonstrates how industrial capital, banking capital, and the Russian government and state themselves have all merged into one force for the growth and expansion of finance capital. And
they're literally trying to infiltrate.
Numerous others like him too. 3. The export of capital rather than just...
Such fucking losers that they cannot start their own movements. They have to co-opt someone else's movement. They have to co-opt other people's communities. They can't build their own. And what they don't realize is that they're telling people like me, whose community they're clearly trying to infiltrate, they're telling me that I matter. My community matters. Otherwise, why would they be trying to co-opt it?
That's his argument.
Get wrecked, Pat Socks. Get wrecked, LaRouche-ites. LaRouche-odes.
One rich guy who works for the state bank? So what evidence do you have that that is the guy, or that guy is doing imperialism though, Paul? You literally just said this is a guy, a rich guy who's part of Russia's state bank. Did he argue for the war in Ukraine so he could make more money?
I know.
Did he argue for...
Marxist Paul makes a very non-material argument. He sort of makes like a baby level argument, like the first... It's like the first time... It's like baby's first investigation into the NED. It was like didn't really do a good job there, Marxist Paul. You really shit the bed.
Economic sanctions on a country so he could make more money? That's what imperialism is. Did he argue that he wanted Russia to export capital to another country so they can exploit the country for cheap resources and labor? Or is he just a rich guy? Like, yeah, I don't like that guy, but the fact that that guy is a powerful person in Russia does not show that they're an imperialist nation. Right? Maybe that rich guy wants Russia to trade with Venezuela. You know, maybe it's in his economic interest that Russia acts in an anti-imperialist way right now. Especially now that, you know, most of Russia has been sanctioned by the Western world. They're banning commodities from Russia. They're even banning Russian sports athletes from competing in the West. You know, it's probably going to be increasingly beneficial even for Russian capitalists to trade and forge alliances with countries like China.
Sounds
you know,
good.
countries who are against the dominant U.S. empire. But the fact that they have a financial oligarch in their country, like, yeah, of course they do. The Soviet Union collapsed, and like I said, their country was pillaged by Western transnationals and financial oligarchs. And of course there are financial oligarchs still in Russia. As I said,
I'm so sick of people treating this war like it's some sort of fucking movie. They treat it like it's MCU. If anything, it's more like Star Wars.
they're a capitalist country. But that doesn't mean that they are an imperialist country. It absolutely doesn't mean they're an imperialist hegemon the same way that the U.S. is. And that doesn't prove that they're doing imperialism in Ukraine. I can't believe that was a real part of the video.
You had Iran interview? What?
The export of commodities has grown to the level of exceptional importance in Russia as, and this is crucial, Russia is a net exporter of capital rather than a net importer, with a net international investment position, or IIP, of over 487 billion US dollars as of 2019.
Amazing.
4. Russia.
That's like the same as the China argument, right? Okay, so let me break this down. Or that's the same as people who argue that China is imperialist, which I'm pretty sure Marxist Paul does.
He did.
But after World War II, Europe had been destroyed by the fighting, right? And the U.S., that's largely what allowed the U.S.
Well, Marxist Paul. Well, you don't know. China. What they do. Sort of more of intellectual terrorism, stealing ideas from our best companies, our best people. Marxist Paul, I'm sorry, Eddie, my man, Eddie. What you don't get, United States, when you become president, abortion, not important. It's all about NATO. Bomb. We're gonna bomb Libya. Gaddafi. He's an evil guy. Here's what you don't get. When I got into the White House, they pretty much told me it's their way or the highway. I couldn't even wear a tan suit. Well, that's what you don't get. A lot of nuance. And I got to battle the Republicans. Mitch McConnell. Dennis Hastert. That guy. All right.
U.S. to emerge as the dominant global power. You know, all the fighting happened in the Soviet Union and Europe. A lot of their infrastructure was destroyed. They needed to rebuild. So even though the U.S. didn't really want to, they reluctantly did a trade deal. What was it called? I always forget the name of it. The something Marshall Plan. Is that what it was called? Yeah, I think that's what it was called. But they did a trade deal with their allies in Europe, thinking if we build up our allies economically, we're going to have people to trade with, and it's going to benefit us in the end. So they did all these loans to help export capital, to help build up capital in Europe, so that Europe could trade with the U.S. and they could form into this, and they could form into the, you know, Western-dominated world powers that we see today. China is doing something very similar. The Belt and Road Initiative that China's doing is bringing capital to countries in Africa, countries in Latin America, countries who the U.S. has sanctioned, bombed, and prevented from developing for years, with the same interest rates as the U.S. loans to Europe after World War II, right? So it's not the same as when the IMF and the World Bank offers a structural adjustment loan to a country in Africa. Right, and the interest rate is like 200%, and all of a sudden the IMF and World Bank says you have to change your political system and abolish labor unions, otherwise we're going to stop giving you money, we're going to stop giving you loans, and all of a sudden you're a mini colony of the IMF World Bank. It's not a loan like that, right? You can export capital to a country without it being an imperialist exporting of capital. Right, you can help give a country money, financing, or help build up capital in a country to build them up so you can trade with them. And this is what China has called their foreign policy and their trade policy of mutual development, which you can read about in Xi Jinping's book. It is very, very similar to what the U.S. did in Europe at the end of World War II. Right, so look at the loans that the U.S. gave to Europe versus look at the structural adjustment loans that the U.S. gave to Africa. They're much different. One of the loans, some of the capital that was, or the capital being exported to Europe, or the loans going to Europe, were designed to help them build up their industrial base, build up their economy. The loans to Africa, the loans to Latin America, were designed to allow the U.S. and the financial oligarchs to control their political systems, to control their economies, to hold back development, and allow these countries to just basically be pillaged by Western transnational corporations. So you can't just say, look, Russia exported $500 billion of capital, therefore they're imperialist. You know, that could include Russia's operations in Venezuela, which Venezuela is very much in favor of, you know, which go against the U.S. sanctions, which are designed to starve and destroy Venezuela. So you can't just say they export capital, therefore they're imperialist. In the modern world, in the global world, you know, pretty much every country exports capital, and it doesn't prove that the capital that Russia's exporting is imperialist just because they export more than they import. Yeah. That's just because they're a large, powerful economy.
What is it? Yeah, and again, who are they trading with?
Participates in various
trading with people that the fucking U.S. hates. Because they do awesome things. If the U.S. hates you, it's for a good reason.
International monopolist capitalist associations, including being a permanent member of the United Nations.
Not that. It's probably for good reasons, as in you've done good things.
Security Council. More importantly, however, is the development of the.
Because they're a part of the United Nations Security Council, they're imperialist? When the United States Security Council was formed, it was formed with China and the USSR. And now Russia and China are still a part of the Security Council. You know, the first 56 vetoes after the UN was created, the first 56 vetoes was the Soviet Union vetoing the US when the US was trying to get UN approval to invade some country or to destroy some country. The US went to the UN and said, hey, can we get the green light to go invade this country in Africa? And the Soviet Union would veto it. The first 56. So to act like being in the Security Council proves that you are imperialist is insane. because there was an umbrella of protection that existed over most of the third world until the Soviet Union dissolved. We talked earlier in this video about how right as the Soviet Union was dissolving, the US bombed Iraq's infrastructure to a pre-industrial state and put them under sanctions which starved hundreds of thousands of children, which Madeleine Albright said was worth it. That was because the umbrella of protection which existed in the UN Security Council went away. The USSR was not acting imperialist just because they were in the UN Security Council. They were acting, wait for it, drum roll please, anti-imperialist. Just like Russia is when they trade with Venezuela or these countries who the US is trying to destroy. And it doesn't matter that Russia's not perfect. It doesn't matter that Russia's capitalist, that they're not a socialist nation who I support and go, you rah rah, Russia build socialism, right? Because even though I don't agree with Russia's economic system, I don't look at the world like a comic book villain where some people are good guys and some guys are bad guys, and I can see where some of their actions are anti-imperialist. And I can see how their recent actions globally have angered the US and have really been anti-imperialist. So I think I got the gist of what I wanted to.
There you go. This Midwest Marx replying to it, hitting all the shit. I think I would like to have said if I had a well thought out response. The thing is, it just felt like I listened to Marxist Paul and I'm not getting better material analysis. It felt like there were straw men. It was short-winded when it should have been long. I thought that was just awful content. I think that makes this guy super sussy. And spells to me that I don't think he's a comrade. He's not a comrade. Whereas I listen to Eddie and I'm like, this guy sounds like a comrade. You would hear the same kind of talking points over here, just not as well thought out. Better arguments, I think. More arguments, more thought out, and better. You've heard criticism of Marxist Paul before? I don't know. I've seen a couple of his videos. He seemed fine. But this war is showing us the divides here. It is showing us the fractures on the so-called left. And, I don't know. I think some people are just embarrassing themselves. Or maybe they're realizing they're not really leftists. They're reactionaries. They end up thinking China is imperialist just to allow themselves to do mental gymnastics to say, oh yeah, see China bad. Motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. This Marxist Paul guy carrying water for U.S. imperialism. Literally making sort of like pro-imperialist talking points. See? Yo, if you're a chud and you're watching that video, you're like chuckling. Why? Because this is a guy that's supposedly a leftist see, all the socialist movements fail because they fucked it up. Not us, right? This motherfucker carrying water for chuds. That's such a shitty argument. And I know that's me like sort of cherry picking everything that he said and taking the worst one that he made. But come on, that was such a bad argument. Carry water for the fucking CIA over here. I'm not saying he's a fucking op, but like, come on, that was so bad. Maybe he is. What does that mean? Midwestern Marx did a great job of pointing out all the flaws with good material analysis. Eddie did not go soft. It seemed to me he gave a fair but tough analysis of Marxist Paul's non-material ahistorical analysis. Raw man, up the ass. Jerry Lee Lewis is dead. All right. You said Midwest Marx did a great job of pointing out all the flaws. Oh. I guess I misread. I keep mixing up Midwest Marx with Marxist Paul. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with Eddie. When he talks about this war, he brings the kind of material analysis that would be completely welcome in our community. Whereas Marxist Paul is making straw man arguments where if you were making them in our chat, we'd be like, wait, who are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about, bro? Right? That shit would not swim here. That shit would not swim in this community. We'd be like, wait, what? Are you trying to talk about Jordan Hinkle? Just come out and say it. Right? I'd be like, Paul, what, homie? Who are you talking about? Yeah. Be like, make a material argument or leave. Right? That's how I would treat them. That's how I would treat them. Make a material argument or get the fuck out of here. Because it's very easy to not take this seriously. But what you do have to take seriously is that people use this argument. I think this is what Sam Cedar was talking about when he was talking about campism the other day. Who the fuck is this person in my chat? Shut the fuck up. What is your deal, homie? Join the conversation or leave. You seem to want to talk about something else. You okay? Okay. So that's, I think, what's going on. I think if Marxist Paul were here, his shit would not float. That turd would sink. And we would bury this turd. We'd be like, homie, who are you talking about? Who are these pro-Russia people? Who are these campists that you seem to be referring to? Let's take a look at what you're saying. Give me, what's your best example of a tweet, of a blog post or a stream or whatever, of a YouTube video that you seem to be referring to? Because this seems like a giant straw man. That is baby level shit. It doesn't seem like it was. That was absolutely a giant straw man. That is... Shut the fuck up, homie. That was a giant straw man that does not belong in leftist spaces. This is not serious stuff. What I'm upset about, mostly, is me. Because I've been showing Marxist Paul videos, and I'm scared people are going to be like, well, Dan watched Marxist Paul. He seemed to think it was okay. I think he's got good analysis. See, he's got this good video on Russia. Right? I think I'm most upset with myself right now. Fuck. Fuck a Marxist Paul. And then he doubled down? Hold up. So someone made a video about Paul's video. Is China imperialist? I do believe in the video he says, okay, it's a 7-minute video. Here we go.
China, an imperialist country. Now, this is an intensely debated topic all across the political spectrum. Google defines imperialism as a policy of
oh my god,
extending a country's power and influence through colonization, use of military force, or other means.
Why are you even going to reference Google?
People will claim themselves to be anti-imperialist using this fairly vague definition. It certainly
don't even
sounds
reference
good,
it.
But let's be honest, extending power and influence could mean anything at all.
Please don't even reference it.
People have accused countries like Cuba sending doctors around the world to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic of trying to extend their power and influence, of propagandizing. But could anyone call Cuba imperialist? As we can
see, is he seriously just going to leave it at that?
See, the Google definition is completely insufficient for describing this phenomenon.
Right, good.
Likewise, we often make the mistake of believing imperialism to be synonymous with colonialism or neo-colonialism. Fortunately for us, modern imperialism was theorized comprehensively by Vladimir Lenin in the aptly titled Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Its 5 basic features are: 1. The concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank...
Yo, liberals don't have a definition. Because it's not in any Marvel movie, you know?
Capital with industrial capital, and the creation on the basis of this finance capital of a financial oligarchy.
They're like, I'm not sure, was that in Avatar?
Capital, as distinguished from the export of commodities, acquires exceptional importance.
Imperialism. Was that the third book of Harry Potter?
The formation of international monopolist capitalist associations which share the world among themselves. And 5. The completion of the territorial division of the whole world among the biggest capitalist powers. In short, imperialism is monopoly capitalism. The free competition of the good old days of earlier stages of capitalism is past, and now monopolies are its dominant distinguishing feature. And what's the purpose of this? To exploit and deliberately deter development in other nations in order to create dependent relationships which ensure long-term sources of income or other resources for the monopolists. Importantly, as I'm sure many of you can now see from this definition, it's not only countries like the US that are imperialist. Multinational corporations can also be imperialist, as we can clearly see in the fact that Nestle have worked with the government of Pakistan to privatise parts of the national waterworks, making the populace dependent on purchasing their water from Nestle. Coca-Cola, as another example, infamously murdered union leaders in South America in order to deter those who would seek a raise in wages. Of course, institutions like the Brazilian government and police are too economically dependent on the revenue generated from Coca-Cola to do anything about the situation. This is imperialism in action, clear as day. But it doesn't stop at nations and multinational corporations. Organisations which have an input into a range of interests across various nations can also be imperialist. This includes organisations who have control financially, like the IMF, OECD, World Bank Group, WTO, politically, the EU, or militarily, NATO, OSCE. All of these are crystal clearly imperialist organisations. But to return to the titular question, is China imperialist, using this, the Marxist definition?
Well, again, I think he comes down on the no side of it in the video, and then he goes outdated, check pinned comment, which means he's going to go yes.
Well, the answer to that definitely isn't as clear-cut as it would be for the other organisations that I mentioned.
Clear-cut.
One of the issues that causes confusion is that China gives out loans to many developing countries, and some people suggest that this in and of itself creates an exploitative relationship of dependency that's equivalent to that of the loans given out by any Western imperialist powers. While it does give out loans, China does not impose the same economic conditions required by the IMF or the World Bank. Under those imperialist capitalist loans, poor countries subsidise the wealthy ones with exorbitant interest rates on unpayable loans, causing the flow of wealth to be from poor countries to the rich. Robin Hood in reverse. In addition, restructuring is contingent on harmful policies of austerity and privatisation. Countries that take loans from China, on the other hand, aren't forced into structural adjustment programs that mean implementing harmful neoliberal policies for the benefit of Western imperialist exploitation. And for countries that are unable to pay back their debts, there's no evidence of asset seizures in lieu of loan payments in Africa or indeed anywhere among Chinese borrowers in debt difficulties. In fact, China regularly cancels the debt of the world's most impoverished nations if they're struggling to pay it back. Between 2000
What? Yeah. There are plenty of people I respect on domestic and geopolitical analysis have disagreed with on Ukraine war takes. Doesn't automatically invalidate every other thing that's said or even mean they're a dumbass. We're all misinformed, disagree on things, but everybody here absolutely needs comradeship above else. Yeah. It's like the same time, not everyone's my comrade. And if you're like, I don't know, like where this is coming from, but like, I have absolutely, I don't know, like cut ties with folks. Not just because we disagree on Ukraine war takes. I think that's just too much of a reduction. So I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but like, I honestly think that this war is a litmus test for the left. This has absolutely been a litmus test for the left. And you might say, "Oh, Dan, you're gatekeeping," to which I'd reply, "Fair. It's fair. Someone's got to do it." But the point is, like, if people are out there failing this test and throwing their support behind empire after time and time and time and time and time again of being fooled by empire, then, homie, you're not my comrade. You're not in, like, you stay outside the gate. You go to some other place where that level of analysis is taken seriously, because it's not taken seriously here. That's where I am. I don't know where you're coming from, though. So I'm trying to, like, respond to somewhat of a straw man over there yourself. That's what I'm coming from. Yeah, but you're saying, that being said, that the line's incredibly thin. As long as we're aware of that's all we can do about it. TLDR, we're not arguing with someone who thinks homeless people are ghouls and don't respect healthcare or housing. I don't know. I don't know what that argument is, Dr. Maggot. It seems like a DemSoc argument, which is like, "Oh, I don't know, man. I just want people to have healthcare. And you know, I'm a progressive. I think we need to vote for more progressives and we'll get there." Like, no. Like, this misunderstands power. And this plays into the powerfuls, into those who are powerful, into their hands. We need people to have a good material analysis so that we can start to organize and get out of this. Get out of this mess by building dual power as capitalism destroys itself. What's going to be there? What will you have built in your lifetime so that when capitalism does break, when capitalism eventually eats itself from the inside, hopefully before all of the coasts are flooded, at the end of your life, looking back, what would you like to have said? What would you like to be able to say that you did? Currently, I'm doing revolutionary entertainment. I'm helping build revolutionary consciousness. I'm helping to build class consciousness. I'm helping to build a dialectical understanding, a historical, dialectical, material understanding of the world. I'm trying to build towards that. I'm trying to figure out the best strategies for doing so. So I'll be able to look back. I'm laying on my deathbed. I'll be able to look back at least on this part of my life and say, okay, well, that's what I was doing then. What can you say? What will you be able to say? If you've got nothing to say right now, that's fine. Because you got time to figure it out. What I hope to be able to do is look back on what I'm doing right now and be able to say, well, Dan, at least you weren't doing ahistorical materialism. At least you weren't lying to your audience, saying, oh, hey, those socialist projects that you've seen all over the world that have failed, it failed because of them. What? It's like victim blaming shit, right? But again, it's an ahistorical understanding. It's a non-material understanding. It's a fake understanding of history that relies on bullshit. Made up. He made it up. So I'd like to be able to look back on my life and say that I didn't make it up. That means I have to do the work. That means I've got to look into my shit and make sure it doesn't stink. That means I've got to learn what the fuck I'm talking about, if I'm talking about it, or admit that I don't know. That's why we do deep dives. Number one, it begins with an explicit admission. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. How could I? How could I know everything? It's a big fucking round world. Some people believe it's ball-shaped. I think it's flat. Speaking of material analysis. All right. Chat, where are we on this? How are you feeling? What are your feelings? Let's sock them. Let's sock them. Commentators are basically rooting for NATO, even if they're not admitting it. They see their interests aligned with the West. The litmus test, I agree. I really just meant that it's easy to forget that we exist in the Imperial Core, and someone who is sleeping on the street outside our apartment doesn't really give a shit about that. Right. There's someone sleeping outside my apartment? Jesus. Right. That's pretty fucked. Alright. Either way. Thanks for the 4 months, homie.
I feel like I'm just a baddie trying to fight capitalism while being fabulous.
You love to see it. Thanks for the 4. We are. We're all coping from capitalism. I just hope that on our journey to the other side of capitalism, which I hope isn't backsliding into feudalism even more, what am I saying? I just hope that in this time I'm not doing... If my goal is to educate my audience, I hope I'm not doing... I'm not rewriting history. It's in my best... Like, as a content creator, I've pretty much hung my hat on dialectical material understanding of the world. I've hung my hat on not making shit up over here, right? I didn't know that's what would happen when I got into this. But now that means I got to do the work, because you as my community will not let me get away with it. At the same time, I wouldn't respect you as a community if you did. So we got this little relationship going here where you won't respect me as a content creator. If I'm doing ahistorical material analysis, you'd call me out, and I fucking hope you would, in a comradely way. Because I'm not going to let them get away with it either. We've got a very unique opportunity here, and it gets harder to do that if I lose credibility. So I'm relying on you. Your help is appreciated. I like to force the contradiction. This is a pretty bald-faced contradiction coming from someone who's a Marxist. I'm not afraid to attack anyone's arguments here. They could be a Sam Cedar, they could be a Vaush, they could be a Dylan Burns, they could be a far right, some other far right guy. They could be me. I could look back on a video and talk shit about a non-dialectical take that I've previously had. That's the point. That is the point here. Is that this is the kind of community, I'm the kind of person, and this is the kind of community where we can learn from previous takes. And I really hope that you think that that is the case. I really hope that I've demonstrated that. I really hope that I demonstrate that. That's important to me. Again, that's another way I lose credibility in my own community. That's how I lose credibility from a community that I would want to respect me. Right? All right. Okay, we're halfway through the video. Are we? Yeah. Is China imperialist?
China has written off around $9.8 billion in debt to other countries. Cuba accounts for over half of it. Over the 18-year period ending in 2018, over 50% of China's cancellations have gone to highly indebted poor countries, mostly in Africa. Over 20 African nations on the receiving end of Chinese government loans have seen their loans forgiven, with about 6 of them getting free cash twice. Between 2000 and 2018, 57% of China's recipients saw their debt slate wiped clean. The next highest number saw 21% seeing what was once a loan being turned into a gift. Outside of Africa, other large cancellations include Pakistan, $500 million, and Cambodia, $490 million. All of these factors...
He's demonstrating the loans are way different than the Western loans. They don't even compare.
...severely complicate the suggestion that China is an imperialist country. Now, we have to concede Lenin's third characteristic of imperialism. That China does give great importance to the export of capital rather than just commodities. Though it certainly doesn't do...
He keeps coming back to the export of capital argument.
To subjugate the countries that it invests in and create states of dependency, like Western imperialist powers do. As for the...
Making this dependency argument a state of dependency, it's just like the welfare state argument just blown up to geopolitics. Oh, well, if you help them too much, then you're really hurting them. At the same time, the West is like, hey, you want some help? You better take it. Otherwise, we'll fucking kill you. It's just like, how do those...
The other 4 characteristics. Private monopolies don't play a decisive role in Chinese economic life. Look up the anti-monopoly law of China. As we saw recently with how the CPC was able to shut down the country in response to the pandemic at the click of their fingers. Compare that to how Western governments had to negotiate with big business to enact their responses. How such countries have relaxed their lockdowns in order to serve economic interests rather than the interests of public health. In China, business answers to the government. In the US, the government answers to business. China doesn't have a private financial oligarchy.
What was that framing? Am I confused? What did he just say?
That China is an imperialist country. Now, we have to concede Lenin's third characteristic of imperialism.
This is a China better argument. Okay, I better hope so.
That China does give great importance to the export of capital rather than just commodities. Though it certainly doesn't do this to subjugate the countries that it invests in and create states of dependency like Western imperialist powers do. As for the other 4 characteristics, private monopolies don't play a decisive role in Chinese economic life. Look up the anti-monopoly law of China. As we saw recently with how the CPC was able to shut down the country in response to the pandemic at the click of their fingers. Compare that to how Western governments had to negotiate with big business to enact their responses. How such countries have relaxed their lockdowns in order to serve economic interests rather than the interests of public health. In China, business answers to the government. In the US, the government answers to business.
Yeah, what's wrong with my brain? My brain wants him to have that... Wants him to be making a bad take here. Okay.
China doesn't have a private...
Calm down, brain. He's not the worst.
Financial oligarchy. If it did, it wouldn't regularly be imprisoning and in many cases executing wealthy industrialists.
Fine.
It's not engaged in the formation of private international monopolist capitalist associations which share the world among themselves. It's not territorially dividing up the world like Western imperialists did in Africa and Latin America. Beyond Lenin's characteristics of imperialism, China doesn't engage in settler colonialism, it's not white supremacist, and it's not involved in large-scale exploitation by private capitalist interests. China's by no means perfect. There's a lot to criticise about its foreign policy. It's not, however, fair or accurate to describe it as imperialist in the Marxist sense. So we shouldn't make the mistake of comparing it unfairly to Western imperialism as though it's somehow equivalent to, say, US imperialism. It's not comparable. Okay, looking forward to Western China understanding.
He goes, it's not comparable. What happens? Someone replies to it. Wait, did someone have that video for me or what? You said someone said they were... Here he is in the pinned comment. Anytime China comes into the conversation, there's bound to be some disagreement with people from all across the left. Remember, we don't need to agree on everything. We can disagree and still be respectful. Since releasing the video, my analysis of China's developed, and I would now come to a different conclusion. They say, I recommend watching Premier Lyle's response video to add a counterweight to the argument put forward in this video, presenting an argument for China being a social imperialist power.
Hello, friend.
Does it feel like I'm being strung along here? Homie, like what? At the end of the video, you go, they're not comparable, and then you're like, well, they're comparable. Back it up. I gotta watch this?
Friends. So, Paul Moran, a well-known Marxist on the site, uploaded a video titled, "Is China Imperialist?"
My God, dude. I can't trust this voice.
And I'm going to spoil the ending for you all. He declares that it isn't. I believe Moran's heart is in the right place. As
just feels like debate bro energy.
As he attempts to make a Marxist analysis of the situation at hand. But I believe he may.
I really struggle to trust people when I don't see their face. That makes it hard for me, I'm not gonna lie.
Make some mistakes along the way.
When I can't see your face and this is your voice.
This video is not made to just...
Fuck. I'm gonna shill. I'm gonna pause. I'm shilling for myself. Please support this channel. Keep independent leftist content alive. I want to let you know that I do not have a very lavish lifestyle. So you're helping me to make a ton of content. Over 200 hours of content in the last 30 days. And you're also supporting me at a really important time as I become more self-sufficient, as I'm going to be growing weed, homies. I'm going to grow some weed. It's going to be good. Weed, I hope. Very excited. I should be getting seeds soon. And my tent and everything else. All right. With that said, I've spent pretty much all of my money. All of my money. And I have no more. If you want to support the channel right now, that's a really great thing. I would really appreciate that. You can support with a subscription, a gift sub. You can support for as little as, I think, $3 a month on Patreon. You could buy merch. You could do a dono, a one-time tip. You can also support on Etsy. On Etsy, I've got a page on Etsy. So what's going on here? I'm in the middle of, if you're just tuning in, I'm in the middle of this rabbit hole where we're talking about imperialism, what it is, what it isn't, what countries are, what countries aren't. And by doing this, I'm starting to see certain people and where they exist on the left spectrum. And I think it's very fascinating. Hey, Chimerax Machina, thanks for the tip, homie. Thank you for the dono. I think that... I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch this video. Here's Hakim in the mentions. Matt, thanks for the 100 biddies, homie. Hakim in the mentions, in the replies, do they say something? I look forward to both. What, do they say anything else? I think I just simply don't think I could watch this. I feel like I'm plenty down the rabbit hole here. What do you think, Chet? What do you like to do? There are other things to talk about. But I feel like we don't have to listen to people anymore. When we just are... When you get to a point where you're like, well, I just simply don't agree with your takes. I don't think hearing more of them is going to help. I don't want to waste my time. Where are we with this, Chet? We beating a dead horse, or should we go down the rabbit hole more? It's giving rabbit hole? What does that mean? Listening to your enemy, I think it'll just be a repeat of previous points. I assume they want to do comparative apologia for U.S. imperialism. I don't know. Who's this channel? Premier Matthew. Hates Vaush. Yeah, good for you. It's basic shit right there. Oh, look at that. Japanese imperialism. Confirmed. That's literally what people say about me. I'm like, are you serious? Well, I don't know what to say. Hard to get a quick read on it, you know? I just don't want to watch it.
Hello.
Any opinions? Any strong opinions? Did it say anarcho-NATOist? Are there any strong opinions? Giving rabbit hole vibes? I still don't even know what that means. It means the vibe that is coming from being given by something? Rabbit hole vibes? As in, you want to go down the rabbit hole? Play the short ones. Yeah. Where are the oh, short one? This one.
I'll give him a week. I'll give him 11 minutes.
When anarchists set up an autonomous zone in Seattle. I don't know what's happening, folks. I don't know what's going on. I'm moving on. Top row. Something about Texas.
Hello, friends. As many of you might know, I am from Texas.
It just sounds like cringe energy.
I'm from Houston specifically, and Texas isn't having that great of a time right now. There are a lot of people
all right
with electricity out, people who don't have
Ted Cruz
warmth. Their power is out. Their water has been turned off, or that it's completely frozen. My pipes
don't know how to handle
froze.
They don't know how to handle frozen.
My community has gone through rolling power outages, and we've had our water turned off.
Folks, your pipes do not have to freeze. Sometimes if you play your cards right, you can keep it so that your pipes freeze. If you're not used to it, you're not used to frozen conditions. When the heat gets below like 0, run the water. Run a drip of water. Just do it. This could save you so much time and energy. Just run a little bit of water. Just a drip, drip. Like a drip every few seconds or so, right? Doesn't have to be hot, you know, just, right? It could just be regular temperature water. Keep it going. Save your ass. You're welcome.
Off. It's all back on. Everything's on now.
What is this guy getting at, though?
Later? I don't know. But we never planned on it getting this cold, and even though we had precautions which were supposed to be set in place, they simply weren't. We just simply didn't. And so it's really amazed me how fast it's happened. How almost immediately after we elected Joe Biden, it immediately got cold in Texas. We have solved global warming completely. It's mind-boggling. It's astonishing.
That's not good at this. What? All right, homie. Good job. Okay. You're doing fine, honey. Keep it up. I'm not gonna listen to. Yo, this guy's gonna make a video going, no, actually, China is imperialist. And Marxist Paul is like, okay, you changed my mind. What the fuck? I do not want to watch this to figure out why Marxist Paul changed his mind. I was wrong about China, LOL. What? Okay, why? Explain yourself. What the fuck? What are we doing here? You say you smell sarcasm, but, homie.
Is modern
He goes outdated. Check pinned comment. He says, I recommend watching Premier Lyle's response video to add a counterweight to the argument, presenting the argument for China being a social imperialist power. He says, I would now come to a different conclusion on the matter. So, like, what the fuck? Marxist Paul. How does he say it? Yo, I don't know. Is this guy just like a bullshitter? I just don't feel like this guy's a comrade. Just based on this, I'm like, I don't know, homie. Hakim and Paul Morin talk China.
A bunch of questions about your thoughts on China. I'm not sure if you want.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Decadune. Oh, now I'm interested again. Are you ready?
Wanted to talk with them a little bit. I know it's a kind of controversially thing, so if you don't,
no, it's fine. It's a very large question. I'm planning on making a video on it.
Well, yeah. Let me just maybe we can narrow. Actually, I was going to say we can narrow it down and ask a few questions. But the question is, the few questions I see jumping up before me are actually pretty vague. They're pretty big. Jamie Rowe literally just asks, "What are Hakim's views on China?" It's very
that's completely fine.
Very open ended. But if you want, did you want to take that?
I can take it very quickly.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go
Motherfucker over here.
on for 30 minutes. I say that.
They found themselves an extremely handsome guy from Northern Ireland. Look at that head of hair. He's got this smile. Lights up the room over here. Look at this guy.
That I'm going to end up going on 30 minutes.
3 hours later, yeah, we'll be still here.
I'll give just a quick couple of sentences, right? I think, just to preface this, I think there's a lot of dogmatism on both sides when it comes to the concept, to the idea of China.
I don't know why I made that up.
Some people will be like, you know what? No, they're actually, socialism and market socialism. They're socialist and market socialism is a form of socialism. You have this on, which is one aspect, which I think is wrong. And you have the other aspect, which is, they're a form of authoritarian capitalism. That has nothing to do with the, blah, blah, and that's another form of dogmatism that's absolutely ridiculous. What you have is a very dynamic and pragmatic nation that has done several things. First and foremost of which is that they have developed a merging of state capitalist and private capitalist economy, right? Mostly, though, because of the overbearing, let's say, arm of the state. I would say by majority, it can be considered to be a state capitalist economy. This is not a controversial point to make.
No, I mean, they basically agree. I mean, they literally talk about the decisive nature of the markets and so on and so forth. I mean, there's nothing controversial about that.
Yeah. Now, where the controversy lays is the political structure and motives.
Oh, whether it's dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, dictatorship of the proletariat, and stuff like that.
Exactly right. Yes. And then it gets to a point of lots of statistics and discussions which can be had. And either at the end you get to the idea that, hey, it's a dictatorship of the proletariat because of the leading nature of the Communist Party, or you get to a position that it is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie because of the presence of certain unsavory classes, let's say, within the ruling structures.
Jack Ma
and stuff
in
like
the
that.
CCP, over 60 billion net worth, Alibaba.
Yeah, exactly.
It gets dodgy, yeah.
Exactly. Now, my point, I meet in the middle of this.
Hey, guys.
Right? You need to realize that the Chinese, or not you particularly, but I mean people in general, need to realize that the Communist Party of China is an incredibly massive.
But we've been a little nitpicky on Marxist Paul's analysis throughout the day. But generally speaking, I've enjoyed Marxist Paul. You watch this video on Campism and it was not good. And I can't seem to... Seems hard to pin down on China, right? Am I confused?
Organization. Absolutely. We have not... Even the Soviet Party, the CPSU, which was the largest party of its time, practically, does not even reach a level of the complexity that exists within China and their political structure. There is not one trend.
Which one,
there is
Meister?
4 or 5 major trends and dozens of sub-trends within the party. Something that, you know, if you...
That's right,
yeah. If you read... there's a really good book called... the Chinese New Left is a publisher of these sort of things, right? They're a tendency, one of the tendencies within the CPC. And they published a book called Afterlives of Chinese Communism, and in it there's a chapter that's relevant on this, which I recommend. But the general discussion is that we need to realize that unlike in the Soviet era and their ban on factionalism to an extreme extent, there is a limitation of factionalism within the Chinese Communist Party, but there is not a ban on it. So what does that mean is you have informal groupings within that form and base around certain ideological and political trends. What are those trends? You have the liberals on one side who advocate for social democracy and whatnot.
Some free marketeers, like Jack Ma is a good example, like an actual, like proper, like proper rightist, you know.
Exactly right. Yes, the prototypical capitalist roader. Exactly right. Then.
Okay, gonna take a very short break. I'm interested in this. I want to keep this going. Be right back.
I want to speak today to the unfolding situation in Afghanistan, the developments that have taken place in the last week, and the steps we're taking to address the rapidly evolving events. I made the decision. The buck stops with me. I am President of the United States. The buck stops with me. And I made it clear to them, the buck stops with me. The point I'll make is this. Look, the buck stops with me. I know my decision will be criticized. There'll be plenty of time to criticize and second guess when this operation is over. I'm focused on getting this job done. I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. U.S. forces will be out of Afghanistan by May 1. I'll be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been. America is addicted to oil. You know, I talked, we've made clear to the Taliban. Look, I made the decision. The buck stops with me. I am President of the United States. The buck stops with me. And I made it clear to them. The buck stops with me. The point I'll make is this. Look, the buck stops with me. But the idea that somehow there's a way to have gotten out without chaos. So for you, that was always priced into the decision? Yes. There's no good time to leave Afghanistan. I don't know how that happens. Put it in reverse. Afghanistan. That was 4 days ago, 5 days ago. What happens now in Afghanistan? Do you believe the Taliban have changed? No. Do they want to be recognized by the international community as being a legitimate government? I'm not sure they do. You know, I take that responsibility seriously. I carry that burden every day. Look, I made the decision. The buck stops with me. I am president of the United States. The buck stops with me. And I made it clear to them. The buck stops with me. The last point I'll make is this. Look, the buck stops with me.
You have other aspects. You have what we can say is like the new left. The new left is they're almost European in the mentality towards Marxism. If you notice in a lot of their writings, they discuss critical theory much more than they discuss economic. Very interesting to note, right? But they kind of highlight more social issues within China. But also they have a negative idea of the way that China is moving in right now. That's another trend. Another trend that exists is the Maoist trend. And that is, by the way, we cannot deny that there's also a substantial grouping within the Chinese Communist Party. And these are people who are basically of the flavor of the Maoists of the 60s, right? Late 50s and early 60s. Right, yeah. Cultural revolution types who really uphold that legacy and whatnot, and would like to see the suppression of markets and the nationalization of everything again and all that kind of stuff. And you have two other trends me right now, but they are mentioned in Paul Cockshot's discussion of cyber socialism that he gave at the New Left forum. It's on YouTube. He discusses in way more detail over there, but it's also discussed in there. These are, by the way, informal groupings because this is kind of like closed down. This is kind of like hearsay that you get about the stuff. The Chinese Communist Party doesn't actively tell, you know what, we're actually fragmented, you know, so you can put in wedges. But this is my point is this, that this is an incredibly complex issue.
Hit me. Hit me. Wow, that looks really weird. Something about it that doesn't look right.
Where you have many different forces pulling and pushing in many different in many different directions. So you have these forces that want to increase the capacity of the party for like the development of capitalism, kind of like to its end. These are the Jack Ma types and their ideological comrades, right? Yeah. Then you have these people who want absolute state nationalization and abolition of markets and all that kind of stuff. You have all these things. What is the actual practice that you get, though, in China? What you are seeing is a very strong centralized state that is developing the economy towards something that is almost a meme at this point, the development of the productive forces. Now, people will laugh and be like, haha, you know, like, well, you know, oh, socialism will be January 1st, 2050, right? You know, they're going to press the socialism button. My personal perspective on this is this, right? That as it currently stands, I personally think that it is a state capitalist economy aimed at developing the productive capacity of China, which, by the way, people need to remember is a very poor nation. Even now, is an incredibly poor nation. There are certain parts of China that are absolutely dirt poor to this day, even after the poverty alleviating campaigns, because those only eliminated absolute, like what's it called, extreme poverty.
Only.
Even though that's a massive achievement that they did, regardless. But what I'm trying to say is that it's still so imbalanced across the country. Unlike, for example, if you compare with the Soviet Union, if you were to go to Almaty, which is in Kazakhstan, and you were to go to Baku, which is in Azerbaijan, and if you were to go to Minsk in Belarus, and then you were to go to Leningrad, you're going to see the same type of city setup and urban development and industrial levels of output and diversification, right? If you do the same thing in China, you will not see that. You're going to see many cities.
That's not what it's about, dude. Why are you comparing it? That's not oh my God. You got to start with where they are. You got to start with where they are. If you're going to judge a place, start with where they were and where they are now. You don't judge it by the rest of the world. Oh my God. This is not a good move. Where's he going with this?
Cities that are incredibly highly developed, particularly in the capacity for production. And then you're going to see other cities that are still kind of in their early 70s levels. Like they're developing, but they're developing slowly and they're not developed sufficiently as to result in this like disbalance in the country, where one side is developed and has the productive capacity to do what they want. Other sides are incredibly still poor and have kind of are net receivers of the benefits of other parts of the country. Xinjiang is an example of this right now, for example.
What?
Right?
Start back.
Developing, but they're developing slowly and they're not developed sufficiently as to result in this like disbalance in the country, where one side is developed and has the productive capacity to do what they want. Other sides are incredibly still poor and have kind of are net receivers of the benefits of other parts of the country. Xinjiang is an example of this right now, for example.
Okay, sorry.
Right? What does this mean in the end? So yeah, I told you I was going to be like, oh, just like 3 sentences and
10 seconds.
Being a 3-minute discussion. Yeah. What does this mean in the end? What it means is that the Chinese leadership has identified a fundamental issue that they have is the development of like the development of the whole country to kind of skirt this issue of unequal presence, number one. Number two, to allow for a proper base of productive capacity to be like produced. And then afterwards, according to them, they claim that they will begin a proper transition to the full construction of socialism, which they consider currently what they're doing. They don't consider themselves to be socialists. They're considering themselves to be progressing towards socialism.
Well, I've heard the primary stage.
Sorry.
I've heard this thing. They say like we're in the primary stages of socialism. So it's kind of like they've inserted like a transitional layer between capitalism and socialism, and like even though like as traditionally like revolutionary Marxists would see socialism as the transitional stage question. To communism, they've kind of like inserted like another like little wedge there between capitalism and socialism, and they kind of say that this is like the primary stages of socialism. Like we're.
I'm gonna assume he means Xinjiang is the undeveloped. Yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of a strange thing. I don't know what to make of it. It seems a little bit wishy-washy to me.
And no, I agree with you. And I remember I was reading the there's a book that was a compilation of many authors. It's called Why Socialism, and in it there's a segments on different like topics, and then many different authors give their own like short essays on this. And one of the two of the authors were Chinese. And they gave their Chinese Marxist perspective on this. And I remember the discussion was that we are like when they're talking about the what's going on in China, they particularly say that they're not in socialism. They're in when they say the primary stage, they're like, oh, we are building up to the building of socialism.
Yeah,
that's the way they worded it. Yeah, and that's something I realize again when we have to look at this from a class analysis. I realize why many white Western comrades, or not even white Western, but Western comrades from highly industrialized nations and imperial core nations, why they can have an issue with this, because they already exist in industrialized nations. While I, as an Iraqi, this really resonates with me, and it makes a lot of sense, because I look at, for example, Iraq primarily, and then on a general thing, like the Arab world as a whole, like all the way from Morocco to Iraq, and to the south to Oman and Yemen, right? And I think about what would be required for us as a nation, as an Arab nation, what would be required for us. And
you'd need an NEP
Chinese path. Yeah, the Chinese path is the one that makes the most sense, because we are so unequally developed in many different forms. We still exist. There's some places that have incredibly highly developed industrial production, and there's some places that are still subsisting on a semi-feudal economy, even to this day. We have incredible difficulties in our productive capacity, and these things cannot be done without. Oh my God! This gets in a way deeper discussion of the position that China found itself in the 70s after the Sino-Soviet split and its isolation from the world, both from the West and the quote-unquote East, and what they had to do. So it was kind of they were compelled, they were forced, their hand was forced to open up to one or the other. And the Sino-Soviets, after the Sino-Soviet splits, the Soviets weren't gonna open their arms again. They took everybody out, even their experts. They took their machines with them too. Right? So who are they going to go to? If we exist, like as our world, if we exist in a similarly precarious situation, it makes complete sense as to why you would open up to the market, to the West, and to allow capital investment to develop the already non-existent capital that exists. There is no, productive basis at all. And to produce it from ground zero would take such a massive effort, and with the expected embargoes and political isolation and diplomatic, fear, warmongering and stuff like that would result. It becomes incredibly difficult and incredibly complex. Let me just summarize, because I'm even beginning to ramble. I'll just summarize like this. I personally consider China to be state capitalist, not because they chose to be state capitalist, but because they initiated market reforms as a result of the complexities and difficulties of their situation after the Sino-Soviet split, and the limited capacity they had for development. As a result of this, they started market reforms. Not that I personally agree with them. Of course, I would rather planning and suppression of markets and stuff like this goes without saying. But they had to do this. And what they're planning to do is develop their productive capacity on equal basis across the country to the point that they can then, once they're complete with this preliminary stage, then start the construction of socialism proper. And this process is what they consider to be.
All right, that all checks out. The part where he's like, I wouldn't do it, but they had to. So you would have done it, right? What are you saying?
What they hope to be completed by 2050. It's not a button. It's more of a,
otherwise, everything's right.
Imagine you.
Let me know what y'all think.
Turn a water heater on and the water slowly boils.
Yeah,
it takes a time, but then
quantitative into qualitative, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Qualitative into qualitative. Thank you. Exactly that. Qualitative.
Here's the thing.
Ambiguous.
Everyone follow Ambiguous. Everyone follow Ambiguous. Hypersonics.
Sorry,
my
you
final
finish
point?
off. Yeah.
My final point is, I personally think, on the political sphere, I have some level of optimism, just to counter the general cynicism that exists within them. I have some level of optimism that what they say they're going to try to do, they're going to actually accomplish. And I think only time will resolve this. The endless debates we have as people who don't speak Chinese and don't have access to Chinese sources can be on a low level at the end of the day. And I think that's a nice way of tying it up. But yeah, please give me your opinion on it.
No, that's a really, really nice take there. I think you're sort of cautiously optimistic. I'm probably the opposite, sort of the other side of the coin there, like where I'm cautiously pessimistic, and I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. Like if you can prove me wrong, then if China proves me wrong, I would love nothing more than to be proven wrong.
Exactly that,
for global communism to be ushered in by the CPC, that'd be absolutely amazing. So I really hope that happens, and I hope I'm wrong here. But when you look at the export of capital that has occurred since the reforms, specifically post 1979, obviously Deng Xiaoping's reforms coming in after Mao died, and so on and so on and so forth, there's it really peaks, and it really peaks, I suppose, really in the mid 2000s. You just see it skyrocketing to crazy levels. I mean, 2001, I think the CPC decided to accept capitalists into the party. There's this whole thing happened, and it seems to be going very much in a troublesome direction in terms of really capitalizing on the market. It says, okay, well, we're just going to do the market. We're just going to do this. It seems like to me in a way that they've kind of sacrificed socialism, like everything we understand, to be socialism. And I think that it probably is necessary to just do a quick little recap on like what we mean when we're talking about socialism, because for me, this is something that is often confused with people. Like they don't actually know, like, what are we talking about socialism? People just think like socialism is government does things and so on and so forth. For me, socialism, there's three aspects. There's the economic aspects, of course, from each according to their ability to each according to their work. That's really, really important. There's the political aspect, having a dictatorship of the proletariat, super important. And the third aspect is, of course, the transformational aspect. So there, the economic aspect, the political aspect, and the transformational aspect, of course, of socialism being the stage between capitalism and communism. That for me is like that's what socialism is, and like everything else, all of the other like factors fit into those categories, like whether it's abolition of the markets or abolition of the commodity form or things like that, just eliminating the long sort of move to really transforming the relations of production so that you have this stateless class, this moneyless society. They can all fit under those categories pretty well. And for me, like when I look at like the economic aspect, from each according to their ability to each according to their work, China, it's not that at all. Political aspect, it's the thing is, political aspect, it's a little bit vague. Maybe there are aspects of it that are definitely there. As you said, there's a line struggle within the organization. There are different factions. There's genuinely proletarian aspects. There's also the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie are part of the organization, and they have immense political power. I mean, in 2018, the CPC was celebrating the role that these capitalists, these ultra capitalists, had played in the reform and opening up process. So like there's definitely a massive bourgeois element to this, which we can't deny. And as for the transformational aspect, I mean, do we accept the 2050 line? Do we accept? I mean, and this is going to be borne out over the many years that come before us. Do we accept that it's actually going to be socialism by 2050 or 2078 or whatever mark they're putting in at the moment? And beyond that kind of question, I think there's a massive question that needs to be raised. If we don't see it as socialism, if we just see it as this kind of state capitalism that's kind of wholesome and kind of nice and does this cool stuff and it cancels debt and it's kind of a friendlier it's friendlier than US imperialism, it's friendlier than EU imperialism, we kind of like it. But we also, as Marxist-Leninists, need to remember like what Lenin said. I mean, Lenin talks about imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism. So we're existing in the stage of imperialism. And if you have these massive capitalist countries, they're probably going to be imperial. And if you don't think that China is socialist, then the only alternative is it being the second largest economy in the world, it being this massive economic powerhouse. Well, I mean, fill in the gaps. Living in this age of imperialism, well, I think what is it?
I agree with you. But I just have one point because you mentioned like, whether we take it in 2050 and accept this or not. I just have one counterpoint. Is it our place to be the ones who even?
But isn't that a liberal analysis? That's the thing. Like I've heard Vijay Prashad say things like that, and I've heard people say like, "Oh well, who is this?" Is actually a thing that I remember. I was a little bit perplexed when I heard Vijay Prashad say like, "Is it imperialist? Is it not imperialist?" And he was like, "Well, who are you, white Western man, to say whether or not it's imperialist?" And like the thing is, that's not a scientific socialist analysis. That's a liberal standpoint, epistemology analysis. That's not actually a scientific socialist analysis. It's not based in material reality. So. It's an
what
issue.
I'm trying to say to like frame it in a way that I can like get my point across is like this. It's not about do we accept it because you're a white guy, what do you know? No, it's not that. That's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm saying is it our place to accept it, not as we're just because we're not outside. My primary thing is that we do not have the necessary information on the particular direct like motives of the CPC. Primarily. Secondly, we do not have access to the literature that's mostly in Chinese of the discussions that are going around all this. All this stuff exists there and it's published. And I have several friends that can speak the relevant languages, and they tell me about like fairly interesting things of the conversations that are going on, and their conversations to a level that is far more deep than what we have, because us outside of China, our conversations never get beyond there's 60-something capitalists within the CPC, there's the supposed foreign investments that's being characterized as imperialism, and like in Africa, for example, they don't diplomatically support socialist movements abroad. Like this is as deep as our conversation ever gets over here.
Well,
right?
Can I just say though, like, I mean, I did like this is we can actually objectively prove this. Like, we can actually like when it comes to like export of capital and stuff like that, like we can actually look at the statistics for their outward foreign direct investment. This isn't just like a wishy-washy thing. Like we can actually chart this and say like, yes, absolutely, the export of capital is dominant and does take on a decisive role in their economic plan. I mean, like we can actually prove these things. We can actually prove the oligopolies that exist there. We can actually prove the predominance of what we consider to be imperialism by the Leninist standard. We can prove the military bases they have in Djibouti. We can show these things. It's not as though we can't see these things.
I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
I think the fundamental flaw in there is that it's kind of jumping the gun, right? Because you mentioned something very interesting. You're like, it's the second largest economy, and it's going to like, what if it starts filling, or the fears that it fills in the gaps, right? Of the former, like, of course, I don't want to do the silly game of like, actually compare it to the former second largest economies and what they did compared to what China's doing, and you see a very different picture. But I don't want to play that game. The game, the angle I want to get at is when we say like, it's actually like proven without it. I've really looked into this. The claim that China is imperialist, right? And every time I've looked into it, it is like the way that it's presented, it's like a ad hoc explanation that's kind of applied back onto the foreign investment that exists. It's kind of like, I'm not saying you do this, but a lot of people, for example, on Twitter do this, where they're like, foreign investment exists, ergo it is imperialism. right?
Well, outward
if
foreign
if that's
direct
the case,
investment. I mean, that's the export of capital that Lenin talked about.
yeah, of course, you're right in that, but it's a multifactorial thing. And I think something that's missing as well is that there is a geopolitical aspect that's missed out, because even if, like, we grant that, by the way, I would like to actually discuss this maybe further in the DMs about the imperialism aspect, because maybe you've seen something that I haven't seen.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I read a pretty good. See, thing is, I made a video about this last year where I was just like, nah, China isn't imperialist, and all of the same arguments that, like, I was literally on the opposite side of this argument, like about a year ago. It forced me to confront a lot of stuff, which I think was pretty. It was a very uncomfortable situation for me to be in, and it forced me to look every single argument that I had against China being imperialist. I had to really grip with that and handle that. And so, I've got a bunch of documents I can send you, which pretty much concretely demonstrated. And it's
I would like
wild.
to more deeply. Yeah, I would like to look into this more deeply, because every time I've asked people to send me stuff, and they would send me stuff, and I'd look into it, and I can be. Yeah, it would be a bit. Not as concrete as I would like it to be, but my point is
I've got it for you. Like, I put a little link to it in the chat there, for people. It's called it's on Banned Thoughts, and it goes into it. It's like, it literally uses all the statistics. It goes into, like, literally using, like, World Bank statistics and OECD statistics, and it actually shows. Which talks about.
Having a hard time over here. I want to give Marxist Paul the benefit of the doubt. It's getting harder and harder to do that. And I lost my spot. No. That is not the take. Non-material argument. It's an argument that ignores dialectical, historical understanding of what's happening. It's not it. All right. I don't know. We got to get back into this. It just feels like baby shit. And so, like, Paul's just going to drag Hakim down there and just force him to battle it out. Well, no, according to Lenin. No, according to Lenin. No, according to Lenin. He's just like, he's fixated on this thing where he's convinced that according to Lenin, he's like, homie, do you seriously think if Lenin were alive today, he would be like, oh yeah, China is imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. China's that. Like, if he honestly thinks that, he could try to do that, but he just goes back to this, like, well, I got this 5-point thing. Better to reference the work, not the person. Receipts, please. About what I'm saying or what? Let me know. I don't want to be misunderstood here, but Lenin's writings are a culmination of many ideas, sometimes incomplete. He does this thing where he just refers to this 5-point list. I don't think he does a good job of explaining that the countries that he's referring to apply to the list even, but he just keeps going with it. It's like, okay, do you really think Lenin would think, like, if we were like, hey, Lenin, in the world of imperial nations, you think it's fair in one breath to say the United States is an imperial nation, and in the other breath say, yes, also China is an imperial nation, and for there to for that to be like a meaningful thing to say at that point, because now like we're equating them on some level. At the very least, a lot of the times when people do this, they are just sort of like equating it. Well, okay, well, China's imperial, US is imperial too. I guess it's not bad to hate China. When they use this, when the people who say China is imperial, pretty much they're never using a material analysis of the rest of the world. They're only talking about it being imperial in a very narrow, slim, sort of like Google definition level of understanding.
Don't get cheap on me, Dodson.
Or they're tricking themselves into thinking, oh yeah, well, Lenin would say so too. I just don't see that. I don't think I see Lenin being like, yes, imperial. Let me know if you disagree. But going back to Midwest Marx, he did a good job of explaining this really well. China wants to train their own workers and help countries become more self-sufficient. Yo. All right. Where were we in the video? Do you remember? I think we got to dip out. I don't see this going anywhere. What do you think? You wouldn't have made it so easy to leave the USSR if that was the case. Oh, fuck. Talk to my guy. Alright. Wow. Hakim is based. Paul Morin's kind of a loser who can't cope with settlers, though. Watching an Irish guy try to deny his whiteness because he doesn't want to be associated with imperialism is just too funny. Alright. I don't know, homies. I think if, like, Marxist Paul were up in the chat and they try to pull this shit in chat, we would be like, what? What are you doing? I don't know. I'm not in love with it. I don't think I need to spend any more time on it. What is this? Is Russia imperialist? This is Politisturm?
On Russia's place in the modern capitalist world.
God, I hate this voiceover. Why are you like this?
Have passed since the violent escalation of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. This event sparked another in the long-running discussions on Russia's place in the modern capitalist world. Some people in the communist movement claim that Russia is not imperialist,
you want to watch
and therefore is a progressive power compared to Western imperialists. Russian elites justify their foreign policy with epic slogans about the protection
know that Jake Tran guy? Sometimes he's doing a voiceover and then he dips out, and I think this guy takes over.
Of the Russian language and the Russian world, about the secret mission for saving Europe, exhorting the restoration of historical justice, or even reuniting fragmented lands. At the same time, the Russian elite accuses Western countries of economic expansion into their sacred and inviolable land, then denounces the unipolar American world, calling all of this the definition of the word imperialism.
Alright, are we hooked in, or do you want to do something else? Change gears. There's some other stuff I want to talk about. Fuck. Dude, there's not that much. Alright, fuck it, let's do it.
In the theory of Marxism-Leninism, imperialism is a strictly defined scientific concept. It not only describes the
Oh my god, what is this? Don't make non-material arguments, derp jerk. Do not make non-material arguments. Telling people that's wrong. That's a non-material argument. You don't know what's happening there. You got another thing coming. That's a non-material argument. That kind of engagement is not encouraged in my chat. It is actively discouraged in my chat. You're gonna be asked to bring your best shit when you come to my chat. Bring your best arguments or dip out. You don't understand what China's doing in Africa. Yo. Instead of saying that, just say what you think China is doing in Africa. Bring your argument, but make sure it's a material argument. Make sure it's class conscious, homie. Make sure it's full to the brim of Marxism and parenti, okay?
Policy of the capitalist state, but also indicates its form in the system of social development. In this video, we will define imperialism from a Marxist-Leninist understanding and definitively answer the question, is Russia imperialist? In his book,
Russia's got to deal with ISIS. Africa's got to deal with ISIS. Africa's got to deal with AFRICOM. The United States droning the fuck out of it. AFRICOM, go home.
Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Vladimir Lenin
Forget they just bombed the shit out of Libya. That was not that long ago, y'all.
Imperialism as a stage of monopolistic capital. The classic definition of imperialism is found in the following. Imperialism is capitalism at that stage of development at which the dominance of monopolies and finance capital is established, in which the export of capital has acquired pronounced importance.
They're going to rely on this Lenin and then probably interpret it in a certain way. They're going to strain the interpretation and they're going to be like, see, it's imperialism, see?
In which the division of the world among the international trusts has begun, in which the division of all territories of the globe among the biggest capitalist powers has been completed. Moreover,
Jesus Christ, derp jerk. Do I have to be more specific? I guess so. I guess so. You're saying China's developing the fuck out of Africa, and the worst thing they're doing is hiring Chinese people and not local people. I just want to make sure you're being specific enough. Are you being specific enough? Do you want to be more specific? Can you be more specific? Let us know when the bad part comes in.
Imperialism emerged in the late 19th, early 20th centuries as a result of the objective development of capitalist relations, in which free competition, characteristic of early and mature bourgeois society, is dialectically replaced by the domination of monopolies. The most striking example of an imperialist state during this period was the British Empire, which colonized most of the territory of the globe. Along with it, there was a scattering of other imperialist countries, for example, France, Germany, Japan, which pursued an imperialist policy on a more limited scale. However, an imperialist state is not always a huge colonial empire. At the beginning of the 20th century, the imperialist state also included the Russian Empire, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and the Italian Kingdom. There is competition between a huge colonial power and relatively small imperialist states, which can take place both in a relatively peaceful way but can also turn into a form of war. It was the competition of national monopolies and the desire to redistribute spheres of influence in the world that would become the main reason for World War I. The key features of imperialism include, firstly,
Derp jerk, homie. What the fuck are you doing in my chat? You're literally not impressing anybody here. And I have no need to try to impress you. So it's like, what are you doing in my chat? What is your purpose? What are you trying to do? I don't think you're winning anyone over. So it just honestly feels like you could be better spending your time another way.
the concentration of production.
I'm not offensive. Yeah. That's interesting because I never said you were offensive. And now you're telling me to stay cool. All right.
Production and capital.
It'll help me to stay cool if you're not here. Take care.
Which has reached such a high stage of development that it has created monopolies.
I banned you because you seem to make it important. You seem to make it clear that it was important to you that I stay cool. Okay? Now, if I let you stick around, I'm not going to be cool. Because it's clear you're not cool. It's clear you're very uncool. You got this fucking nightmare blunt rotation look over there, homie. You got this look where you're like, hey, I can't wait to gentrify your neighborhood. You got this look where you're like, hey, I'm getting into real estate. What the fuck you doing over here?
Which
Get the fuck out of here.
In economic life. Secondly, the merger of banking capital with industrial capital and a creation of a financial oligarchy on the basis of this financial capital. Thirdly, the export of capital.
I mean, come on. Yeah, ideally they hire local people. And we've talked about that here in the past. But like, they're trying to like paint China as being like evil or bad. They're like, do I have to say anything else? Shut the fuck up.
Which becomes more important than the export of goods. Fourth, the formation of international monopolistic unions of capitalists.
Stay cool, man.
Dividing
Stay cool, man. When you're a jet all the way from your first cigarette.
The world. Fifth, the participation of the largest capitalist powers in the territorial redistribution of the world. Having considered the essence and highlighted the key features of imperialism, we can proceed to the question, why is the Russian Federation an imperialist state? As one of the main tasks in achieving economic security for the Russian Federation, the Russian National Security Strategy highlights the support, development, and protection of competition in the Russian market, suppression of monopolistic activities, and anti-competitive agreements, ensuring equal conditions and freedom of economic activity on the territory of the Russian Federation. Despite this, the Russian economy is in fact monopolistic. An accurate assessment of the share of domestic monopolies in the structure of the state's GDP is difficult at the moment, but it may well be more than 70%. Thus, in the retail sector, the X5 Retail Group PC and Magnet OJSC retail chains occupy a monopoly position, which has repeatedly led to collusion between them. In the oil refining sector, 11 oil and gas companies, Rosneft, Lukoil, Gazprom Neft, and others, provide more than 95% of total production. The Russian telecommunications market has long been divided among the big four, MTS PJSC, Megaphone PJSC, Beeline, Tele2 LLC. As for the financial sector, even the Central Bank of Russia, in its 2018 analytical report, stated that the Russian banking sector is a monopoly or oligopoly with a competitive environment. In particular, for lending in individual deposits.
I'm not able to push back on this. I want to stop. I want to stop. It's just going on and on and on and on and on. I'm going to pause. I'm going to... Look how he doesn't specify which are state-owned. Yeah. Look at that. Central Bank of Russia sure sounds state-owned. Then wouldn't they argue, oh, well, state-owned, that means, but it's an oligarchy, so only the rich people are getting rich. It's like, bitch, what do you think is gonna, like, who, like, how do you think they're gonna pay for all these wars where they gotta fight against United States and the Nazis that they're arming on Russia's border. You think that pays for itself? Denazifying ain't cheap. And those people, you know, those people in the Donbass, man. My understanding is that when Putin says denazifying, he's talking to those people. A lot of those people really support the war. All right? They like support the Russian invasion. I'm just saying, they do. A lot of them do. Just how it is. Just because fucking Nazis have been terrorizing Donbass the last 8 years. What are we getting at here? Eat my snacks. These people have been begging Russia to do something last 8 years. Should be amazed at the restraint. Thus far, you know, leading up to the tanks, right? Because, man, it's fucking hell right now. Don't get me wrong. A lot of Russia is imperialist content correlates with an expansion of U.S. NATO encroachment. I wonder why. Oh. Also, it's happening as well, I think, on the tail or whatever, of rising consciousness of U.S. imperialism. So people can do the very easy mental gymnastic move, which is, oh, well, U.S. imperialist, and they're doing proxy war with Russia. They're imperialists, so I guess it's not bad to support the American side, right? It makes it easy for people to do that who are not, you know, who are not understanders, and yet they've tapped into their well of sympathy, including the brave heroes defending Mariupol, right? You can't tell them they're wrong. Even when you're like, hey, they're actually Nazis. Then they do a mental then they do the dismount. And the dismount is, oh, well, Russia's got Nazis too. Do you see? They just keep doing this thing. It's the same move. Well, U.S. is pretty bad. But Russia's bad too. Oh, yeah, well, Ukrainian Nazis are bad. But Russian Nazis are bad too. They honestly think that they've... So it's okay. The switch to profiteering. Let's go there. What does that mean? Yeah, Nazis are bad, but... Yeah, just stop. Russia's got more Nazis. Oh my god. Don't forget about the CIA-backed death squads. The same Nazis that we're arming were the ones enforcing pogroms in Ukraine. Same Nazis are the ones shelling civilians in Donbass the last 8 years. Do not. We need to send UN inspectors to Russia and Ukraine to count up all the Nazis with tally marks on comically oversized chalkboards. I've said it before. I think it's worth repeating. The Ukraine sickos want you to believe that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is imperialism, but what the United States is doing is not. I say get them on the record. Force them to say it. Get them on a video and we'll make fun of them together. It's like impossible for defenders of the West to act like Putin doesn't want to negotiate and the West does, right? Like, come on. It's even hard for the Ukraine sickos to make that. They don't even try. They don't even try. They're like, well, Putin called them cockroaches, just like Gaddafi. Yo. You would wish the U.S. would stop fucking around. My God, dude. But that's precisely it. It keeps coming back to that. And I don't consider anyone a comrade. I don't consider anyone a serious person on this fucking topic if they cannot admit that the U.S. fucking around is the primary reason that Ukrainians are finding out. Civilians in Ukraine and like Russia and in Europe, like, right? Everyone's hurting because of this. All our prices are going up, even here. Like, because of our fucking sicko leadership.
Mediocre.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Of the Islamic Union of Mujahideen of Afghanistan and other members of his distinguished delegation.
Hang on a minute, it's not your country, Joe. You doddering old fool.
All right. We're gonna have to dodge bombs here. I do not know where this is heading. I do not know where this is heading. I think people are making some really big fucking mistakes right now. And it's not the tankies telling the United States to stop fucking around on Russia's fucking border. As always, the fucking Marxists are right. Except for Paul. Fucking Paul. (101st Airborne. Right on the border. Over there in Poland. Elon Musk testing the newest hyperspace. What did I just say? Hypersonic. The Squad, unabashedly pro-war. But Elon Musk owns Twitter. Maybe Donald Trump will be returning. Fun. We'll have a good time while we descend into World War III. How about that? Not everyone agrees on the withdrawal of the negotiation statement. Right, what does that mean? Hold on, what's going on? I think they should represent themselves as the... Not sure I'm following Ambi. Sorry, homie. I'm not playing stupid, I am. Stupid. LaRouche's Ukrainian Nazi legacy from Moss Robeson on Medium. Fuck. Looks deep. Looks like it goes deep, but I feel like I want to dip out today. I think I might want to be done with the stream. I want to dig into this a month sometime. Bad news. What do we got here? Yeah. Oh my god, the whole thing with this. That's the guy who broke the story about Nathan. Yeah. Moss Robin, they got great coverage. This whole thing is insane. This is the best we got. This is the best we got in Congress. The Squad. And then they're going to be like, oh, sorry about that. We're going to blame it on our staff. Those bunch of fucking idiots. They don't know how to do imperialism hard enough. We'll teach them. Don't worry about it. The whippings will begin shortly. Ooh, kinky. Fucking Jayapal. Just imperialists, dude. Spineless imperialists. This is how you know. All of our fighting about the Squad, all of our defending of AOC and Elon Omar. We should be growing a garden, and we should be taking that time and growing tomatoes. You'd literally do better for yourself and for your community if you just grew some fucking tomatoes instead of argued with the fucking Dem socks about these imperialists. Tomato time. I'm gonna grow tomatoes. Weed tomatoes. Weed tomatoes. Got my first thing today, other than nutrients. A couple other things I got. I got actual something for the tent. Got my first fan. I'm assuming they're going to be sending it in many boxes. Guess that is just one out of many things I'm looking for. I'm hoping to get the seeds in the next couple days. But I'm going to wait to germinate. Try to make it. I'm gonna wait to sprout. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna wait to do that until I got my tent. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Fuck. I think I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna be done here. I'm gonna get going. Fuck off. I want to thank you for being with me today. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all have a really nice day. If you've got a link to add to the conversation, anything that we've been talking about, drop it in my Discord. And if it's on the deep dive that we've been doing, I guess we didn't get back into that today. We'll have to try again tomorrow. On Libya. Still looking for video of people talking about it at the time. So feel free to drop some content in the Discord. That's for the deep dive channel. Otherwise, anything else we've been talking about, if you want to add to the conversation, drop it in the On Your Radar. On Your Radar is the name of the channel. Yeah. Awesome. Well, that's that. That's the stream for today. I hope you liked it. Did you learn something? Did you learn something today? What did you learn? Here's what let's talk about what we learned. The guy murdered in Pakistan, Arshad Sharif, killed in Kenya. The journalist murdered from Pakistan, fled Pakistan to avoid arrest, to avoid charges of criticism of U.S.-backed president after the coup. So, I wonder if we hear about that again. Otherwise, it just feels like one of these things we're just going to forget about. That sucks. Still got this big question about Iranian drones. The Iranian drones allegedly being used in Russia. Why do I feel like I should be skeptical of that still? Feel free to let me know if you have any idea about that. Goddamn coup regimes. Was a case of mistaken identity. You learn to have the fullest, prettiest hair in the... I know. Marxist Paul gave us a lesson. That was the thing I learned from Paul the most. Let's see here. Military-industrial complex upgrading their nuclear arsenal. 5,400 nuclear warheads going to be updated to the tune of $630 billion over the course of the next 10 years. Brazil runoff Sunday, and I might be doing a thing with Karem as well. We still got to do a Libya deep dive recap, or day 3 or whatever. Iran. Finally found someone in the media pushing back against Western narrative on Iran. You found a really great video on that. That was wonderful. I think it would be cool to do a deep dive on Soleimani. That's what I was thinking. See what else. Elon, Twitter's CEO, plans to reverse lifetime ban. We'll see if Trump's back. conversation. I'm going to raid out. I'm going to thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for your time. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Oh, hey, ladies and gentlemen. The weekend. It is. It's the weekend, isn't it? That's nice. Y'all get big plans for the weekend? I don't know what I'm doing. In fact, I don't like that. I don't like not having plans. I sort of get into a weird rut when I have no plans, when I've got nothing to look forward to. I need to... I'm going to hang up here and go ask her what our plans are. Otherwise, we got to come up with some plans. I need some plans, homie. I want to get the fuck out of here. I'm going to raid out. I want to thank you for being with me. I'm going to raid out. Raid out. I think I'm going to raid... Oh, Fina. Fina Colada. Fina Colada is a member of the community.
My man.
And we're going to raid out to Fina Colada. Return Strim. Trans women are women. Fina Colada. All right. I don't think we've raided Fina before. Come over and watch the World Series with you tomorrow? It sounds fun. Is that what you're doing? And then Nays, I think maybe. You said next week. Is it this Sunday? Or is it next Sunday? I think I might be able to make that happen at Talia Hall. Alright. This coming up Tuesday? I think that might work, homie. Are you driving? Let me know if you drive. Otherwise, I got to figure out how I'm getting there. Alright. Y'all have a really nice night. Probably Ubering. Fuck. Alright. I got to figure that out. You're going to have people over. Alright, Matt. Maybe. You say tomorrow night? Maybe, homie. Sorry, I dipped out on Fortnite last night. I passed out. I had a lot on my mind, I think. I can't remember what happened. Tonight, I'm going to log off. I'm going to see if we can come up with some plans. And then I'm going to start reading from my weed book. I'm really excited to grow some weed. I'm really excited. So. Oh, also, join the Discord. Join the Discord because you can keep an eye on my journey here. Right here. Weed feed. I'm going to be posting about my journey over here. All right, y'all. Thanks for being with me. Again, here comes the raid for Fina Colada. Everyone be cool. Don't embarrass me when we raid out, okay? Don't embarrass me. Just be cool, okay? Be cool. All right. Folks, be good to yourself. Be good to each other. Safety first. Be good to Fina Colada. Whoops, I already did that. Be good, okay? And repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. Nice. Yeah, that's right. You're not a reactionary or a liberal. Not a right-winger, that's for sure. And you're not one of those fucking idiots that's like,
well, technically, China is imperialist. Take me seriously.
You're better than that. All right. See you next time. Have a really, really nice day. Have a nice weekend if I don't see you. Otherwise, I do hope to see you tomorrow. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Love your face. Goodbye. All right. All right. All right.
Of the Islamic Union of Mujahideen of Afghanistan
Mediocre.
and other members of his distinguished
Mediocre.
delegation.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
With the cocks touching.
Get the fuck out of here.